Hello and welcome to the Modern Glory live stream. How are we all doing today? Did you enjoy that little bit of different music we had going on at the beginning? I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. And as this was a pretty big tournament and a pretty big event that we're going to be talking about, I figured it needed a pretty big song. Oh my god, how are we all doing today, boys? It's another day in the guard. Every day in the guard is like a day on the farm. Every paycheck a fortune and every victory. Amazing. There we go. How are we going, man? Absolutely fantastic. Who have we got in the stream? Make sure you have stood up and be counted. Like I said, guys, it is going to be a big old stream tonight. Lots of very, 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 very exciting things to talk about. And, guys, Manchester Super Major GT. Over 250 players there. It was a Shark Tank, boys! It was a Shark Tank, and there's a lot to talk about. So there we go. But oh my god, absolutely fantastic, absolutely brilliant, and lots to get into. Who have we got? Let's take a look. We've got Tiki the Hood here. We've got Average White Shark. We've got No Name. We've got Night Ghoul. We have got John Damarel. We've got Zuma Lizard. Yes, and it's popping up. It is popping up, boys. We've got Dominator62 coming in with a 3-month Memoflex. Congrats on the GT Mordian. Thank you so much, Dominator62. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Memoflex. Thank you for your ongoing support. Thank you for doing your part, buddy. Appropriate for today's stream because, of course, we've got that Starship Troopers vibe going strong already. Man, amazing, though, bro. Seriously, thank you for the ongoing support, man. It makes a huge difference. And then we've got Tiki the Hut. Tiki the Hut starting off strong with the first support tonight, and he's gone in for a gifted membership. Absolutely brilliant, dude. Infantry, sir. Good for you, Tiki. Mobile Infantry made me the man I am today. And well done to Byron for grabbing that gifted membership. Absolutely brilliant, boys. Fantastic. Thank you, Tiki the Hut. Love it. I love all the gifted memberships, man. Brilliant. And then we've got Kane. It's popping up, boys! It is popping up! Brilliant! Kane coming in strong, and every last shot counted. You're goddamn right it did! You're goddamn right it did. Oh. Boys, it was a big event. It was a big event. I'm gonna let you in to a couple of hints to get you guys hyped up to start fucking edge. I'm cradling them balls. I'm tickling them balls, boys. I broke, I would say, 2 personal bests at this event. 3 personal bests. I broke 3 personal bests at this event alone. I broke 3 personal bests. Maybe 4. Maybe even 4. The more I think about it, the more personal bests that I broke. Oh, it was, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to tell you guys. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be brilliant, and it's popping up. It is popping up, absolutely brilliant. So Kane, all I can say is yes, every last bolt did count, and the guard did the Emperor proud, and it was a tough tournament, Kane. Let me give you the lineup: Imperial Knights, Custodes, Votan again, Dark Angels. There was no easy. There was no easy games, boys. There was no easy games whatsoever. But on paper, for many people, that's a pretty spicy lineup to get to the fight. To get not to the final. Obviously, I didn't get to the final, but to get to an event, that's not an easy amount at all. So there we go. So Kane, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for the support, buddy. It's popping up, boys. Hey! Yes! Yeah! Here we go, boys. It's popping up tonight. Can you feel the hype train in the air? Oh my god. So to give you guys an idea, thank you, but I just want to say thank you to Ed Bay, thank you to Baxter, thank you to Tiki again, and thank you to Dominator62 again. Thank you to all of you guys for your support. For duty, I will get to your support in just a moment. All I want to say is, guys, to give you an idea of what to expect in today's video, we are doing a tournament after action report. And it is, it's going to be a spicy one. I'm going to take you through every game that I played, take you through blow by blow, turn by turn, what you can expect, how it went. And all I can say, guys, is this very well may be the best I've ever done at a tournament. I kid you not. I kid you not. It was... We didn't fuck around. There was no memeing, boys. And there's a lot of crazy shit that happened at this event. From game number 1 through to game number 5. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It was a spicy meatball. Ah, it was brilliant. So lots to be excited for. So like I said, get your drinks together. Get your paintbrushes together. You know, if you churn out at work, you know, just ignore the boss having a go at you and just marinate in the Guardy goodness. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for, man. So there we go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. All right. So who else have we got in here? We've got Ed Bailey coming in strong. Ed Bailey coming in. Thank you for Super Chat Pro. Thank you for support, man. Absolutely brilliant. Tim, show Traitor Tom Steele. Show him contempt and the Rattly Shank. And the Rattly Shank. Yes, but he is quite funny, the battle ports you two do. He is brilliant, I have to say. Tom brings his own brand of humor to the battle ports, and I think that, you know, he's been a great asset to the channel. So all I can say is thank you to you, Ed Bailey, for the support. Glad you've been enjoying the battle ports, and thank you to Traitor Tom for putting up with me for it's coming to 6 months already, which is pretty crazy. 6 months we have been holding the line together. And it's been, yeah, it's been good. So, Ed Bailey, glad that you've enjoyed the latest Battlefront, man. I love the Rattly Shank reference, bro. Absolutely incredible. And thank you for support, man. Absolutely brilliant. And then we've got Vaxus. Vaxus, my boy. Long-term support of the channel. Finally getting that 6-month member flex going strong. I don't know how he's passed his background check. We must be getting desperate on the Eastern Fringe, is all I'm going to say. But we've given him a las rifle now. We've given him a las rifle so he can properly, well, if you're going to dive them properly, it is with a, you know, rusty bayonet and faith in your heart and a prayer on your lips. But I suppose you've been doing that for 6 months now, Vaxus. I guess we can give you a bad old las lock to keep you going, man. Joking aside, dude, Vaxus, thank you so much for support. Really appreciate the ongoing support, man. Absolutely brilliant. And here to many more months. But hey, soon you'll get those. Soon you'll have 2 las rifles. No cross las rifles. Not bad. There we go. And then we've got Tiki though coming in again. Another gifted membership, bro. Absolutely brilliant. Another gifted membership. Thank you, Tiki the Hook, for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And Tony Tiger, congrats on grabbing one of those gifted memberships, bro. Absolutely incredible. There we go. And then we've got Dominating Stealer, we've got Bob the G Stealer, and then we'll start talking about these old. Oh my God! It's popping up! He's coming in style! He's getting the stream style off strong! Holy fuck! Elden 11 TriStar! He's keeping his death strike streak going strong! He's going strong! To all of you that may have had your head down, maybe you were looking at your paint or your model or your desk at work. Elden TriStar just dropped in with a $100 tip. Whoa! Death strike chat, boys! Elden, I raised my glass to you, bro. Oh my God. Bro, incredible, dude, amazing. Elden TriStar, what a massive fucking support of the channel, dude. You're absolutely incredible. What's this, like 8 streams in a row? You've dropped them death strikes, buddy? Oh, amazing. Everyone in chat right now, all 76 of you, I want every single one of you to do an 07, to do a salute, to do your favorite emoji in honor of Elden 11 TriStar being an absolute giga chat. Yes! Absolute fucking hero. Elden TriStar, bro. I'm doing all the salutes I can possibly muster, man. Absolutely incredible. Dude, amazing. It's popping up. Elden 11 TriStar, I think he's like, he just drives around in a Death Strike missile launcher, and like he's like Lord General TriStar. It's like, and like is like one of his subordinates is like, my lord, I think our use of Death Strikes is entirely inappropriate. And he's like, I think you'll find the use of the Death Strikes are always appropriate. Now, excuse me, Lieutenant, I must get into my staff card. He's like, pulls up into a fucking Death Strikes. It's like the... It's so good. L10, bro, as always, you're a fucking mad lad, but you're my mad lad, dude. Absolutely incredible. 07, buddy, you fucking hero, buddy. You fucking hero. If you don't... I've just thought of it. We got to take off and nuke the whole stream from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's the only way to be sure, buddy. It's like, L10, if you locate a bug hole, you know what to do. Nuke it. Incredible, man. Incredible. Dude, L10. Every single time, buddy. I raise my glass to you. Good sir. Kind sir. Bro. Incredible. Starting the stream off strong, boys. Starting the stream off strong. Absolutely brilliant. All right. Oh, look at all those 07s, boys. Look at those 07s. You're beautiful people. Every single one of you is absolutely beautiful. Look at this. This community is amazing, man. You just the outpouring of support from you guys to me, from you guys to each other. Absolutely incredible. So I'm gonna be doing. I feel I got to do a few salutes tonight, boys. Got a feeling I got to do a few salutes. Amazing. We've got Dominator 62 coming in with the Giga Chat. Yes, the Giga Chat. I have a list for you to look at that won my latest tournament in Northern Washington. I don't know why people struggle against this list. I play well, but hey, bro, I will happily take a look at your list. No problem whatsoever. If you want me to look at it in today's stream, make sure you shoot it over to me either via the old Gmail or Discord and just let me know which way you've done it, and I'll happily take a look. What I'll probably do, Dominator 62, is get into the stream a little bit, get into get the tournament report started off, and then we'll have a little bit of a and then before we get into the first game, we'll get into the list review, and then we'll get into the game. If that sounds good to you, buddy, that's the way we'll do it. If you're short on time and you think, oh, bro, I'm only going to be here for the beginning of the stream, can you do it now? It's absolutely fine. Let me know, and I'll happily do it that way. But don't worry, I'm not going to forget. I'm not going to forget, because I have the pen of prophecy. The pen of prophecy, gentlemen. It is a thing. We still have it. I have my totally manly turquoise blue diary, and I have the pen of prophecy, and it shall be. And it shall be so. It shall be so. There we go. Let me get to the old page of Rooney, so I'll make sure I don't forget. Because you guys know what I can be like. I can be a bit of a fool of a toque. All right. Dominator 62 list review. There we go. There we go, man. There we go. Awesome. It's popping up, boys. It is popping up. Hey, Dominator62, all I can say, before we move on to your super chat as well, say thank you for the support, buddy. Absolutely. Thank you for the Giga Chat. I just want to say as well, bro, congrats on winning your tournament, man. Absolutely awesome, dude. I didn't win my tournament. I did well, but you know, you brought home the fucking gold, bro, and that's incredible. So 07 Dominator62, brilliant fucking effort, man. Incredible. And then we've got Bob the Cheese Stealer. I would say, yeah, I would say Bob the Cheese Stealer, yes, my son, but we are all the son of the Star Children. That's how it works, Bob the Cheese Stealer, right? Bob the Cheese Stealer, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the 9-month member flex. Dude, you are absolutely smashing it. Incredible amount of support. Really, really appreciate it, man. That's fantastic. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. 9 months. The day of ascension is nigh. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Because we all know the Emperor who has got 3 or even 4 arms is clearly better than the Emperor that's only got 2. I mean, this is just simple mathematics. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus, you know, those foolish techno wizards can at least tell you that much. It's just that's just facts and logic. Owning the Imperials with facts and logic. That's just how it works, right? That's how it works. Bro, thank you, Father G. Sinner. Really appreciate the support, man. Absolutely brilliant. And then we've got Abraham's Tetra. Abraham, Father Abraham coming in strong. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. I like to think that my presence the last month has led you to your new height of excellence. Well, naturally, the blessings of Father Abraham has clearly, you know, has guided me and supported me, and I think it's so natural. Coincidence, causation versus correlation. I think not. I think not, bro. All I'm gonna say, dude, Abraham, thank you for the Giga Chat. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for being my good luck charm. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. And then we have got Cosmic Drew coming in strong. How's it going, buddy? Thank you for the super chat. As long as we are on topic of TriStar, Major Sergeant Chad is done. Nice. Another member of the elite team is done soon, and they can join Lord Glory and his car on the field. Pics sent to Discord. Amazing, man. Cosmic Drew, Cosmic Krieger, my #1 Krieger boy. Thank you so much for support, man. Absolutely brilliant. And yes, I am very excited. I can confirm Cosmo Drew, that I have spoken to my PO box man, and he has said many packages have arrived. I believe one of them is the one you have sent as well. So I will be going to collect that on Wednesday, and so soon the Mordy mobile will be in my hands. Yes, incredible, man. Thank you so much, Cosmo Drew. Really appreciate his support, and I will happily take a look at those pictures in just a moment. Give me uno momento, por favor. There we go. Okay, so here we are, guys. I also noticed that we had, just want to say, let me just scroll up a little bit here, guys. I just want to say, 1 minute. 1 minute. Talk about yourselves. Talk about yourselves. I need to double check something. I will say a huge thank you. I can see his name on YouTube is Humanis the Diadoki, but in real life there are some that call him Luke, and he has joined the stream, and he was actually one of the Custodes players, well, the Custodes player that I played at Manchester GT. So, dude, thank you so much for joining the stream, bro. Absolutely incredible. Hey, Morin, had a great fun playing with my Custodes, but my bum still hurts. Shh, you're giving away the results already, bro. It's meant to be a surprise. I'm only joking, man. Dude, it was a great game, man. All I can say is if you kept rolling those 4 saves, it would have gone a different way. But well, let's not edge these guys too much, shall we? Let's keep them excited. Let's not give away too much. But bro, it was great to meet you as well, and thank you for joining the stream, and thank you for the game. And I hope that the rest of your tournament went all right, man. Oh my god. Oh, and speaking of the tournament. Guys, let me give you, now we've got about 93 or 90, 100 odd people join the stream, boys. Let me just tell you what you guys can get excited for tonight. So, it is going to be a tournament after action report. The tournament was the Manchester Super Major GT. This is an event that I had over 250 players in the event. I believe the total was like 256 players. And I can confidently say that I would say the majority, I'm not saying like the vast majority, but at least the majority of the people at the event they knew what they were getting themselves into. It was it's kind of what you would expect at this stage in an edition. We're coming to the closing stages of 9th. The only people that are really turning up to tournaments at this point are the people that want to have a fucking good time. People that want to absolutely smash it. So the competition was high, to say the least. And so I ended up going to the event, and I'll tell you what I played. I'll give you a summary of what I played. I played 5 games. I played against Knights, Custodes, Votan again, and then also played against Dark Angels. I played against some really good players, and I actually got to meet a couple of relatively, quote unquote famous people in Warhammer circles, which is brilliant. But the big thing was, and I want to say this right away at the beginning of the stream, I got to meet loads and loads of people from the Morning Glory channel. In fact, basically throughout the tournament, there was this little group of sort of 4 or 5 of us that would meet up after every single game, and we would be chatting. We'd be chatting away, and it was great. So I just want to say thank you. I got to meet the Northern Gent. I got to meet Taqual. I got to meet the name escapes me for a moment because I have an oaken brain. Lovely guy that had 12 Lieben Russes that were all painted like Sherman tanks. It was incredible. And I got to meet loads and loads of other people as well. So I just want to say thank you to all of you guys. Thank you to all of you guys for who came to the event, that came up, said hi. I meant to get some bloody selfies with you guys before I went, but I was just so knackered by the end of the event that it completely slipped my mind. So I just want to say apologies for not getting selfies, but thank you to everyone that came up, and we got the chat. It was brilliant. It was absolutely awesome. So I tell you what, it was definitely this was the event that I would say a lot of, this is the event that I really felt like, the MG channel was starting to get known a little bit. Like, there was loads of people that came up to me, and I think every single game there was someone that would hear my voice as I was chatting, and they'd go, "Hey, are you Mordy and Glory?" And I'd be like, "Don't believe what the police told you." And they'd be like, "What?" And I went, "Oh, no, yeah, I am." So that was really, really cool. It was brilliant to get to meet a lot of people, which was nice, and it was just the community was just lovely to put names to faces, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was great. That was honestly probably the best bit. Hand on heart, it was absolutely the best bit, man. All right. So, amazing. So, what else we got? We got Super Chat coming in here. We got support coming in from Revenga, my boy. Revenga, my boy. How are you doing? The Supreme Leader of North Korea is here. All praise be to the bank of best career for generously bankrolling and funding these videos. Thank you so much for the support. Absolutely brilliant. Army list, please. Army list, army list. You want an army list? I will tell you exactly what my army list is. Do not worry, my good man. Do you guys want to know the army list is now? How about we go through the army list? Little bit of lay of the land. And then we get into the, before we dive into the first game, we'll take a look at the pictures that Cosmic Drew sent in, and we'll do a quick army list review for Dominator 62, and then we'll get into the games. Does that sound good? Does that sound good? I think that sounds pretty good. All right. So the army list was, I like to call it the Ogre Brain list. The guard list for dummies. Okay. My list was incredibly straightforward. No fucking around. No fucking around. Okay? The list was designed to be like the AK-47 of army lists. All right? It had no complexity in it.
Second squad
It was
ready for war.
Had redundancies in it, and the idea was that over the course of 5 games, I needed to have a list that I was incredibly well practiced with, and a list that I knew very well, and a list that I had to put the least amount of brain power into to get the maximum amount of sort of results. Okay, so that was the thing. So you guys, that's the context for the list. So in this list, you will not see a Lord Solar. In this list, you will not see a Kazakin Bomb. In this list, you will not see a Rogel Dawn. All of these things that people are going, I thought you should have gone tryhard modding. Trust me. This was what I would describe as my Johnny Rambo list. All right, it was a little bit out there, but its power was in its simplicity. All right. So what was the list specifically? Okay, and one thing I would say is, before I say what the list is specifically, I'd like to say, if you are thinking of going to a tournament, this is the list that I would recommend for you. I think it's good. And I actually gave this to one of my friends who came to the tournament with me, a lovely guy called Alex Wargamer. It was his second super major he's ever been to. Bear in mind, Alex has been to 3 events and 2 of them were super majors. So he goes big or go home. And he did the best he's ever done with this list as well, which is pretty good. Now, the list was an Arc's phone detachment, naturally. The regimental doctrine was Born Soldiers, naturally, and the compulsory. That's what I'm trying to remember. And the compulsory thing was heavy support. Don't know why my brain's gone all blank for a moment. So heavy support. Now, the list itself, I had 2 Deathcore Marshals in the list. They were and I obviously spent a command point so I could take 2 of them with heroic support. I also spent a command point on one of them for my Warlord trait, and I went for superior tactical training. Now, I went for superior tactical training on my Deathcore Marshal rather than on my command squad, because I needed a Marshal who could do take aim forwards and who could do mechanized orders backwards. Okay? Because I only had 1 source of mechanized orders in this list, and as you'll see, I needed more than 1 source of mechanized orders. All right, you'll see. You guys will see. You guys will see. So 2 tactical marshals, 1 superior tactical training, who can do mechanized orders. Company command squad. What edition am I playing? It's showing my age there, boys. A Cadian command squad with a finial of the Nemedesh first. Naturally, the big bullshit banner was here, and then we had a tank commander with Gatekeeper, with a las cannon, and 2 heavy bolters. That was the HQ section. Troop section was 9 units of Cajun shock. 9 units. Right? Every single Cajun shock trooper squad had an auto gun, a Voxcaster, a plasma gun, and a melter gun. Okay? This allowed them to do a lot. So 90 OBSEC bodies. That's pretty good. It's not as many as I normally run, but it was the most, out of all the guard players that were there, it was the most that I saw. Apart from, I think one guy had gone for like 120, but he'd gone for like a World War One themed Krieg list, so it was more of a fluff list than anything else. But cool guy though, very cool list. Now, so I had 90 of those infantry, and then I had heavy support. Oh, no, sorry, I should say I had 2 elites. I had 2 squads of Deathcore engineers. Their job was to deep strike in and do their best to get data. They actually never failed to get data off, which was nice, because obviously I have to roll for it because they're not troops. But yeah, I have to roll. But they never got the 6, which is good. So that gives me 100 bodies in total. And then I had 3 squads of mortars. Yeah, I know. 3 squads of mortars, boys. I told you I went try hard. Oh, mortars. Mortars. As meta as they've ever been. So good. Even when I faced off things that they weren't designed to kill, just stacking them auto runes, baby. Never leave home without 3 mortars. If you don't get to watch this whole stream, all I'm going to say is never leave home without 3 mortars. They are just so, so good. And then I had 3 squadrons of Element Russes. I had a squadron of 2 with dem plasma cannons, las cannons, heavy bolts on the side. I had 2 with battle cannons, las cannons, and heavy bolts on the side. And I had 1 with a vanquisher cannon, elite sharpshooters via veteran commandeered tank case, and also a las cannon, 2 heavy bolters, and I believe I had 5 points left over, so I stuck a heavy stubber on top of it as well, which is kind of cool. And that was the list. To summarize, it was 100 infantry and 6 Element Russes. Very straightforward. Very, very straightforward. It was objective secured. It was screening. It was Element Russes. It was firepower. It was everything you need. It was the core fundamentals. The 3 pillars of the guard trifecta made manifest. Armor, infantry, and artillery. What more do you need? What more do you need? And this was the point I was trying to make with this. You guys know I like to make points with this. I like to try and experiment things. The point was, if you're a guard player getting in to the faction and you're worried about it being like meta, and you're worried about it being like, oh, do I need a Rogel Dawn? Do I need a Lord Solar? No, you don't. You can take, if you're a guard player right now, if you've been playing the game for a long time, you haven't gone out there and got yourself loads of new fancy toys, you can absolutely go to events and smash it with just the fundamentals. The fundamentals are what makes the guard great. Boots, blood, and bullets. That's all you need. That's all you need. And that is what we brought. So that was the list that I was running, man. That was the list. So just to be clear, I did take Fidel and I did take Gatekeeper. So those are my 2 relics. So I didn't get... someone's asking, Matthew Rumbler, I'm on Glory. Maybe I'm just an idiot, but how do you get more than 1 relic in HQs? So you can't take more than 1 relic on the same unit, but you can use spend a CP for a relic, and you can use that for Gatekeeper on your tank, and then you can spend a CP for the Imperial Commander's Armory, which is a guard stratagem, which lets you put a relic into onto like an officer, and that can be the big bullshit banner, and that can be on a command squad. So there you go. Now we've got a couple of other bits coming in here. We have got that Revenga. That was my army list. Now I don't just for a bit of fun. Just for a bit of fun. Rate, in your personal opinion, rate that list out of 10. Give it a 1 out of 10. Needs more Kazakin. I'll accept that. 1 out of 10. Not enough bodies. I'll accept that. But you can troll. I'm not looking for an ego stroke here, boys. I'm looking for you guys to troll the shit out of me. So there we go. Amazing. But whilst you guys are doing that, let's go for Mild Knife. Thank you so much for support. Thank you for the 5 gifted Morning Glory memberships. Come on, you apes. You want to live forever? Yes, mate. Yes. Absolutely awesome, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And if your name is Abraham, Max, Nico, Josh, and okay, make sure you say a big thank you to Mild the Knife. Looks like we've got plenty of room for gifted memberships tonight, boys. Absolutely fantastic. And then we've got Sergeant 10 coming in strong with that 1 month member flex. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the support. What primer should I use for my Cadians? Well, that entirely depends on what kind of color scheme you're going for. If you're going for like a fairly the classic primer, if you're not using contrast paints, let me say that again, not using contrast paints, the classic primer is Chaos Black, or whatever they call it now. It's black spray paint. If you're going for, if you're going for like a greedy camo kind of color, and you know that's what you're going to be going for, you might as well use like, is it Death Guard green or Death World green? That's pretty good. If you're using contrast paint, I always use Wraithbone over Grey Seer. I just prefer it. And if you want to go for a more desert sort of scheme, I can definitely recommend Xandri Dust. In fact, little trick for painting guard really quickly. Xandri Dust, fine details, and washing all the Xandri Dust in Seraphim Sepia makes for a very quick and effective color scheme. If you want to see that color scheme in action, I have several examples for you. Oh, first up, Chimera. Its entire tank was base coated. Look, that's what Xandri Dust looks like before. Give it a wash. That's what it looks like with a single wash of Seraphim Sepia. Literally one spray of Xandri, one wash of Seraphim. Look at that. And then also I've got an example on my retirement fund here, according to Games Workshop. If anyone's looked at the Steel Legion made to order, you'll get this joke. That's what it looks like on my Steel Legion. There you go. Look, pretty half decent. So there you go. All right, don't worry. We're going to be talking, not today, but we're going to be talking about that made to order. And I've got some fucking serious bones to pick with GW. Serious. Seraphim Sepia. Tiki the Hut. Seraphim Sepia. There we go. Tiki the Hut. Use Xandri Dust on your IJA. I don't know if I have it to hand. Very quick divergence, guys. Don't worry, I'm not going to spend the whole... yes, I do have them to hand. But here are my IJA. Tiki the Hut. Very quickly. I use the same technique on my own IJA, and that's what they look like. There you go, buddy. Let's try and get it nice up close. See if I can get try and get some there's no shadow. There you go. That's what it looks like. It's a bit dark. I think it's better if I just do that, actually. There you go. There you go. Nice. All right. So, there we go. Righty-ho. But don't worry, it's not about action stream. It's not about action stream. So, thank you. But yeah, bro, thank you, Sergeant Locke, for the Memoflex, dude. Absolutely incredible. And then we've got Tiki the Hut coming in with 5 gifted Morning Glory memberships. Yeah, buddy. Absolutely awesome. And we've got Irishu Detest, British Trex, a lot of fluffy hair, Blissful Badger, and David Stringfellow. Make sure you say a big thank you, Tiki the Hut, for gifting you your membership and giving you the opportunity to serve your Emperor. Thank you, Tiki. Appreciate the support as always, man. Let's have a look where we're up to now. And then we have got Lord Prayer. Lord Prayer, my boy! One of the Krieg High Command that is part of the Mordian Glory community. My Lord General, what's the latest on the big bullshit banner? The Mord Pit and take aim, please. What do all the interactions do / what is currently allowed? Lord Prayer, brilliant question. Fantastic question. I can give you the answer to that straight away. So, the big bullshit, so let me be clear. If so mortars, any weapon that fires indirectly, when it fires indirectly, you get -1 to your ballistic skill, not 2 to hit. It's -1 to ballistic skill. And then you also, your opponent gets +1 to their armor save. So you literally look at your data sheet, look at what your ballistic skill says, and go, if that's a 4+, it goes to a 5+. Okay, it's not a modifier to the dice roll, it's a modifier to your stat line. Likewise, your opponent looks at their data sheet and goes, what's the modifier? It's what's my save? Right, I'll add 1 to that. It's a 2+, or 3+ going to 2+, whatever. Okay. So there's that. That's how indirect fire works. Now, what take aim does is it very specifically gives you a +1 to hit modifier, and it gives your opponent, and it gives you also -1 AP. So the end result of take aim plus firing indirectly is everything goes back to where it was. Now, there are some circumstances where that's not the case. So, for example, if your opponent has another -1 to hit modifier, you're like, oh, okay, I go back to hit on 5s again, okay? And and also, if your opponent has a rule where they ignore AP -1, like industrial efficiency, then it means that they ignore your AP -1 and they still get the +1 save to them. Okay, so, but by and large, it returns things to everything's just everyone's just gone back to normal, all right? Now, what the big bullshit banner does, it allows you to ignore any -1 to hit modifiers in addition. Because if you take aim and then shoot your mortars across some dents, you go back to hitting on 5s. And if you don't take aim and you shoot across dens with mortars, you actually hit on 6s. Even though, because 1 is a -1 to your ballistical modifier and 1 is a -1 to your dice roll. Okay? So that's why stacking the big bulky banner and take aim is so important, because it allows you to just reset the clock. Everything just goes back to how it should be. So that's the long story short is what take aim and the big bulky banner do is it basically undoes any sort of modifiers or nerfs to your indirect fire. That's the summary of it. Okay, so Lord Prayer, I hope that all made sense. If you need to go over that a couple of times, the timestamp for that was about 35 minutes into the stream. Okay, any other follow-up questions, Lord Prayer, just let me know. I'll do my best to try and explain it out in a bit more detail. Bro, thank you for support though. And then we've got Matthew Rumler. Matthew Rumler, amazing. Thank you so much for support, man. Incredible. What do you think about using navy breaches? I think navy breaches are really, 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 really cool. But I don't think they are a competitive choice. I think that, I think that realistically you have, unless you're running, if you're running pure infantry and you're like, I just want as many bodies on the board as possible, and you've taken all your Caden shot troopers, you've taken all your Krieg engineers, you've taken all your Cadens, you've taken all your Kazakim. I believe you can use like Agents of Imperium to get a few more bodies into your list. So I think that's one way of running them, just getting more fucking guys to go into the grinder. But I think overall I would call them fun. I would call them good in boarding action games, because that's where their shotguns and their shield stuff can really be used. And I would overall say they were style over substance. But I don't want you to think they're a bad unit. They're not. They're a unit that will not handicap your list, but they won't help your list. You're not gaining anything by taking them, but you're not losing anything by taking them. At the end of the day, they can still be used as 10 bodies. And the day they can still be used to perform certain things inside your list, and they can get more bodies on the list for you. Okay, so there you go. Matthew Rumler, thank you for support, man. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, guys, now we've caught up on our super chats there, and I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that has super chatted support the channel. It's popping up already, boys! It's popping up, and we've got 126 people in the stream right now. Thank you to all of you guys who have joined. Don't worry, we are going to get into the event in the next 5 minutes. You guys know that I always like to give the stream 30 40 minutes to get going, because people need to join in, they need to get the drinks together, get the paintbrushes and everything, and so we've got quite a lot of people this right now, so we'll be diving into the event in the next 5 minutes. So don't worry, we're going to be getting in, and we're going to be going, if you've just joined us now, we're going to be going through every single game in detail, blow by blow, turn by turn. What was I facing? What was my thoughts? What strategy? What the mission was? I'm pleased to report, guys, I have a new app, and I religiously use this app throughout the event. I can say this, it's the Goonhammer one. It's called like Tabletop Battles, and I religiously used it throughout the entire event. The entire event, and it has allowed me to accurately record all of my games. So there we go. So I've got missions, secondaries, the whole fucking shebang. No more. Oh, I think my opponent took these 3. I fucking know what my opponent fucking took for the secondaries. I know what I took, and I can't make mistakes where I take 2 from the same category or anything like that. So it's all going in the right direction. It's all going in the right direction. I love how Tingle says I got a new app. Is it Tinder? It's like, it's not Tinder. So that's on my other phone, the one that Mrs. Morden doesn't know about, naturally. Of course, come on. I don't, by the way, let's be clear. I have Grindr. Oh my god. All right, let's carry on. All right, let's Wade Lambert be Grindr then. He got the joke ahead of me. Okay, let's go for the list here. Let's go for the pictures by Cosmic Drew. And then let's go for the pictures. Oh, yeah. He's coming along. Want to say a big thank you to Conect for sending these pictures in earlier in the stream. Thank you for your patience, bro, while I was just getting the event and the initial sort of, spiel set up. Bro, looking absolutely amazing. Look at this. This is Sergeant Major Chad. Yeah, so the Chadian rifles. Love it, bro. Look at that big old chopper. Nice. Plasma pistol, chopper, and a shotgun. Looks like a good old Creed to me. Look at him go. Absolutely. Wow. Really, really cool. Look, I say it every time. Love the drill sergeant head, man. Nice. And we've got some other members of the kill team coming together as well. Very nice. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening. We've got Megas Varney there, fastest gun in the West. Oh yeah, it's all coming together, man. It is all coming together. Brilliant. Dude, really, really impressive work. Great to see the progress from last stream to this stream. Great to see, really cool seeing the 3D printed bits and the other bits coming together. Man, fantastic. Brilliant effort. And wow, really well done on the camo as well. Camo is very hard to pull off. And that looks to me like some classic Katchan American 90s Woodlands camo, bro. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty legit, man. Can you imagine this guy being your fucking drill sergeant? He'd absolutely beast you. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cosmic Krieger. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your support. And thank you also for the models, man. I can't wait to see them. Can't wait to use them in Battle Force. It's going to be amazing. There we go. It's going to be amazing. All right, let's take a look. So we've got a quick list of you that Dominator 62 wanted me to do, and then we are going to get into the thing. I can see we have got a couple of tips coming in from like Harpin Stream and Luke as well. Amazing. And there we go. Okie dokie. Let's have a little. I just want to say to you guys now, thank you so much, and I'll get to your super chats in just a moment, my good lads. All right, let's have a little look quickly here. Cheeky little list review to get us warmed up, and then we're going to dive straight into game number 1. Righty ho ho. Where are we up to, my good little chickadees? Here we go. I've got to check out the mail of E. New list. Dominator 62. He came first with this list. Second back-to-back first place with it. This is a tournament winning list, guys. I don't mean to alarm you, but this is a tournament winning list. Let's have a little look where what we've got here. All right, it's a bit of a mad one, but it definitely, under the right circumstances, it makes sense. Dominator 62. The fact you're winning with this list is just an absolute mega flex. Absolute mega flex. Look at this. It is a Arcs of Omen attachment. He's not even running Born Soldiers. Like Born Soldiers, only pussies run Born Soldiers. There you go. We have got a Tank Commander with Armor Track, Stubber, Las Cannon, Vanquisher Cannon. We've got another Tank Commander, Armor Track, Stubber, Las Cannon, and we've got a Vanquisher Battle Cannon, and we've also got Master Tactician for Dem redeploys. We've got triple regimental entity. Have you ever seen a tournament winning list with triple regimental entities here? I don't think you have. And then we've got 3 more Lehman Russes, each one with armor tracks, plasma cannons, and las cannons, and more plasma cannons. Wow. And then you've got 2 Bane swords with all of the flamers and las cannons. And one of them is Vaunted Praetorian as well. Wow. What a list, man. What a fucking list. You know what? This is a pretty Chad list, I'm not gonna lie. Now, I can explain I can guess 2 reasons why this list is performing so well. Firstly, it's a lot of armor to deal with. If your local scene, if your local meta is a little bit more set up for dealing with like Marines and stuff, then you come across this list and you're like, okay, I'm butt fucked. So there's that. So the fact that it's a skew list, the fact that it's got so much armor in it, will really it'll catch a lot of people off guard, especially in like your local meta. So the only problem you might have, is if your local meta gets used to you turning up with this, you're going to find very quickly that people start bringing a lot more anti-tank. See, the thing about local metas is that they can change more rapidly and more flexibly than a big meta. Because big meta is like a super major. You've got to be like, you've got to take everything into account. But a local meta can really get fucked by skew lists like this. So it's a good tactic. It's always important to know what the local meta is. I adjust my lists depending on what meta I'm going into. When I know I'm going to a Warlords event or most events that are held at Element Games, I know the terrain is going to be incredibly dense, and I build around that. When I know I'm going to a super major like Manchester GT or LGT or Nottingham GT, I know the terrain is going to be dense, but not too dense. Allows me to take a little bit more firepower on this and have to worry about combat a little bit less. So there you go. All right. Very, very cool. So, dude, so the SKU list is pretty good. And I also think the fact that it might, it depends on what kind of terrain you're playing on, bro. All I can tell you.
Overtaking me. It is a good pain.
Dominate62, thank you for the super chat, bro. And that's when you get them and take all boots. Yeah, buddy, they can never adapt. They can never adapt. They can never adapt fast enough to beat the guard. That's the thing about the guard. Why collect any other faction? You want to collect an elite army? Guards got you covered. Scions, Bulgarins, Kazakin. You want to collect a horde army? Mass infantry. You want to collect a tank army? Guards got you covered. Why would you ever collect another force? Just boggles my mind, boys. Boggles my mind. Why would you Why would you settle for the second best when you can have the true Emperor's finest? I'm talking to all the Custodians players out there. Luke, you know, bro. You know. Amazing. All right. Dominating2, fantastic list. I'd be really curious to know what your terrain was like, man. And overall, I can say I'm not surprised that this has done quite well. A lot of people would struggle with that. A lot of people struggle with that. Amazing. All righty ho ho. Let's get going into the games, guys. This is what we're all here for, right? We're all here to talk about games. We're here to talk about the GT. Okay. So I just want to say, by the way, half in stream and Luke, do not worry. I will get to your super chats in just a moment. Let me set up the first game, then I will quickly get into your tips and super chats in just a moment. So give me 5-10 minutes, so and there we go. All right. Firstly, we have a little. What does the war hero need to do to get some lubrication around here? Okay, so the first game. So the first thing to say is very quickly touch upon the lay of the land. Very quickly, 1 minute. All right. Going to a super major is very different to going to another kind of event. So when you go to a RTT, there tends to be two kinds, an RT being a small one-day event with 3 games. You tend to find that there are, there's 2 kinds of RTT. There's fun local RTTs, and then there's absolutely fucking pissing blood Shark Tank RTTs, all right? The reason why you tend to get such a polar opposite is because an RTT, if it's a fluffy one, it's just local players turning up with their local armies. It's a local tournament for local people. Don't worry, Tubbs, they won't get far. And so what you tend to find is if you turn up to one of those and you're going to win and you've got a little bit more awareness of the meta and everything, you'll just go in there, you're just, hammer in each hand, hobnail boots, you'll be clubbing 4 seals a fucking round, basically. That's what's going to be happening. Or you go to a Shark Tank where it's because at some point someone's going to do this to your local scene. At some point, either the players are going to go, I don't want to do taunts anymore, or the only players that are left are going to be like, I'm here to fuck. The arms race starts and everyone starts playing properly. Okay, so that's what happens at an RTT. A GT, you tend to find GTs these days are at this point in the edition are pretty much always a Shark Tank. You never come across a friendly GT anymore. That's a 2-day event for 5 games, and they tend to have 50 or 60 players in, between 30 and 60 players. You never find any of those not being Shark Tanks. Not anymore. Every GT you go to will be a Shark Tank. Because if you're going to a GT, typically you've signed up for 2 days, you really want to play Warhammer for 2 days, and no one wants to go to a GT and get their ass handed to them for 2 days in a row. No one wants to do that. And people can't take it seriously. And at this point in the edition, the only people really going to GTs are people who want to give up their whole weekends consistently to play Warhammer, are people who are really, really in it to play it, basically. Then you get to super majors. Now, super majors are a bit different because whilst you find that super majors there's a lot of people, super majors are big. I mean, really big. We're talking, we're talking 150 plus players. And when you get to that amount of players, even like top tier meta winning factions will have huge amounts of variety in them. You will, if you go to GT and you won't see the same Dark Angels list twice. You won't see the same GSC list twice. Everyone puts their own twist, their own spice in it. This means that you can go to a super major and this is why I like going to super majors, because you'll actually find that a lot of the games you play will be fun. And it's
Cassican squad ready
unless
for
you
war.
are there 100-0ing every fucking game of the event, you're unlikely to ever face the top players unless you're unlucky enough to get paired
Cassican
against
squad
them
ready for
round
war.
one. So super majors actually but super majors are tough, but you actually get to see a huge variety of armies, and you actually get to see a lot of different flavors of the same kind of list, which is kind of cool, which is why I like them. All right. It's popping up, boys! It is popping up. I just want to quickly say a huge thank you to Nexican First, Pope of the Tea, Pope of our hearts. Gonna sleep, turning Voxcasts of Rax broadcast. Nice, just have that background explosions going off, bro. Amazing. Nexican First, thank you for joining the stream, as always, bro. And thank you for the support. Absolutely brilliant, man. Just listen to the sound of mass graves being dug with the trenching tools. You know, just roll the body in. And then the dirt being piled on top, just that over and over and over again, man. There you go. That's what all good Kriegers like to listen to. All the Kriegers like to listen to. Amazing. Thank you so much, Nexican First, for the super chat. Then thank you for the member flex. 4-month member flex, bro. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for your continued support. Got that last pistol now. And then also thank you for the 5 gifted Morning and Glory memberships. Dude, my man. Thank you, Nexican First. Really appreciate the gifted memberships, dude. And if you're Luke, you're a member now. See, now you've got to collect guard. You said in our game you wanted to collect guard. Luke, you manis, the Diadoki, you've got to become a guard player now. And Thomas, and Kevin, and Obscurian, and Rookie. Make sure you say a big thank you to Nexican for your gifted membership. If you are a new channel member, by the way, then make sure you know the perks are you get a green name in stream, so everyone knows you're a big dick swinging player with your green name. You also get a badge next to your name. The longer you remember, the better the badge becomes. It starts off as a bayonet, becomes cross bayonet, so on and so forth. It gets better and better. You also get access to, these are all like little cosmetic things, but they're kind of fun. So you also get access to like some cool like emojis, custom emojis that you can use. Now you can use these in stream, and you can use them on my videos as well, which is kind of cool. And the last thing, the kind of like the big thing, the what I call the major perk, is you get access to the Mordian Glory Discord server. And you get access to that by going over to my main page, going over to the members area, and following the link in there. All right, there you go. Shameless plug over, man. There we go. Oh,
Reporting for duty, sir.
all me choking on my own spit. Righty ho ho. There we go. Amazing. All right, Laney, good to see you the weekend. You smashed it, bro. Good to meet you too, buddy. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for coming and saying hello, and hope you did well. I hope you did well at the GT as well, man. Amazing. Okay, got to make sure I've not missed anyone here. No, we've got Abraham, Father Abraham, with the gifted memberships. I don't know if I said thank you to you before, Father Abraham. So in case I missed it, I'm going to say thank you now. Father Abraham, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, bro. Thank you for doing your part. Come on, you apes. You want to live forever. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Abraham. And if your name is Stop with Camel, Commander Baneblade, Leroy Jenkins, Guardsman Holden, and Boss Conqueror, make sure you say a big thank you to Father Abraham. Absolutely incredible, man. Appreciate it, dude. Amazing. Okay. So that was the lay of the land. So the Super Major, there was a lot of very, very strong lists there, but you'll tend to find that they're a little bit more interesting than just the same fucking game-breaking shit you find at GTs, all right? Now, my first game was against Imperial Knights. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Imperial Knights is a really good matchup for Guard. Really good matchup for Guard. Yeah, it's one of those where you have more OBSEC than them, and you have more guns than them, and your guns tend to be tougher than their guns, and unless things go fucking sideways, unless your luck is just, you know, unholy in its badness, then yeah, guard tend to find it pretty, it's a pretty good matchup for us. So the list that my opponent had, so I can tell you the mission and everything. I'll tell you the mission, and then we'll go through a couple of more super chats. So the list was, let me just check the mission here. So the mission was secure missing artifacts. So it's a 5 objective mission. And my opponent took bring it down for my Lehman Russes. He took yield no ground, and he took grind them down. And I took bring it down naturally against his knights. I took boots on the ground and inflexible command. Now, my opponent's list was essentially 3 medium-sized knights and 4 baby knights. So the medium-sized knights, he had one with like a big laser beam gun. It's like the Preceptor. And then he had one with a Gatling gun and a battle cannon, and it had like a relic Gatling gun. And then he had one with a battle cannon and a chainsword. And then he had 2 baby knights with the double auto cannons and 2 baby knights with a chainsword and a melter gun. Okay. Now, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I won't give too much away straight away. It's a good matchup. Now, my deployment was pretty simple. There was 3 L-shaped ruins in my deployment zone. I put 30 infantry behind each L-shaped ruin. I knew he wasn't going to get a first turn charge on me, and then I put 4 Lehman Russes, basically backlined, and then I had 2 Lehman Russes that I stuck out in front. And you might be thinking, 2 Lehman Russes that you stuck out in front. Why, Mordian? Why would you do that? Well, all I'm going to say is, some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Basically, I wanted to bait him. I wanted to masturbate. The master of bait over here. I wanted to bait him. And I put 2 Russes out because if I did, I knew he would go for him. And if he didn't go for him, and if I got turn 1, they'd just be able to like blow his knights up because he couldn't hide his knights because they're knights, they're big. He had the knight house like it was like the Mechanicus one, gave him 2 extra wounds and a feel no pain. Alex Wargamer, the game you wanted to swap with me. Yeah, well, I kind of wish I had your first game, bro. As will become abundantly clear in a moment. Now the guy that I was playing against, let me just double check. I don't want to. He was Andy. The guy I played was Andy. Really, really nice guy. Been to a few events. Used knights and custodians were his main army, so he was used to running elite armies. And he got his deployment was pretty standard. He had a big knight and 2 baby knights on one side, 2 big knights and 2 baby knights on the other side. That was it. Now he got first turn, and he saw the 2 Russes, and he was like, give me them Russes, bitch, give me them Russes. And he went flying in with everything he had. And he went push forward really aggressively, and he killed both Russes. It took his whole army, but I didn't even spend any like CP trying to protect them because I'd already accepted they were going to die. So I lost 2 Russes, and then it came over to my turn, and I just went all in. He'd gone all in, which was not the right move in my opinion, because by moving so far forward and being so aggressive, it meant that all of my infantry could get into range turn 1. If he'd been a bit more cagey about it, then my infantry wouldn't have been in range, and a lot of my firepower would have been diminished. But he did, and I even said to him, I was like, "Oh, bro, you fucking going for it there?" He's like, "Well, boldness and all that kind of stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, fair enough." Like I tried to sort of, I don't want to tell him what to do because it's his game plan. He knows his army better than me. I don't know what all the stratagems and shit are, but I was surprised by how aggressive he went. I think in hindsight, I should have maybe. It's difficult. It's a tournament, so I don't want to tell people what to do, and because if I tell them what to do and then it's wrong and then they lose the game, they're getting very salty at me. But in hindsight, I should have been like, bro, this is like this is very risky what you're doing. I don't want to voodoo you, man, but this is very risky because I don't want the game to be so one-sided. As it was, he went fucking all in with these knights, right? And he killed 2 Russes, which is worth about 330 points, precisely 330 points. And then I came out and blew away 2 big knights and change. 2 big knights and change, which was about 1,000 points, which didn't fully seal the game, but certainly put me in a very commanding position. Considering the two big knights that got destroyed were the ones with guns, so it's like a fucking chainsaw bastard running around. Yeah, I mean, the reason I did so much damage to him is if I put take aim on guardsmen and then I tell those guardsmen to shoot a knight, it doesn't matter that the knight is toughness 8. I'm auto wounding him on 6s, and it's 8 for -1. He's on a 4-up save. You just trickle those wounds off. And all you need is when you've got a melt gun in every squad, all you need to do is get up close, get within, and you you get that melt through. It's like, so you can't rotate everywhere. So all my infantry basically not all, but like 40 infantry dogpiled a knight, and 40 infantry killed a fucking knight. That was it. 40 infantry just killed a knight. They might have had a little bit of supporting fire from one of my tanks, but that was it. And then the Vanquisher cannon went into the next knight, which was the laser one. And it just took fucking like 9 wounds off it. So it went with the Vanquisher, which like doesn't quite cut a knight in half, but it cuts it in a third. And then once the other 3 tanks had joined it, that knight was dead, and a couple of the baby knights were injured as well. He goes over to my opponent's turn 2, and he's like, oh. Now, my opponent, he used a stratagem to try and get a knight back up on D3 wounds. But it didn't go off, which is a shame. It's kind of like, it was 2 CP, and on a 4+ the knight comes back. I feel like if he had got the... I feel like that stratagem should be 2 CP and it comes back on 1 wound. Straight up. That's what it should be. The fact that it's a 4+, it's kind of like fire on my target. Oh, maybe I'll do the mortal wounds and not cost 2 CP. Do you know what I mean? I know you're getting a full knight back. I know you can spend more CP to make it act on top profile. But it's a lot of CP for it not to go off, and it didn't go off. So, there you go. I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game, though. So, it then comes over to my opponent's turn. And remember, he's taken Bring It Down. So, really, his main focus is on my tanks. And he puts, like, 4 baby knights into a tank, and he puts like some smattering of firepower into my infantry, and I think he kills about 20 infantry, and then like really badly damages one of my Russes, but doesn't kill it. And then it comes over to my turn 2, and I blow away 3 out of 4 baby knights, and I bring his other big knight down to 8 wounds. So it's just got like nothing. He's literally got, but going into his turn 3, he's got a knight with 8 wounds and a baby knight. That's it. He manages to kill 1 more Leman Russ, which gets him another 2 points to bring it down. Comes over to my turn 3, and yeah, he loses his remaining army, and he was tabled within 3 turns. It was fucking brutal. It was insane. Like, just the amount of fire is, and it was just because I was in rapid fire rage from turn fucking 1. It was just like, it was just grim. And like, every time I get a plasma shot through, it's like, oh, that's 2 damage. Every time I get, I had what the coolest moment I had though. The coolest moment I had in the game was when there was this baby knight that was on like 1 wound left. And I was like, I fired this infantry squad into it, and the sergeant was leading the squad, and he was in range with the grenade. So for a bit of fun, I thought, you know what, I'll fucking yeet a grenade up. I know it's 4 shots Tommy gun, but it doesn't really matter. So I threw the frag grenade, and I got the big 6 hits, and I got a couple of auto wounds, and my opponent failed a save, and his baby knight died. And I just like to imagine that the sergeant like turns to like the recruit. There's like a new recruit in the squad, like the melter gun, like goes to like aim at the knight, and sergeant like goes, put that down, lad. I'm going to show you something they don't teach you in the handbook. Like pulls out a frag grenade, underarms it into like the exhaust, into like this fucking knight. Just like blows up, and it's like sergeant like lights up a big fucking stogie. It's like, that's how we do it in the Mordians, boy. It was just like a really cool moment. But I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit of a pisser, bit of a pisser for my opponent. I mean, who wants to start off the tournament and get tabled in 3 turns? I mean, I apologize to him. I said I'm really sorry, bro. I just to be honest, I just kind of tried to end the game as quickly as possible because I could see my opponent wasn't enjoying it. There's no point in me like dragging the game out. Like he might, his friend had finished his game early as well. So basically, we sort of just, we finished the game within like, I think it was like an hour. We finished the game. It was pretty quick. And then we sort of just chatted for like half an hour afterwards. And he was a bit annoyed, but you know, he said at least you weren't like, his exact words, he's like, at least you weren't a cunt about it. And I was like, well, bro, you know, like I apologize. I don't mean to start your day off like this. I just figured, you know, might as well get this over with kind of thing. And he was like, yeah. And he said, all my mates warned me how bad this was going to be. And I thought when I got first turn and I killed 2 Russes, I had a chance. And then when you killed 2 knights in a turn, I realized I didn't have a chance. And I just was like, I'm just trying to get as many points as possible. To kind of put it into perspective, guys, the final score on that game was 100 points to me. Because I managed to max out all my points easily, you know, and it was 29 points to Andy, which, like I said, it was a proper smashing. It was a 9th edition smashing, boys. You know, didn't feel particularly proud of it, but you know, the Emperor. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders, you know, and that's as simple as it gets, boys. So we did what we had to do. I did what I had to do. Looks like the Nightmare's like, Lord. Nightmare's like, Lord Mordian, the Imperial Guard. There's too many of them. What do we do? She's like,
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
oh, it was bad, boys. It was real bad. Oh my god, it was real fucking bad. All right. But it was fun. It was a good start. Good start to the event for me personally. You know, got a big win under my belt. Big 100-0. Can't complain. And the list. I mean, the list is what it said in the Tim. My opponent had no chance of getting on any objectives because I was out obsected him, and I outshot my opponent. And it's just, it was a really good start of, you know, really good sort of indictment in a good way of the list. And the strategy and the thought that had gone into it. But it was a painful first game, not gonna lie. All right, that was game number 1. We've got a few super chats that I've been stacking up, boys, so let me get to those just now. Give me a second to have a quick drink. Oh no, we've run out of Pepsi Max. Have we though? Pepsi, if somehow you ever watch this video, or if anyone knows anyone, or if anyone works for Pepsi, please sponsor this channel. Just sponsor it. I will drink only Pepsi Max until you know, I die. Oh my god, is it gonna explode on me now? No, not quite. There we go. I've almost got bukaki'd. I would have said Iron Brew sponsor this channel, but they turned me down, so that they don't do online sponsorship at the moment. A bit snubbed, not gonna lie. But there we go. I'm joking. Iron Brew's still my favourite drink. All right, what do we got going on here? Let's take a little look. So we have got coming in strong. We've got next come first. We've got Max Rowe. Max Rowe, thank you so much for the Menflex, bro. Absolutely incredible. Try hard list review by email. Max Rowe, if you send it in, I will take a look at it. No problem whatsoever. Thank you so much for Menflex, dude. Absolutely incredible. Make sure you send it to me in Gmail or Discord and let me know how you sent it to me, and then I can take a little look at it for you. But dude, thank you for the ongoing membership support, man. Incredible. Thank you for doing your part. We have then got cool German dude, Mordian. Cool German dude, thank you for the German super chat, bro. Absolutely incredible. Mordian just got 70 Metal Steel Legion, 2 Russes and a Chimera days before the pre-order from a chap in chat I'm in. Only had to pay shipping. Wow, that is that's a fucking deal. That is, bro. All I want to say is, cool German dude, super jealous, man. 70 Metal Steel Legion is a fucking fortune. I mean, that is £280 worth of models, brand new from GW, I think, according to their made to order. Can I just say, cool German dude, you know, I am super happy for you, by the way. But boys, how bullshit is that made to order? We're not going to go off a tangent here. Don't worry. I'm just going to say, that made to order is bullshit. In fact, that made to order is so bullshit, I'm going to do a video about it. It's coming out tomorrow, and I'm going to talk about, and I want us to weaponize, boys. I want us to weaponize our, our guard mentality, and I think that video needs to be shared far wide. We need to get some fucking public pressure on GW, because those made-to-order prices are frankly criminal. They are frankly criminal. You are not telling me that between a year from the Valhalla made-to-order to like this made-to-order, that the price of a platoon of metal models has gone up from £75 to £110. It's just ridiculous. £22.50 for a heavy weapon gun. They already have the molds. Those prices need to be the same. At the very least, they should match what we pay for new Cadians. 30. I will accept 30 quid for a squad of infantry. I don't want to, but I'll accept it. I'll take 30 quid for squad of Steel Legion. I will accept, however much. Was it 12 quid for a heavy weapon team? I'll accept that. But I am not paying £19 for a plasma gunner. I'm sorry. Get to fuck. All those characters need to be £15. Plasma gun guy needs to be a tenner. All the heavy weapon team guys need to be £12.50, and the infantry squads need to be 30 quid. To be honest, they probably need to be 25, but I'll accept 30. All right, that's what the prices need to be, and the platoon needs to be £85. Done. All right, that's what they need to. That's what they need to be. That I'm not saying anymore. Like I said, full video will be coming out later, but fucking ridiculous, man. Anyway, cool German dude though. Didn't mean to hijack your card, bro. Thank you for the support, and that is really. That's a good haul. It's a very good haul. And then we've got the Rainbow Card Effects. Rainbow Card Effects, thank you for the super chat, bro. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Just joined. Quick recap, please. Very quick recap. Rainbow Card Effects, I was at the Manchester GT this weekend. It was a super major. There were over 250 players there. It was pretty bloody competitive. I would call it at least, I wouldn't call it a full-blown mega megalodon tank. Definitely a shark tank though. Some of the biggest names in UK 40k were there. In fact, all the big names. There was everyone who was somewhere in UK 40k was there. And my first game was against Knights, and unfortunately, there's no real polite way of saying this. I butt fucked him, and I won 100 points to 29. It was pretty gnarly, to say the least. That's the quickest recap I can possibly give. Rainbow Card Effects, thank you for the support, my good man. Absolutely incredible. I will say, Rainbow Card Effects, something you'll be happy about. There were a lot of GSC there, and there's a lot of GSC versus guard games, and they all look like a lot of fun. They all look really good. Dude, thank you for the support, man. Absolutely incredible.
Victory is assured.
And then we've got Matthew Rumler. Absolutely brilliant, dude. Thank you for the 5 gifted Morning Glory memberships. Come on, you apes, you want to live forever. Absolutely amazing, Matthew Rumler. If your name is Sean, Brendan, Jacob, Big Lab Rat, and Nick P, make sure to say a big thank you to Matthew for your gifted membership and for giving you the opportunity to do your part to serve the Emperor and the Imperium. There we go, boys. Amazing. Thank you so much, Matthew. Incredible. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you for doing your part to grow the community. And then we've got It's Me, Marco! It's me! Thank you so much, Super Chat, dude. Incredible. After a victorious weekend, let us rejoice. The Emperor protects, and by his will, we shall be victorious. Indeed, it's me, Marco. Indeed, yes. Absolutely amazing, man. Dude, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, the Giga Chat. And yes, it was a victorious weekend indeed. There were many guard players that did very well. I heard we won Adepticon. I haven't checked the results yet, but I heard we won Adepticon, which is pretty cool. And it's me, Marco. Thank you for because you reminded me, guys. I don't mean to get the hype train rolling, but this something I want to promote. We got 100 very quick. Don't worry, it's not a bad promotion, guys. It's not a shameless plug. Just to make you guys aware of something. This Thursday, Cajun Sergeant Steel. We're doing another collab stream together, and he is going to be taking us through his experience at Adepticon. So we are going to be doing my after action report, and then we're going to be doing Cajun Sergeant Steele's after action report. It's all happening. It's popping up, boys. The Guard High Council is coming together. It's going to be pretty cool. So if that gets you pretty excited, make sure you tune in on Thursday. We're going to be hyping up and doing all of the promotion, all that kind of good stuff, guys. So I told you it wasn't a shameless plug, which is letting you guys know about stuff. All right, it's me, Marco. Thank you for the Giga Chat, man. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for the support. And then we've got a couple more. We've got a couple of tips coming in. We've got one coming in from Half in stream. Boreal's transmission is waiting. You can find it in my last tip. Half in stream, thank you for both tips. Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten about you, buddy. Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten. I was just getting to it. I was abusing your goodwill and kind nature like the good professional streamer that I am. Oh my god. Half in stream, thank you so much for both tips, bro. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. Let's take a look at that video right now. Let's take a look. And then we've got, let me just get that loaded up right now. And then I just want to say I've got another super chat coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to Luke, also known as Eumenes the Diadoki. Thank you for your super chat, bro. Thank you for your patience. I waited until now but for you that don't know, Luke and I played each other at Manchester this weekend. He was my game too, and he's done a super chat for me, so I waited until I got the game to talk about his super chat, because I thought you guys would quite like that. So, Luke, when we go through our game, please pretend my score was higher. This is totally not a bribe. Oh my god. Bro, I'm sorry. But as a store, if you were talking to someone from, the Adeptus Administratum, naturally, I would take a bribe. But you're talking to a man of Mordia. Iron runs through my veins and my bank account. You cannot bribe me. I'm joking. I'm totally open to it. Yeah, so ignore the official score. Luke totally won our game. He 100-0'd me. I didn't even get a paying score somehow. Yeah, Luke. That about cover it, man. Yeah. That was game 2. Moving on to game 3. I'm only joking, bro. I'm only joking, boys. Luke, thank you for super chat. I actually thought our game was pretty good. Our game it might not seem like it in the score, but it was very, very close. And don't worry, I will give you the fairest, most unbiased assessment possible, man. And I can tell you now, Luke, you, out of anyone that weekend, you, in a funny sort of way, you came in anyone that day, you're the one that came closest to beating me in a funny sort of way. And we'll get to that in a moment, guys. We'll get to that in a moment. But Luke, thank you so much for that. Absolutely brilliant. So before we get to game number two, Half in Stream has sent us a cheeky little YouTube video. Now, for those of you that don't know, Half in Stream and his friend Electric have been doing an experiment with some AI generated Warhammer 40k raps, and they're really, really good. In fact, I strongly recommend that all of you, I'm going to put the link in there right now. I strongly recommend that when you get a moment, you follow that link and you listen to them, because they're all really good. Now, the first two that we've had, let me just remind myself, we had Penance and we had Relics, and Relics was the original one, and it was good, a little rough around the edges, but the heart was there. And then Penance was smooth. It was fucking fire. It was smooth. It was really, really good. So I'm gonna if I get Rickrolled. You're not gonna get Rickrolled unless he Rickrolls me. Now I'm just gonna put it on as the background song. We're just gonna listen to it now, boys. But it is pretty good. It is pretty good. So let's see what this is. I haven't heard this one myself yet. It's only a couple of minutes long, so we'll listen to the song and then we'll get into game number 2. To set you guys up for game number 2, it was versus Custodes, and my opponent had Den Wardens. He had Den Wardens, boys. We all know Wardens so hard right now. So we'll get to that. So that's to get you guys hyped up. Before we get into it, though, let's listen to the song. See how it goes.
All other chapters but Black Templars are pussies. They are bullshit.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Human. They are billion pieces of shit.
That's my voice.
Black Templars are the ultimate fucking chapter. To quote Lord Commander Terry Crews, this is the hill I choose to die on. It's as simple as that, man.
Morning Glory diss track.
Boreal is disappointed in you. He can be disappointed in me whilst he accepts fucking Gilliman's load right into his fucking bumhole. That's how I don't give a shit, man. I don't give a fucking shit, bro.
Oh no. Oh no.
About to drop an album, but you're sitting on your bum. All of your success is to me but a crumb. You think I'm disappearing? You couldn't be more wrong. On every fucking stream, you're shilling for my songs. Lucky in the tournaments, but you still live in tenements. painting at trash level and excusing it with sentiments. Think you got a life, yet you're hiding from your wife. Whispering to stream while she's sneaking with a knife. Just saw you playing Tau? I just gotta say, wow, that shit was disgusting. You better stop it now. You got their codex, burn it, or your luck will turn to shit. Take your models and blow them up, or Iron Brew won't fill your cup. On stream, you complain about a gripe. While with your wife, I'm talking on Skype. You plead to her to stop that life, while my scout is sharpening his knife.
Boreal, stop talking about his wife. Do you need some discipline in your life?
What's going on here? Dissing MG? He's defenseless at the moment, can't you see? Pick on someone who can fight back since you think you're tough. It's time to bite back, and it is going to be
Lucas
rough.
Alexander.
Enemies of the Imperium, hear me. You have come here to die. Gonna burn your wives and children while you fucking cry. Eldar Tau and other Xenos are but small fry. The Blood Ravens are the ones I'm gonna hang to dry. Cut off their logistics and replace their chainswords with sticks. While their officers are too busy trying to stroke their dicks. Boreal's steel rain is nothing but piss.
Classic.
Those space marines are begging me to diss. Killed half your chapter. Way to fucking go, Indrik. I killed most of my men, yet my numbers seem to grow. Got them massive bolters because you try to compensate. Your spitting shit takes. Man, you think you're Andrew Tate. Turn a down
love the Lucas
because
Alexander,
you gotta
man.
spin 10 times to make your strategies and tactics have reasons or rhymes.
Orbital bombardment, you'll die in your apartment.
It's a diss track,
Handouts
boys.
from the internet are the only way you pay rent. I'm dropping rhymes and bars. Your men die, we get scars. Drawn to the meta, you a moth. When my snipers see you, it's popping off.
Orbital bombardments only hit one spot, while my Earthshakers make a city-sized dot. I'll admit, you're competent, not. They should have left your sorry ass in jail to rot. I rhyme in groups of 4 with militarum order, while your rhyme scheme looks like immigrants at a border. You're a space marine, an angel of death, augmented and enhanced. If you had to use a las gun, you'd piss your throne-damned pants.
Yeah.
Gonna make you vomit, stab you in the Belcher's glands. You mess with my army, Cadia fucking stands.
Yes.
Cadia blew up.
And so will your career. While all your albums flop, you can't even shed a tear. Now get out and don't let the door slam you in your rear. Chapter Master Angelos, clean up your mess. Quarantine him before his folly spreads to the rest.
While we were rapping, I rigged his base to blow. After all of those nukes, his troops are gonna glow.
Damn it,
Reporting
Boreal,
for duty,
that is friendly
sir.
fire. Of your stupid shenanigans, I already tire.
Nice. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I like that. I like that. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty good. That was best one yet, guys. Possibly best. Those of you that heard the other ones, best one yet. Best one yet. Lucas Alexander coming in, man. That was so good. And oh my god, I can't believe you nixed that fucking Black Templar rant. It was just like, I'm gonna put that in the song. Amazing, dude. Really, 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 really cool. Really good. Fantastic work as always. Fantastic work. Amazing. I raised my glass to you, Alpha Stream. Thank you for the support. And amazing. I honestly, hand on heart, best one yet. Smoothest one. It was just, yeah, really, really. Because I liked Penance, but it wasn't as long. And that one was like quality of Penance, but length of Relic. So I like that, man. I like that a lot. The full Boreal album coming together, man. It's coming together. All right. We've got a couple more. Whilst the song was playing, a couple of super chats came in. It's popping up, boys. It is popping up. Let's see what we've got going on here. We've got a tip coming in from Tao Tom, and then we've got a couple of super chats as well. So thank you to Tao Tom, thank you to Travis, and thank you to Luke. Thank you to all of you guys for your support. Tao Tom, there are a couple of cool people cosplaying Guard at Adepticon. One was full Krieg and a Scion costume. I need to prep for Gen Con. Maybe borrow a good armor set for a 100 Kingdoms cosplay. Need to get to painting. Yes, Tao Tom. Yes, incredible, man. I think I'm gonna get my Guard cosplay together. I'm gonna get I'm basically gonna get like a World War One generals. Some of you guys know this already. I'm gonna get a World War One officer uniform together, and then I've got all these like collectible coins from like GW and stuff, and like that's like the Honorifica Imperialis. And I'm gonna like attach them to some ribbon and like have like medals across the chest. I think that'd be pretty cool to go to like a NATO event, full blown fucking cosplay, bro. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool because you can get into character. And then you can role play a little bit, and it can be kind of fun. And I've never done that before. I think I'd want to do it as like a NAT event because then people are into it. And I'd like to do it like with like a full blown like World War One style list. When all my field bombast cannons turn up, because I've got like 6 of them on the way, then I'll definitely do that. That'd be kind of cool. But Tom, amazing, man. Dude, hope you had a good time at Adepticon. Sounds really cool. If you got any pictures of those Krieg and Sound guys, I'd love to have a look at them. And yeah, gotta get the armor, bro. Gotta role play. Gotta do it, man. Bro, thank you for the support, man. Absolutely incredible. And then we've got Travis, my boy! Travis, my fellow survivor of the chicken burger of death. Those that don't know, Travis and I, we have broken bread together when I was in Florida, and we both ordered a chicken burger, and both of our chicken burgers were fucking raw. And yeah, it was the first time we almost died. True story, bro. But Travis, thank you for the super chat, dude. Glad to see the chickens haven't got you yet, man. You sneaky grot, early stream. I just got caught up. Yeah, I say boycott GW. Those Steel Legion prices are crap. Only buying the one with the orc head. HTL, I don't know what HTL stands for. Hide the losses. Here, tits, lasso. I don't know. HTL. There we go. So Travis, bro, it's the clocks have changed. The clocks have changed. The clocks have gone forward an hour. So yeah, starting the stream now early. I did do an announcement in the Discord, but obviously that doesn't necessarily reach everybody. But bro, yeah, the streams will be an hour earlier to what you're used to going forward, just because of the daylight saving times and everything. But yeah, 100%. Those Steel Legion prices, boys. That's it. It was the one chance that GW had to like bring me back as a guard player, as a classic guard player. And this, by the way, guys, if you enjoy guard and you're enjoying all the new models, that's absolutely fine. Please don't think that my annoyance at GW should affect you in any way, shape, or form. If you have no issue with the GW prices and you like buying the models and everything, power to you, man. You know, everyone's got to make their decisions, and I fully respect that. Sometimes it's just nice to get caught up in the excitement, right? I totally get it. But me personally, someone who's been in the hobby a long time, someone who's played a lot of guard and has got a lot of old school models. I have to say, I was really looking forward to that Steel Legion. I was actually ready to drop like, £200-300 on it. And I was going to use it to really round out my Steel Legion collection. I was going to get three, maybe even like four of the squads. I was going to get all the heavy weapons teams, plasma gunners, everything. I was fully ready, and now I'm not going to buy any of it. Not going to get any of it. What can I say, boys? It's because I was so hyped for it. The disappointment I feel now is double. Because I was up, rather than starting here and going down here, I was up here and now I'm down here about the whole thing. So yeah, it was pretty. It's just unacceptable, in my opinion. Completely unacceptable. There we go. But dude, Travis, 100%, man. Still, Legion prices are crap. I personally will. I'm no GW anymore. I'm done. I'm buying secondhand, or I'm going third party. Simple as that, man. Yeah, it's a shame. I wanted to fill out my Steel Legion collection. Doesn't look like I'll be able to do that. I can't. You got to stick to your principles, boys. You got to stick to your principles. That's what I say. But dude, Travis, thank you so much for the support, man, and great to have you in the stream, buddy, as always. Someone was asking, was it Tiki the Hut? Wait, when you were in? I need to have my stream music back on. When were you in Florida? I've been to Florida a couple of times now. My missus loves it over there, so we tend to go for like Universal and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, it was last year, about 6 months ago. About 6 months ago. Yeah. HGL, hold the line. Of course it's not like, hanging tits or so. There we go. Naturally. Thank you, Bob the GC. Appreciate it, man. And then we've got Luke. Thank you so much for support, buddy. Luke defending himself as best as he can in chat. I mean, look, bro, you're coming to a guard chat and you're trying to justify any wardens in your list. You have no power here, Luke. Only 9 wardens. They were also borrowed from my first GT. So what you're saying is you didn't even have the goddamn common courtesy to buy the meta unit yourself, put the fucking effort in to painting them yourself. Bro, you fucking sicken me. Shout out to Kev for them and Brody for the Forge Shield gun. Dude, it's absolutely fine. 9 wardens is more than acceptable. I mean, you go into a GT, you expect a certain level of spice in list, should we say. And nine wardens actually taking it easy on me, bro. The weekend before, I had faced 23 of them. And let's be honest, I didn't win that game. I didn't win that game. Oh my god. But Luke, thank you for support, man. Absolutely good. Well, yeah, 9 wardens is a pretty legit amount. Not too spicy, but not too mild. Just perfect. Nice level amount of spice there. Amazing. Thank you so much, Luke. Appreciate the support, man. Absolutely incredible. I hope you had fun. Hope the rest of your event. What was your final score, Luke? I'll keep an eye out for you in chat. What was your final score, bro? And then we have a couple more super chats popping in here, and then we're getting into game number 2. We got one from Lord Brett. My Lord General, Guardfest equals Cosfest. Oh yeah, Guardfest is going to be full blown cosplay. My uniform will be ready for that. Simple as that. No questions asked, man. Dude, thank you, Lord Brett, so much for the super chat. Absolutely incredible. And yes, looking forward to Guardfest in August. It's looking forward to the event, man. It's going to be good. Humanies, what is 07? It's a salute. It's a head and a salute. It's a salute. 07. Amazing. Lord Prayer, thank you for support, man. Yes, Guardfest will be Cosfest, 100%. And it's me, Marco, my boy! Thank you for the happy Gasfest noises. Sounds like you still need that 3D printing. Well, yes, the 3D print's definitely... It's going to happen. I was going to get it this month, but then a couple of other things popped up, and I just wanted to be a bit sensible with it. So it will be... something that will be happening in the near future. Just need to get the Battle Bunker 2.0 sorted out, and then we're going to be good. But yes, it's me, Marco. Definitely 3D printer is in the near future. Incredible. In fact, if you're in stream right now, we've got 150 people in stream, which is pretty fucking good. If you're in stream right now, let us know. Do you have a 3D printer or not? And if you do, was it a recent thing that you got in response to prices, or is it something you've always been interested in, like hobby-wise? What was your reason behind getting one? Kind of interested to see, how it, what the amount of people that have 3D printers are in the chat, man. Okay, okie dokie. So thank you to everyone for your super chats, for your tips, for liking the stream, for joining the stream. It's popping up, boys. It is popping off. Okay, so game number 1. Those that have just joined us, game number 1, I crushed Imperial Knight. It was unfortunately a little bit of a one-sided game. I scored 100 points. My opponent got 29 points. That is including painting, unfortunately, for him. But game number 2 proved to be different kettle of fish. Because game number 2 was against Luke, who's in chat right now, Humanies the Diadoki, and his Custodies. Now, Luke's list was definitely one I was more concerned about. I'm not just saying that to wank him off because he's in chat right now, all right? Although, Luke, give me a couple more super chats and, there we go, all right? But apart... but no, joking, homoeroticism aside, I mean, I know that's no fun, but, trying to be sensible here for a moment. Luke's list was a big full-man block of Custodian Guard with sword and board, a big block of Custodian Wardens. It wasn't the full 10, it was 9 of them, but it was, 9, 10. It's fucking a big block of Custodian Wardens at the end of the day. 2 squads of bikes with all of them melters. And then Trajan, the big bad twat man. We all know Trajan's a twat. It's as simple as that. And he continued to be a twat in this game. And then it was the Custodian's equivalent of the big bullshit banner, which is... banner of -1 to hit, and then also he had a warlord trait where he's like, oh, you sir can advance and charge. It's like, great. And then there were 3 Terminators, 1 squad of 1, 2 squads of 2, and then there was a single unit of Sisters of Silence, and I believe that was the full list off the top of my head. So it was pretty spicy. It was pretty spicy. Now, the reason why I was concerned about this list was because it had a couple of bikes in it. And the bike squads are a real pain in the ass because they can fly forward, blow stuff up, and then they're pretty durable, and then they can fly into into your infantry, and they can fly into your tanks, and they can start tying you up. Fly units are a real problem for my army, so there's that. And they're also annoyingly tough with their toughness and their number of wounds and their 4+ invulnerable save. They always take more to kill than you expect. Even though there's like 3 balls in the squad, they always take more to kill than you expect. Bear in mind, there's a lot of dense terrain on the board and everything, which they can benefit from. So I knew that there was a real chance that I would, whilst I was dealing with the bikes, there's a bike captain as well. Whilst I was dealing with the bikes, the wardens and the custodian guard were going to be stomping up the fucking board and penning me in. And by the time I blasted through 20 fucking, custodian infantry and like 7 of their bikes, one of which is a mega bike captain, it's going to get to like bottom of 3. I'm only going to have turns 4 and 5. I might not be able to put it back on primary. That might be it. That might be GG. So that was something that I was concerned about. And bear in mind, like, I've got mortars, and mortars literally do like nothing. Just do nothing into custodies. Like my best thing that my mortars can do into custodies is like slap a fucking -1 to hit modifier on them in most cases, because they're just gonna just bounce. And that typically that's what they do, right? So, Luke, I never had a bike captain, Mordy. Wish I didn't hindsight. Fair enough. There was no bike captain. Okay, apologies. I thought there was for a second. Now, deployment for me was pretty standard. I deployed those 3 ruins in my deployment zone. I deployed, well, there was like 1 on the left flank, 1 on the right flank, 1 in the front of my deployment zone, and there's a massive L shape in the back. In fact, I actually have a terrain map. Might not be super clear on screen, but I'll try it out. I brought one of these back with me. Really, really neat. Got a little terrain map, which is always helpful for trying to understand and like visualizing things. If I can't find it in a second, guys, I'm not going to fuck around with it too much. Don't worry. If I do have it, then great. You guys know I don't fuck around on stream. Well, of course I fuck around on stream, but you know what I mean. I meant to bring one home with me. I'll check my front pouch just to be certain. Check here, just to be certain. Oh, okay. I'm lying. I'm a lying piece of shit. I left the terrain map there again. I really want to keep that. It's a really good little terrain map. Anyway, so basically, I had my
Reporting
tanks,
for duty, sir.
Tanks on the backfield. I had 1 that was exposed. Now, Luke, you may not have known this, but that tank which I
reporting for duty, sir,
threw out there. I threw out there. It was bait. It was fucking bait, bruv. I wanted you to kill that tank. I got 16 of them. I wanted you to kill it. I am an evil genius. It was, to be honest, bro, it was mostly the fact that I didn't have anywhere else to put it. But I thought, well, if he's gonna die, he might as well go somewhere really, really open. So there we go. Now, nice. So I had my one Nimbus out in the open, then I had my infantry all hidden in ruins, and then I had my 5 tanks behind and my mortars at the very back. Now, I didn't necessarily want first turn. I don't believe I got first turn either. I think I went first once. No. I don't think I went first in our game, but Luke, correct me if I'm wrong. But if I did go first, I didn't do very much with it. Now, Luke came flying in with his bikes, and his bikes came flying in, and they melted the shit out of my Lehman Russ, and they blew it up and they killed it. But I did spend a CP on, I think I spent a CP on Vengeful Salute, and I no, I don't think I did. I can't remember if I did, but I feel like I spent a CP on Vengeful Salute, but it doesn't matter. He came in and destroyed Lehman Russ, and I didn't do any damage back. Now, he moved his wardens forward, and he moved, everything just came forward, guys. Everything just pushed forward, and he had his 5 sisters at the back holding his backfield objective. Now, in my turn, I was like, right, I need to kill the 6 bikes as quickly as fucking possible. Because if I don't kill these bikes, they're going to give me a hard time. And hopefully, 5 Lehman Russes and 90 infantry should be able to kill 6 Custodes bikers. And I'll have enough left over to, because I had an angle on his like custodian guard as well. I was like, I'll have enough left over to go after those custodian guard too. I'll be brilliant. I'll kill like 3 custodian guards, 9 bikes. That'll be brilliant, right? As it turns out, Mr. Luke here didn't tell me what his superpower was. Yes. The man has a particular superpower, and it's called, he's Mr. 4-Up Man. It's Mr. 4-Up Man. Mr. 4-Up Man, he rolls a lot of 4-ups. If you give him a D6, he rolls a lot of 4-ups. So, I knew things were going a little squiffy after the second battle tank had fired, and I still hadn't killed a biker. Yeah, that was when I was like, things aren't quite going to plan. I fired a fucking Vanquisher and fucking Gatekeeper, and no one's died yet. I think I might be in trouble. Oh dear. As it turned out, it took all 5 Lehman Russes to kill 3 bikes. All 5. And I was like, okay, now I've got about 50 infantry, which is a decent, about 40 infantry, 50 infantry to kill 3 more bikes. But it took me 5 Lehman Russes to kill fucking 3 of them. So I was like, bit risky. It literally came down to the very last dice. And all of these overlapping fields of fire, I thought, you know what, I'd easily make my way through 5 of these wardens, not wardens, 5 of these fucking guard as well. None of that shit happened. Didn't get any of the extra stuff off that I wanted. It took every last bolt, Tommy gun round, las gun round, plasma, melt. It took every last fucking thing I had. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, it was getting to the point where I was like, am I gonna have to fucking bayonet charge this guy just to fucking rifle butt the last fucking wound off him? But eventually, he decided it was Sleepy Bobo time, and the last bike did end up, going to explain to the Emperor what happened. Now, that was round 1, and I was like, wow, that's pretty tough. I knew in my head, I was like, if that's the way this game's gonna go, I am in deep shit. Like I am in deep shit. But fortunately, I had screened out quite effectively. And Luke basically spent his turn 2. He did something I didn't expect. Okay. I thought he was gonna go. I'd flung some infantry out that were kind of wiggling their bums at Luke, being like, come on, come and charge us, woo! And Luke was like, initially, I think I'm gonna kill those 20 guardsmen. But the guardsmen had moved past him, so they would have sent his wardens in the wrong direction. And I was like, go on, you motherfucker, you stupid bastard, go off those 20 guards. They were on objectives, but who gives a shit? Like, if he charged them with his wardens, he would have been stuck out in the open, and he was going to lose 9 wardens for 20 guardsmen. That's not a trade that you want to make. And I was like, go on, charge him. And he was like, and they went, you know what? I think I'm going to charge this way instead. And I was like, so he went complete. I also had like a couple of tanks that were like out in the open, and I was like, I hope he doesn't charge the tanks, but if he does, I've got like these other 3 that are like back here, so it's not the end of the world. I can still jump on him with like all like my infantry and everything, and my infantry had proven to be pretty good, and I had like the finial and everything. So I was like, go after the tanks. So if you kill the tanks, it's not the end of the world. If you kill the infantry that way, it's not the end of the world. But Luke didn't go for either of those things. He did exactly the right thing. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go for infantry, buddy. I'm going to go for infantry, but I'm going to go for the ones that are fucking right there, basically blocking me off and going for the holding your objective. And I was like, no. Look at the tempting target. Look at the tempting target. He's like, I don't want that pussy. I want your pussy. I was like, no. Oh my god. Ultimate Family, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat, bro. Give me 1 second, man, but thank you so much. So what he did is he pushed his custodian wardens forward, and he charged them into shot and charged 20 infantry, 30 infantry, and he killed all 30 of the infantry with him. It was pretty gnarly. And then his wardens came up and strung out across 2 objectives. So what we've got to understand is this is a 6 objective mission, and what you've got to understand is there was like, he was holding a backfield objective, and then he was holding 2 in the middle, and then he brought some of his Terminators down, and they were potentially going to have an 8-inch charge to take me off another objective, which meant going into my turn 2, if I was lucky, I'd hold like an objective. But if he does that, then I don't get any points because it's a hold 2, right? I've got to hold 2 objectives to score any points. So it was like, what ended up happening is Luke did get the charge off that killed infantry there, but his Terminators that dropped in didn't manage to make the charge or get enough shots off to kill the infantry. So the 2 objectives that I'd moved on to try and tempt him were still mine. But imagine this scenario, guys. You're a guard player. The majority of your army is still in your deployment zone, and hemming you into that deployment zone is 9 untouched custodian wardens and 10 untouched custodian guard and Trajan. And that's hemming you into your deployment zone. And you have basically 20 guard that have made it out before the cordon's been brought in, but that's it. And when I mean in deployment zone, I mean like literally Luke was about 3 inches away from my home objective at this point. And he's just displayed his superpower of 4-up man. Okay? 4-up. 4-up man. Unfortunately, for Luke, he didn't realize that that his dice rolls, that his custodian's dice, were part of a union. And unfortunately, going into my turn 2, his dice were like, I'm sorry, 4-up man, but Union Boss says that we've completed all the 4-ups that we need to for this quarter, and so you still need to roll us, but we're not obliged to roll any more 4-ups for you. I have never seen a motherfucker go from rolling so hot to rolling so cold. I mean, this motherfucker was rolling 1s on 2-up saves like his life depended on it. I mean, they say balance, balance, nature is healing, in all things, but, balance restored. But my God, like, there's a time and a place for it. It was... He went from 4-up man to 4-down man. That's not really good. That's not a good joke, but there you go. It was pretty bad. Now, considering that Luke had spent 4 CP on these wardens and to give them transhuman and no rerolls to hit, what happened was all of my Lehman Russes, I screened off his I screened off his custodian guard, so they'd have to just blitz through another like 20-30 infantry. But I then had 20 infantry that were out. I had 30 infantry that had died, and that gave I still had my engineers, but that gave me that gave me 30. Some of the infantry could shoot back into the wardens. So I had about 40 infantry that could see the wardens and was doing screening, and I also had my 5 Lehman Russes that could see him as well. And I went for the little known guard strategy of the mortar assault teams. Now, some of you may think that mortars are purely an indirect fire weapon. You would be wrong. You see, the most effective mortar is the mortar that your opponent least expects. And instead of having my mortars hiding in the ruin, I was like, fuck it. I moved all my mortars out because they don't care about moving. They don't care about the -1 hit penalty because the finial's there. And then I told them all to take aim. So I just basically got all of these mortars, and the guards had them under their arms, fucking crammed them with fucking bits of like spoons and knives and forks and bits of like dirt and nails and bolts and everything. Just crammed them in, and they would just turn him into the Gar blunderbuss, and just went. Just fucking absolutely blasted him. Bear in mind, because he's using a 9-man squad, every single one of those mortars is getting like a minimum of 3 shots. So basically, what happened was, and it was like I was just there like looking at like, why are my mortars, if they're going to shoot these wardens, which they need to, they might as well fucking get up close and personal. So basically, what happened is all of my tanks went in and killed. Luke did quite well on the 6-up saves. He kept just getting that 6-up, 3 damage, rolls a 6. That means it takes 2 shots to kill every warden, okay, because he got 3 wounds each. So I killed about 3 and a bit wardens with the tanks, and then the mortars went off, and the mortars just fucking shredded them. And then the infantry went off and just finished them off. My favorite part of that game was when the regimental standard guy went, it's finial time, and then he just finialed all over the place, basically. That's basically what happened. It's Morphin time, it's finial time. And so, yeah, the 9 wardens just fucking disappeared in a cloud of mist. And then I even managed to, like, do a few wounds to, like, some custodian guard, I think. But the big bit was that I actually had a unit of mortars left over. And turn one, I should have mentioned, turn 1 I mortared Luke's sisters, and and killed all but 2 of them. And then turn 2, I mortared the sisters. I had 1 squad of mortars left over after the wars and died. I mortared the sisters again and killed the remaining 2. And then Luke still had 1. He still had like 1 Terminator on the backfield objective. But basically, going into Luke's turn 3, he had 10 Custodian Guard, Trajan, and 1 Terminator. That was it. Because the other 2 that dropped in, they didn't make their charge. They didn't shoot all my infantry to death. And basically, 15 Guardsmen killed the 2 Terminators relatively easily. So, yeah. So it was pretty gnarly, to say the least. Going into turn 3, Luke obviously cleared the screen away, but that was kind of it. And then my turn 3, I just mortared that Terminator that was sitting at the back until he went to sleep, basically, and he died. And then because it's a hold 2 mission, the fact that Luke is basically down to 1 unit of custodians and Trajan. He can't score any more primary, not realistically, or secondaries. So the rest of the game basically devolved around. He'd picked the custodian secondary where he needs to like kill my most expensive unit. My most expensive unit was my Vanquisher, so it hid at the back of the board the whole game, like the brave, upstanding guardsman it is. And then when he got close to it, so his wardens, it got to like turn 3, and his wardens were like, the target's in sight. We're gonna make it. And then the tank commander was just like, full throttle, my good man. And then the fucking Vanquisher got the 6 on the advance. And the fucking Vanquisher just went 18 inches, which was like, see you later, shitlord. And just drove off. It was so bad. I felt so mean. I felt really bad. I should have let you kill that tank, bro. But I was just like, I just was just like, I'm gonna say, look, if you hadn't been such a good sport, such a good sport, I probably would have been like, oh, go on then, you can kill it. But I knew that you would appreciate the turbo boosting Lehman Russ troll face, so that's why I was like, just like, you were literally 1 turn away from it, and I was like, the rush just goes flying, like the rush just hits the nose, but just like, witness me, and just like drives off. Oh man, it was bad. It was really bad. Oh, but yeah, that was game number 2, and unfortunately, and by the way, I was supposed to say thank you to Ill-Tempered Fireblade and thank you to Euros. I will get your super chats in just a second, boys. The end score. I'm sorry, Luke. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. I gotta say the fucking I gotta say the final score. The final score was a mighty 97 to the guard. I maxed out my objectives because I took boots on the ground and flexible command and retrieve battlefield data. It was a mighty 97 points to the guard, and unfortunately the custodians did have to Humanities add Luke, add a 0 to my score, bro. Okay, according to the custodians, he scored 310 points. Okay, now the custodians have added a 0 onto the end of that score, so you do the math. Oh my god. It was, yeah, but my what I want to say is the score does not reflect how close it was. Honestly, if Luke's luck had just held, if he just kept making those forts, not like all of them, because he was still failing a few here and there, but if he just had the same durability rate that he'd had turn 1, he would have won the game. No doubt. I wouldn't have held my home objective. 5 wardens would have easily just cleaved through the remaining infantry I had. They would start tagging the tanks. And even if I had eventually killed all the wardens, the custodian guard would have been coming at me. And even if I'd killed all the wardens of custodian guard, it would have taken me turn 4, turn 5. Because there's only so far I can retreat. There's only so far I can back up. So it was grim. It was honestly, it came down to turn 2. And I respected the Billy Big Bollocks maneuver, Luke, is all I can say. I really respected it because I don't know Custodians that well. Maybe you would have been better to play a bit cagey, but if you play it cagey, you're not gonna get many points against me because I'm just gonna yeet fucking guards and squads on and stuff like that. And that map was the map we were playing on. It was like, if you imagine like the screen is the map, boys. You deploy. So Luke deploys in this table quarter. I deploy in this table quarter. But in terms of like firing lanes, like if considering you start here, you can literally like move up to like here in like one shooting phase. You just move up to here, and you can shoot pretty much all the way across. So it's actually like playing it cagey, and likewise again here, you start here and then you move out to like here, and you've got basically firing lanes everywhere. So I feel like it was kind of a crazy one, but playing KG might have resulted in more points, but I don't know if it would have resulted in a win. Because I feel like what potentially could have happened is you would have just been ground down through attrition. When the Demon Busters get an angle on you, that's it kind of thing. So I think you're right. Yeah, KG equals more points, but also meant no chance of it. I think so. I think sometimes you've just got to be like, fuck it, I'm going balls deep, and hopefully you come out the other side. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I respected the fucking... I honestly, no joke, respected the fucking balls on it, man. Makeshift decision. Glory and charging is rewarded. Exactly. Glory to the first man to die. Charge! There we go, man. I loved it. So, Luke, thank you for the game. Thank you for all the super chats, dude. And thank you for being a top sport, man. Thank you for being a top sport. It was really cool, man. I got a couple of super chats coming here. The ill-tempered family. You? We've the tower in stream. Lambast him. I'm only joking. Ill-tempered family. Thank you for support, bro. Absolutely incredible. Opponents making vulnerable saves. Sounds like an Imperial Guard problem that the Tau don't have. Oh! Well, I had a Vanquisher, bro. It just doesn't help when your opponent parks fucking Vanquisher. He parks his unit to a big bit dense, and your Vanquisher just like stoically refuses to get that fucking hit, man. Oh my god. But yes, Ill-Tempered Fireblade. I tell you what, Ill-Tempered Fireblade. Slight tangent, but still, boys, very much relevant for like tactical tournament sort of, topics. On, you know how we talk about Guard having Vanquishers and Vanquishers basically being the same as like rail cannons, all that kind of stuff. It's weird. As much as this is going to upset many people, and as much as I feel like a lot of people are gonna cry heresy, the Vanquisher is not the equal to the railgun. My Vanquisher had at an interesting time. It always did something. It always did something, but my Vanquisher only once in the whole tournament, and considering it fired most turns, only once in the whole tournament did my Vanquisher get the big max damage. And in fact, a lot of the time my Vanquisher, you know, rolled like a 1 on the mortal wounds, a 1 on the damage. Yeah, and all I can say is using the Vanquisher, as someone who uses Tau Hammerheads semi-regularly, using the Vanquisher definitely felt... It did not feel as powerful as using a Hammerhead. And that's cool because, you know, the Tau needs something that's like kind of unique about their armor core. So yeah, Vanquishers are great, but Hammerheads probably, you know, they are the ultimate big dick gun. I know, the heresy, man, the absolute heresy. There we go. Intertype Fireblade, dude, really, really cool. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat, yes! Intertype Fireblade, guaranteed hit and wounded rolls as tile set for the Hammerhead. Yeah, 100%. It's the only way I use them. It's the only way to fly, man. But yeah, it's really, really cool. But yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm saying but yeah a lot. But yeah. I've got to have a system now. Intertype Fireblade, thank you so much for support, man. Totally agree. Hits and wounds. I had to say, the number of times my Vanquisher rolled a 2 to wound, it was like it really wanted those 2s, and it was always against like fucking Botan as well. It was very frustrating. But there we go. Intertype Fireblade, thank you so much for the support, man. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, dude. All right. And then I just want to say, we've got Killer Kriegsman in the chat. Bro, as we go, for those that don't know, Killer Kriegsman has finished Wave 2 of the Channel Death Guard army. It will be in my hands as soon as possible. Maybe even this week. And that means we shall hopefully be getting a big new channel army reveal on stream. And also, might even get to use the new Death Guard in a battle report. That would be kind of cool. That would be pretty cool. Alrighty, hero. Killer Kriegsman, thank you for joining the stream, bro. Thank you for all your hard work over phase 2. And for those, Killer Kriegsman, feel free to give yourself a little shameless plug down in the chat, dude. Absolutely amazing. Killer Kriegsman 85 painting services. Order and Glory recommended. Pretty good. And then we've got Big Mac and Fries. Traitor Tom, Trooper Tom himself, has joined the stream. Everyone do a big 07 for Big Mac and Fries. He has been suffering with Dorona. You know, Nurgle has decided to French kiss him, but he's on the mend. He's actually had a bit of a tough weekend, but through faith, he has managed to fight off Nurgle's rancid penis, and he's done all right. So there we go. So good to hear that you're doing better, Tom, and hopefully we'll be doing a couple of battle reports this weekend as long as you're feeling up for it, buddy. But there we go. Hey, there we are. And then we've got Euros. Euros, thank you for the super chat, dude. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for your patience as well, bro. Appreciate you've been waiting a few minutes. Euros, any advice for beating the new Dark Angels with their bikes, Uber Melters, and Transhuman Terminators versus 120-point infantry and tank guard army? Euros, thank you for super chat. Thank you for support. What I can tell you is this: that that Dark Angels are tough. We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. I would say that at 1,250 points you might struggle because the game is balanced around 2,000 points, Euros. Whilst the Dark Angel player might get a hell of a lot at 2,000 points, as guard you're going to get a lot too. So I would recommend maybe 2,000 points would be, if you could do it, would be the recommendation. But if you can't do it, the way to beat Dark Angels, there's 3 bits of advice I've got for you. Firstly, they're cheap, but they ain't that cheap. You know, he's still at that level. He's going to have to really pick between, you know, how many bikes he gets and how many fucking Terminators he gets, right? Whereas at 1,000 points, let alone 1,250 points, you can turn into a battle with 4 Leman Russes and 90 infantry. Probably. I mean, if I do a little calculation here, let's have a little look. So if you took a tank commander plus another Leman Russ. You took 3 Leman Russes and then took 90 infantry and then a banner and a couple of Death Corps marshals. That comes in at 1,235 points. So you can always go for something like, go for 1 marshal. So if you go for a marshal, a command squad with a big bullshit banner, and a tank commander, and then 2 more Leman Russes and 90 infantry, you are looking at 1,200 points. Now, what I would probably say is if you drop that down to, let's say you drop that down to like 8 squads of infantry, or maybe even like 6 squads of infantry. If you drop that down to 6 squads of infantry, you could actually fit in 2 squads of Kazakin. Yeah, and then you can start doing mortal wounds. So basically, you want to outnumber them. You want to, if you screen them out, their tanks are going to have to stay. If you screen them out, then they're going to struggle to come after your tanks. So 60 infantry, 2 squads of Kazakin or Scions, and then a command squad, 2 more Leman Russes and a marshal. That's pretty solid against them, because auto wounding the shit out of them, just stacking auto wounds onto them is brilliant. Stacking mortal wounds onto them is brilliant, and outranging them is really the play. Really the play. So that would be kind of my recommendation there. Keep it simple and focus on the fact that you want to born soldiers in. Now, bear in mind that a lot of his Terminators are going to have storm shields, so -1 isn't so good. So you need to be maxing out that minus. So you want to be looking at like Gatekeeper on the tank commander. You want to be looking at Scions are going to do really well against them. Scions are going to do really well against them because you don't care about his transhuman, and have the AP to just, Same with Kazakin. Anything with a hotshot rifle is just going to give him a bad time. So lots of hot shots, lots of mortal wounds, and lots of AP will see you through. It will see you through, buddy. So yours, I hope that feedback was helpful, man. I've faced Dark Angels pretty much every tournament I've been to the last 6 months. And every single time, the way I've beaten them is by, just fucking over. It's just by just stacking as many wounds onto them as possible with as much AP as possible. And, well, Kazakin, Scions, and Leman Russes, they do all that shit. So that would be my advice. That would be my advice there. But dude, thank you for the support, man. Hopefully that's helpful. Any follow-up questions, let me know. And there we go. Amazing. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. All right. So for those that are joining us for the first time, this is where we're up to. Game number 1 versus Imperial Knights. Sadly, a bit of a stomping for my opponent. Walked away with 100 points. My opponent walked away with 29 points. Game number 2, I went against Luke and his Custodes. And whilst the score was 97 to me, maxed out because of data, and 31 to Luke, the game literally came down to a turn 2. It was a turn 2 clutch turn, and unfortunately for Luke, his dice kind of abandoned him turn 2, which meant that I was able to sneak it away from him. That's where we're up to. Now, game number 3 was into a really interesting list. In my opinion, this was the most interesting list to play because it was the definition of a Johnny Rambo. Johnny Rico. It was a Johnny Rico list. Johnny Rambo is the real. I like Rambo. I just like saying Johnny Rambo, but Johnny Rico. But it was a Rambo list. It was a wild card. Okay. But I love Johnny Rambo lists because it's the kind of list that will completely catch you off guard. I personally like to think the majority of my lists are Johnny Rambo lists, but they're not a random concoction. There's a lot of thought gone into it. There's a lot of effort gone into it. And if a lot of people will underestimate it, and I can't tell you the number of times I have seen even some top tier players completely blindsided by a Johnny Rambo list. Yeah, it was very interesting. So I'll tell you what it was. It was Adeptus Mechanicus and Votan. What? I know. And I saw the list, and on paper I didn't get it. But when I saw it on the tabletop, and when I saw it in action, and when I saw my opponent handling it, I went, oh, I see what he's doing here. And actually, it was very, very clever. Now, we'll got you guys hyped up. We'll get into that game in just 1 second. Okay, I want to get, tease you guys a little bit. Tease, just tickling the gooch. Just tickling the tank a little bit. Before I do that, I just need to ask, Taqual, Callum, are you, I can see you've been chatting. Are you still in the chat, Callum? Taqual, are you still with us? Good sir, kind sir. Caboose, I didn't know you could pair them. Yeah, any Imperium faction could take an ally of Votan, basically. So I actually think my opponent would have benefited from all I can say is Guard and Votan. There's some play there, boys. There is some real play. We'll get into it later, but pretty cool. Hey, it's coming up, boys! It is coming up sweet and sour ass. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yeah, amazing, bro. Dude, thank you so much for the support, and I love the username. I want to taste that sweet and sour ass, bro. I missed the last stream, but do you think 10th Ed be dumbed down to just who throws the most dice wins? No, most of it. Sweet ass, let me answer your super chat in just 1 minute. Just 1 second, bro. Just 1 second. Taqual is here. Now, I want to say a special thank you to Taqual because whilst because we met up at the tournament. I just want to say, Callum, it was lovely to put a name to the face to the name, and it's because because we have drawn swords together on Dawn of War. We have fought each other many times on Dawn of War. You've been in all the streams and you've been in all of the videos for years, bro. Like Taqual's OG, boys. Taqual's OG. And
forward, you dogs, to
pretty,
victory!
And he's been a war master and stuff as well, so he's a proper, good support of the channel and everything. So I just want to say, Taqual, firstly, thank you for all your support over the years and months, mate. And also, thank you for the package. And Taqual gave this to me at the talk. He went, dude, I've got a present for you. And I purposely, Taqual, I said, obviously I said thank you at the time, but I purposely didn't ask you what was in this. I wanted to do a live reaction on stream for because I thought it'd be really, really cool. Now, when Taqual handed me this package, he said, I know how much Traitor Tom loves painting those orcs for you, so I thought I'd give you this. And I was just like, no. I'm making Tom paint my orc army up for me, and he hates orcs, so it's his least favorite fucking army. So I'm really excited to know what's in here, because this is some top level fucking kek, boys. This is a top level fucking troll. So I'm very excited to see what is in here, man. Let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got here. This is where I open it up, and it's just like, like some sort of like dick pics or something, analog dick pics, which I would respect the OG-ness of it, Taqual. I'm not gonna lie, but he might be like, oh god, don't open it on stream, no. All right, let's see what we got here, man. Let's see what we got. And I'm excited. Oh, it's very well wrapped. Nice. What have we got here? Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! This is fucking cool. Hey! Oh man! You cheeky bugger! And this is literally exactly what I fucking need, bro. It's exactly what I need. He's only gone and done it. He's only gone and done it. It's a goddamn orc truck. Look at that! Beep beep. Oh my god! So good. Amazing. Thank you so much, dude. That is super, super generous. I wasn't expecting anything like that whatsoever. Oh my god. I honestly need... I cannot tell you how much I need an orc truck, man. I cannot tell you. I got boys, but I don't got no transports for them, bro. So amazing, man, dude. Daqual, thank you so much for the truck, man. Thank you for all the support. And it's you some kind of psychic, buddy. You read my fucking mind, man. You read my fucking mind. Interesting fact: the old orc truck was the I think it was the first Warhammer model that I ever bought myself. This was back in the day when you could buy orc trucks for £5. I think it was maybe £6. Crazy days, man. The old Gorka Morka flatbeds. Dude, very, very, very cool. Thank you so much. And honestly, this is unbelievably helpful. And also, not only helpful, unbelievably awesome, man. Incredible. This is like the first... Takes me back to my fucking childhood, man. Nostalgia just hit me right in the fucking nostalgia feels, bro. Amazing. Thank you, dude, so much, man. Everyone in chat right now, big 07. Big 07 for Callum. Big 07 for Daqual. Thank you, dude. And I've got exactly the model that I'm going to use for... I know exactly what I'm going to do, man. I got off eBay the other day. I got this just for a bit, and I didn't really know why I bought him because he was not a good deal at all. But I got off eBay the other day this old school. I'll show you. I got this old school metal knob, the one that comes with like, you know, the really big like horde helmet and the fucking big ass shooter. And so I'm telling you now, this knob is going to be the leader of the truck boys for the orc truck that you just given me, and he's going to be Daqual the Knob. It's going to be Daqual the Knob. There you go, man. Or if you've got a particular orky name, you know, Orc, I'll name him that. But there you go, dude. That guy can be named after you, that orc knob. I just bought him because I thought he looked cool when he was a bit of a nostalgia hit. But yeah, that's kind of cool, man. Amazing. There we go. Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. That's really, really kind and really, really generous of you. And I will call him whatever orky name you want, or he can just be called Daqual. I'll put it on his face and everything, man. To knob. He can be called or Nobqual. It can either be Tanob or Nobqual. It can be up to you, man. Amazing. All right, dude. Thank you so much. I just thought that'd be kind of cool as a nice little interlude there, man. Okay, so we've got a couple of super chats coming in here. We have got Sweet and Sour Ass, and we've also got Ryan Tanquay. So we're going to do these super chats, and then we are going to go into game number 3. Game number 3. So the first one is from Sweet and Sour Ass. I missed last stream, but do you think that 10th edition will be dumbed down to just who throws the most dice wins? No. Okay, so the vibe I'm getting from 10th edition is it's kind of like a hard reset like they did for 8th edition. And 8th edition was great. The beginning of 8th edition, it may not have been super balanced, but it was definitely the most fun I've had with 40k in a long, long time. And if they're doing an 8th edition style hard reset, it'll be really good. It'll be really, really fun. So I am excited for it. I will just warn you all now that 10th, the beginning of a new edition, especially a hard reset, tends to be fucking insane, but insanely fun. So to give you an example of what I'm talking about, at the beginning of 8th edition, there was an army that was nicknamed the Cake Toppers. The Cake Topper Army. Okay. Now the reason it's called the Cake Topper Army is because at the beginning of 8th edition there was no rule of 3. It's many of whatever you wanted. And there was a Dark Elder unit. It was called like some sort of Dark Elder like swarm unit with like flappy birds, like Razor Wing Flocks, I think is what they're called. And they were like 10 points per swarm, and they had like 8 wounds or something insane. It was something ridiculously cheap. And and it turned out that these things were so point for point, so fucking durable. They were incredible. Like they died like shit, but you could get like 80 of them in your army, and it barely cost you anything. Do you know what I mean? So what people did is, but obviously buying Razorwing Flocks with GW legitimately were like it was impossible. It was thousands and thousands of pounds. So people went on eBay and bought wedding cake topper doves, these little wedding cake topper doves, for like 1,000 of them for like a tenner, and they stuck them on like big 40 mil bases, and so it got, and then like sprayed them black and or contrasted them or whatever. I don't think contrast was out at the time, but you know what I mean. So it got called the Cake Topper Army, and it was like abusive at first, but it was a ton of fun. So the point is that I don't know if Sweet as I asked if it's going to be the most dice wins. What I can tell you is I guarantee you there's going to be some crazy shit, bro. Some insane shit. But it's also going to be the most exciting time because everything's going to be fresh. Everyone's going to be learning things from the beginning. It's going to be they were the best of times. They were the best times. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be crazy, but it's going to be fun. And everyone's going to have to. It's going to be who can come up with the maddest concoction first. So pretty cool. But dude, Swizz Ass, thank you so much for the support, buddy. It's absolutely amazing. And I'd be confident in it. There is going to be broken stuff. 10th edition isn't going to fix the balance. It is impossible to balance 40k, but at the very least, it will be fresh and it will be anyone's game. For sure. Alrighty-ho. We've got Ryan Tangway. Ryan, my boy, how are you doing? Can you review my list? Thinking of swapping out the Demolisher for 2 more Death Corps of Krieg infantry. I absolutely can review your list, Ryan. If you send it to me at mordianglorytv@gmail.com, there's a link down in an email just down in the description below. Send that to me and I will happily take a look at it. Dude, thank you so much for the tip, bro. Absolutely incredible. I will do this review. I think someone did a member flex for a list review as well. I can't remember who it was. If someone did it, who was it? Maybe I can scroll up and find it. I just want to make sure, because I still did a member flex. I don't want them to miss out, right? I think I may have missed it. But if whoever you were who did the member flex for the list review, let me know now, and I can take a cheeky little look at it. But yeah, Ryan, I will happily take a look at it right now, dude. Quick list review, and then we'll dive into game number 3. And then we've got Kobold! Kobold, my boy, how you doing, buddy? Coming straight out from Brazil. Gifted 10 Morning Glory memberships. I got one rule. Everyone fights, nobody quits. You don't do your job, I'll shoot you. Yes! Yes, Kobold. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the 10 Morning Glory memberships. It's popping off! It's popping off on the memberships, dude. We have had 37 new channel members this stream. Can't complain about that. Big old platoon of guardsmen and even a couple of advisors stuck on there. That's the amount of guys we've got. How many more can to mention? Can we get even more? Can the conscripts flow? I don't really mind if they do or don't, man. I'm just excited for anything. Kobold, thank you so much for support, man. Deadlock Glitch, Sandstorm, Jarug Gaines, Walter, Imperial Jake, Pygo123, Moshalad, JCMS, Meta Monday, Michael Sizzler, and Colin Cake. Make sure you say a big thank you to Kobold for the gifted memberships. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man, Kobold. You're a good lad. You're a good lad, dude. You're a good lad.
We are going in with...
Oh my god, it's popping up! It's popping up!
You smash the entire area. You kill anything that has more than 2 legs. You get me?
We get you, sir! Yes!
Victory
yes.
is assured.
Oh my god, look, the mad lad! Look at the mad lad go! He's only gone and done it! Kobold has just come in here and he's slapped his big gifted membership cock right down on the table. And he's like, what are you going to do about it, bro? What are you going to do about it? 20 more gifted Morning Glory memberships. Dude, you're
Kazakh squad ready for
You're
war.
insane. That's amazing. That's a full platoon of new members that we've got. Dude, everyone in chat right now, there's 130 of you crazy bastards listening to the stream. Big salute. Do it 07. 07 is a salute. Do it 07. Down in the chat. If you are a member, make sure do the salute emoji. Dude, Kobold. That's pretty fucking generous of you, bro. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I raise my glass to you. Good sir. Kind sir. Oh man. 57 new members. It's popping up! It's popping up, boys! There we go, man. Seriously though, Kobold. Thank you. That's pretty. That's very generous. That's pretty legit, dude. Thank you. And then we've got a couple more things popping in here. We have got Igbard and we have got Revenga coming in with a couple of super chats and tips and stuff. So Igbard, I got an update to Swagron in stream discussion. Just needs a particular new pair of shades and he is done. Swagron, you say? Okay. So we need to take a look at Igbard. Thank you for the tip. I will happily take a look at the picture in just a second. And then we've also got Revenga coming in here. And Revenga's coming here with a super chat. Dude, thank you to Revenga, the supreme leader of Norway. Thank you for generously bankrolling and funding these videos. Thank you, supreme leader. May you ride many more unicorns. Thank you so much. Got a new list for review. Revenga, send it over. Send it over, and I will take a look at it right away. Okay, let's see where we're up to. Revenga, thank you so much, Super Chat, dude. Thank you for your support. Same to you, Iqbal. Same to you, Kobold. Same to you, Ryan. Absolutely amazing. Same to you, Sweet and Sour. All of you guys, proper fucking good lads. Proper lads. Good lads. Lads. There we go. Okay, so where are we up to first? Let's take a look. Want to make sure I've got everything sorted out. Ryan, and so we're going to look at the picture. We're going to look at Swagron first because that's pretty quick. Then we'll do Ryan's list. Then we'll do Revenga, and then we'll get into game number 3. Okay. Okie croaky. Like I said, game number 3, for those of you that want to get hyped up for game number 3, like I said, I faced off against a Johnny Rambo list of Botan and Admech, and it was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I could hear something in the background then, but no, maybe not. It might be Mrs. Mordy listening to the stream in the other room. I was like, I could hear myself for a second. All right, let's take a look at Swagron first. There we go. Hey, he's looking pretty good, man. He's looking pretty good. Let's take a little look here. Wow. Swagron in OG World Eater colors. That's a fucking Angron model, that is. I think that... I'm not saying I don't like him in red. You know, he looks better in red. Let me know if you get that reference. But that is pretty... That is pretty cool. Wow. Yeah, I'm a big sucker for those OG World Eater colours, man. OG World Eaters all the way, man. Let's take a look at the other picture as well. Oh. Nice. It's got that big bad dragon fucking tail at the back there. Oh my god. Oh, wow. He is a fucking beast, man. He is an absolute fucking beast. OG World Eaters. I do think that as much I do like my OG Death Guard that I've gone for with the Horse Heresy, but I kind of also am like, oh, should I have got them done in fucking in World Eater colors? Oh, the blue and white of World Eaters. Ah, oh, I love old school World Eaters as well. But I've got. I'll tell you what I'll probably do is I'll probably get my. I've got a 40k World Eater army that needs to be doing. I'll probably get it done in Get them done in the that'd be kind of funny. Have a 30k, have a 40k World Eater army painted up in 30k World Eater colors. 40k World Eaters painted up in 30k World Eaters colors. That'd be kind of cool. Nice, very very cool. I have to say I do think the original 30k World Eater color scheme is better than the current one, but that's just like my opinion, bruh. You know what I mean? Dude, Igbard, fantastic effort on that model. Really, really, really cool. Swagron. Can't wait to see him with this big old fucking shades on as well, man. That's going to look so good. It's like, swing my prop, Audi. Give him the old flying goggles. That'd be kind of cool. Amazing. All right, let's take a look at Ryan's list next. Let's have a little look what we've got going on here. Yes, that's fine. I think it was it Max Rowe did the Murphy before for the list review? I think it might have been. If it was you, Max, let me know. I apologize if I've missed your member flex. Okay. Ryan, surprised you pronounced my name right. I normally get that kind of thing pretty wrong, so I'm pretty surprised I got it right. The old English accent isn't always necessarily super what do you call it? Super good at picking out accents. Picking out how to pronounce names properly. Let's have a little go. Okay, so let's have a little look here. It has exported in a slightly strange format, but it's nothing that we can't work with. So we've got a Arcs of Omen, heavy support, Call of Sacrifice, elite sharpshooters. Man of culture, I see. Not gone for born soldiers. Big bullshit banner in the platoon command squad. 2 platoon command squads. Interesting. Okay. I have to take a look at the full list, but I probably recommend swapping this platoon command squad out for 2 Deathcore marshals. You won't find them in your codex. You will find them in Forge World and on like Battle Scribe and stuff like that. They're really, really good. And if you're running Deathcore, it makes sense, right? So, but yeah, if you like flags, go for flags. You've then got a tank commander, gatekeeper, stubber, las cannon. Yep, that's fine. 1 Deathcore Krieg squad. You have paid for the power sword. I mean, I probably... You know what? If you're going for combat Krieg, it's alright. So, Deathcore Krieg. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 years of Krieg? That's pretty low. Then you've got a unit of engineers. That's not so bad. So, like, it's about 50 infantry. Then you've got a unit of Kazakin. That's like 60 infantry. Rough Riders, Hellhound, Earthshaker, Field, Battery Field. Yeah. Okay. So, basically, I like the list. It's got a lot of things that are pretty good. But the main issue that I have is basically, I think you need more infantry. One of the things that allowed me to do so well at this tournament this weekend was the fact that, and literally, every single opponent went, fucking hell, you've got a lot of infantry. Fucking, it's like, there's just so much of it. And I can tell you right now that the 100 infantry was what allowed me to secure victory in nearly every single game. More than the Russes, it was the infantry. What do I always say, guys? It always comes down to the infantryman and his rifle. So I would definitely recommend taking a bit more infantry. Ryan, glued the power swords on when they were free and kind of sticking with it, I think. I mean, what I would say, Ryan, unless you've painted them in like bright blue, garish, you know, in a bright color, like a bright blue power sword like mine is, if it's a silver power sword, bro, it's not a power sword, it's a saber. Do you know what I mean? A combat weapon is a combat weapon at the end of the day. Don't worry about it too much. So you then and yeah, so the Deathcore Krieg is fine. Engineers are cool as fuck. That's fine. I probably wouldn't bother with the engineer weapon team. I'm gonna be honest with you. I definitely wouldn't. I just run them as fucking all guys with shotguns. If it is a weapon team, unless you're playing at a tournament, just say to your opponent, look, it's all just fucking shotguns. It's fine. Commissar is kind of cool, but again, I wouldn't pay for the power sword. It's a ceremonial saber, which is the equivalent of a chainsaw. That's what I'd do. Kazakin is fine. Okay, so the Kazakin loadout is not optimal. Okay, so the go-to Kazakin loadout should be, if you're not using like the go-to Kazakin loadout should be double plasma, double grenade launcher, and a hotshot sniper rifle, and a voxcaster. Chainsword, hotshot last pistol is great on the sergeant. Or it should be double hotshot volley gun, double plasma gun. Yes, that's really where it should be, but the plasma is kind of non-negotiable. Rough Riders are fine. Hellhound is okay. I would recommend giving it the chem cannon instead. The chem, you don't need to remodel it. Like all my Hellhounds are either the old school ones before they had chem cannons, or they've got the Inferno cannon. Look, bro, it's a Hellhound, okay? The little nozzle bit on the end, it doesn't matter. No one gives a shit about that kind of stuff. Look, people give a shit about if you've got a Kazakin squad and you're saying they're all plasma and melter, and actually they're all like flamers and grenade launchers. That's confusing. Okay. People give a shit if you say your Lieben Russ is armed with a battle cannon. Actually, it's got like a Punisher cannon. People give a shit. That's big. That's full-blown proxy. Calling a silver sword a saber and not a power sword, just saying it's a chainsword is fine. Saying that a hellhound with a slightly wrong nozzle is a fucking chem cannon. No one gives a shit. There's different layers of it. Okay, heavy weapons, big obvious weapons should always be right, but little shit like that, no one cares. A plasma pistol on a sergeant should be a plasma pistol on a sergeant. Simple as that. So I would give this a chem cannon. I think the chem cannon is better in my opinion. The Earthshaker carriage is good, but that's a lot. That's. I don't think you need both of these. To be totally honest with you, I don't think you need both of these at all. And I also, as cool as this is, I don't think this is needed. So, here's what I would do, going through this list, right? Swap out this command squad for 2 Deathcore Marshals. It will cost you a CP because you'll need to take 2 senior officers, and that means it costs you a CP to do that. Stratagem specifically is called Heroic Support. This is fine, and this is fine. All of this is okay, just don't bother paying for the power swords, man. Just call them sabers. It's fine. No one will mind. And if possible, just use these guys as all basic engineers. That's going to save you 5, 10, 15, 20 points, 25 points, and then plus another 9 is 34 points. Plus I think you had 11 in the bank anyway, so 45 points. That's only 45 points. I then probably wouldn't bother with the Commissar. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with the Commissar. You can just have your command squad look after your artillery, or Marshal look after the artillery. It doesn't really matter. So I wouldn't bother with the Commissar. So that's another 45 points. That's 90 points. So that's 90 points saved. The Kazakh need a better loadout. Double plasma, double volley, sniper. That's fine. Rough Rider's fine. Give this a chem cannon, but if you want to keep an Inferno cannon, that's fine. That's fine. So we're looking at 90 points saved overall. And then I would honestly I dropped the Hades breaching drill. I know that's sad, but it's not doing anything for you. 190. That's 90 points plus 80. 170 points saved. And then I'd probably drop the field orders battery, because the Earthshaker carriages are just better than them, frankly. And yeah, that's probably and these 3 Earthshakers kind of make up the fact that you only have 3 Lieben Russes. So drop these, and so you're saving a cool 300 points. Now, if I was to strongly advise, bear in mind you have got a Hellhound. If I was to strongly advise you, I would actually say that the 1 Earthshaker carriage is enough, and I would go 1 Earthshaker and 3 mortars. That would save you a lot of points, but the only reason I'd say do that is to save those points to basically buy a 4th Lieben Russ. It's not essential, but it's something you definitely want to consider. I know. Oh, Ryan, I know the Commissar's got regimental orders. I went all weekend without a Commissar regimental orders, and it was okay. It was fine. Okay. So I would, with those 300 points that we saved, the Ordnance Battery and the swapping out the Commander and getting those power swords and dropping the dropping the Commissar, 300 points. You're just going to spend. You're just going to buy 3 small squads of infantry. You're just straight going to do it. It's going to cost you 240 points. And yeah, it gets you up to 70 infantry. And the Kazakin gets you up to 80 infantry. That's pretty good. At least with 60 points left over. And really, it's kind of up to you what you want to do with those 60 points. 300 points, you don't have to spend them on Deathcore Krieg. If you want to take something else, you could just take more regular infantry if you wanted to. But 3 squads of infantry is definitely where I'd go there. And that's kind of how I would improve this list without radically changing it. we're basically just taking a bit more infantry. Now, the demolishers aren't very good, so if you could swap that out, that would be great. Plasmas are much better. And the Vanquisher is alright, but it needs elite sharpshooters. I know you have elite sharpshooters, but I'm just going to go out on a fucking limb here, bro, and say that you should be taking Born Soldiers in this list, because making the whole list based on like one Vanquisher is a bad call. So what I would do is I would give this thing a tank ace, so that I'd go tank ace, veteran commandeer, the extra regimental doctrine I would give it is elite sharpshooters, and then the rest of the army should be Born Soldiers. Now, what would I do with the extra 60 points? A couple of things. You could get yourself like a mortar team. Don't think you need it because you got this. Could get yourself like a sentinel. I don't really think one sentinel's worth it. What I would do is, as crazy as it might, I would strongly consider putting Strachan in this list. I know he's a Katachan guy, but you can absolutely use him as a gnarly fucking, Karis Venner. But Strachan will cost you 40 points, and then that leaves you 20 points left over. And I'd put a couple of sponsors. Oh, and the tank case as well. That's going to cost you like 20 points. And that's your 60 points. The other option you could do is put your tank case here, and then get sponsons and stubbers for all your other tanks. That's what you could do. But overall, that would mean you'd have a lot of long-range firepower, and you'd have enough infantry and bits and bobs to be able to... You're going to have 70 infantry, you're going to have 80 infantry, you're going to have 90 infantry, and you're going to have some combat punch. Yeah. And you still got like 4 pieces of armor, even if one of them is a Hellhound. That is what I would do, Ryan. That's 100% what I would do. No questions asked. Hopefully, that was pretty helpful, dude. Hopefully, that was helpful. If there's any other questions, just let me know. But that is definitely that's how I would change this list whilst keeping it true to itself. Ryan, is there any way to make the Hades work? I fucking love it. I wanted to hold off melee chunky boys. I mean, it's okay. You can put it in if you want, but it's not an optimum choice. I'm gonna glory, cut sacrifice till I die. Fair enough, bro. Fair enough. But it's holding you back, to say the least. But there you go, man. Incredible. Thank you for the support, Ryan, and I hope that feedback gave you some things to think about. Okay, where are we up to now? Okay, so we have got a quick, cheeky, another list review for Avenger, and then we're going into game number 3. All right. Let's see where we are up to. Okay. Ryan, thank you, man. Love the feedback, bro. I'm glad I was able to help. Cheeky little list review. It's not a Morning Glory stream without a cheeky list review, and then we're going into game number 3. All right. Just minimize this. Pick all that. There we go. Okay, so Revenga, my boy, thank you for the support. Thank you for the list. Let's have a flying review, because obviously we want to make sure we're talking about games and stuff. Iron Strachan, a man of culture, brilliant. Born Soldiers, very good. Cadian Command Squad, with the finale. Now I'm just gonna say here, Revenga, that if you're not planning on running this as a Dreadnought, I think your Katachan honor you must run this as a platoon command squad. The only exception to this is if you take one of your veterans with a power sword, and you model that power sword to be a Devil's Claw, and the other that's the only acceptable thing. Otherwise, it should be a platoon. Just say, honor, sir, honor. There we go. I know you have got 2 command squad. That's fair enough. So 2 command squads, but neither of them are a Dreadnought. Interesting, to say the least. We've got a tank commander with Gatekeeper. Fine. Yeah, like, no questions asked. Heavy bolters, yeah, it's all good. The El Clasico, The souped up El Clasico. Kobold, my boy, thank you so much for the support, bro. I'll do super chat in just a second. And then you've got Cadian Shock Troopers. Oh, where are the flames? I'm joking. No, it's serious list time. Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Cadian Shock. That's cool. Heavy weapon teams. You've got 1, 2. Mortars, that's fine. Lim Russes, you've got 1, 2, 3 Lim Russes. Bro, it's a strong list. It's a strong list. The one thing I would do is if you're taking heavy support as your compulsory choice, make sure all of these are in separate squadrons. Otherwise, you technically have to deploy them all together, which is not ideal to say the least. So just have them all in separate squadrons and you'll be all right. Overall, very, very strong list. The only thing I would probably recommend is I don't think you need 2 command squads. I think you should take 2 senior officers and 1 command squad. But it depends on how much CP you start with. You're starting with dogshit CP, it's kind of a bit tricky. But the list is strong. The list is strong. But I definitely, yeah, I feel like 2 senior officers and 1 command squad is definitely the better ratio. Unless you're doing the double dreadnought, at which point double command squad is pretty fucking legit, bro. You know what you could do? It's a bold ass strategy. It's a very bold ass strategy. I don't even know if I recommend it. But I'm going to throw it out there, Avenger, for you for something to think about. You could drop either the mortar teams, or you could drop 2 squads of Cadian Shock. And I know you're thinking, bro, what? Hear me out. Hear me out. If you drop 2 squads of Cadian Shock, you can afford 2 Ogre bodyguards. And you can then do double dreadnought. And you can then, and bear in mind, you could just be like, you could have the Order of Bastion Solaris on the platoon one, make that transhuman, and you've got the Cadian one already. And even though you've dropped 2 Cadian Shock Trooper squads, you've not actually compromised your screening in any way, shape, or form, because you've now got 2 command squads, which are actually designed to be stuck in the fight. So that would be the basic bitch way of doing this is swap out commands, swap out the platoon for an extra officer, and give all your tanks sponsons and like heavy and whatnot. The other, that's 40 points, right, to play with. But the Billy Big Bollocks boldness is let's go for some fucking combat, boys, and let's swap out a couple of command squads, a couple of Cadian squads, for a couple of dreadnoughts. I don't know if it's competitive, but I can tell you now, having a couple of dreadnoughts in my games would have been pretty useful. This weekend, there was always a time when it would have been good. Would have been less worried about those wardens if I'd had a dreadnought to just tie him up the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So just something to think about. But honestly, with Wenger, the list is pretty tight. We're talking 6 of one, half to another. If you make 0 changes, it's a fucking solid ass list, bro. Really, really solid 1500 point list. And for me, it's interesting to look at a 1500 point list because you can see where the corners have to be cut to get it to 1500 points. Do you know what I mean? So there we go. Revenge said need a box of Ogrins. If you want a box of Ogrins, one of the best ways you can do it is look at like Age of Sigmar ogres, and you get like 6. Or you could go for, I think there's Anvil Industry sells some pretty badass looking like Krieg style Ogrins. They're pretty cool. But I'm sure you'll be able to find some like Katachan Ogrins, man. They're pretty. Oh man, I think the current Ogrins that GW sells are actually pretty Katachan looking, so it's kind of cool. But there we go. There we go. All right. Thank you so much to you guys. Thank you to Igbard, Ryan, Kobold, and to Revenga for all of the support. Thank you to you guys. Really appreciate it. And then we've got Kobold, my boy. We've got Kobold Super Chat, and then we are going to get into Game 3. So with 10th coming, should I continue building melter and plasma guns? Do you think grenade launchers, flamers, and snipers can have a comeback? It's so. I mean, I can't tell the future. If I could, I'd be a psychic, and then I would be a heretic, and then the commissar would execute me. All I can say is that based on historical precedent, Melter and Plasma has always been the better option. The only reason never to take Melter and Plasma is when you used to have to pay points for special weapons, and they cost more points. It used to cost 10 points for a Melter gun, 10 points for a Plasma gun, and it used to cost 3 points for a grenade launcher or a flamer. Okay, and so the only reason to ever take those was because you were like, I'm just going to spam as much cheap shit as possible. If GW brings points values like for war gear back, grenade launchers might come back, but I think your safer bet always, and this has been true since 6th edition, is go big or go home. Grenade launchers have never been bad, but they're kind of... I think you're at more risk of buying and building grenade launchers and them not being good than you are of building more Plasma Melter and then not being as good. Do you know what I mean? I would... Yeah, I think there's a greater chance you'd be wasting your time with grenade launchers. That's what I reckon, to be honest. Yeah, Kobold, that's I would love grenade launchers are still fine, flamers are still fine, snipers are dog shit, but you know, you can't. I still have flamers and grenade launchers, even like my Scion army. Do you know what I mean? If you've got a few parts left over, can't go wrong with a few grenade launchers. Do you know what I mean? If you've got men left over and you've built all the Plasma and Melter, you'd have to go out and spend more money on fucking more Plasma or Melter, and you don't really want to. Then going for grenade launchers is decent. But there you go. Cool, I'm on Glory. Okay, just ask because I'm building a squad, and I was asking myself, I will have a few parts left over. Maybe I will leave them for 10th. Yeah, it's not a bad call at all. It's only a few months away. But dude, Cobalt, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the super chat. Absolutely brilliant. A great question. Great question. I hope they make grenade launchers good too. I've got a shitload of them for my Steel Legion and for my Mordians, and you know, a few for my Cadians as well. But right now, they're not great. Alrighty ho ho. Game number 3. Game number 3. You guys have done your best to try and derail the stream. You have no power. You have all the power here, to be honest, guys. You will not derail. You will not derail my stream. You will not take her away from me. All right, so let's have a look at game number 3. So for those of you that are excited, those of you that are joining us the first time, game number 1, I beat Imperial Knights 100-29. Game number 2, I beat Custodes 97, which is my max points because I've taken data, to 31. So it's pretty smashing. Then game number 3 comes around and I face a proper Johnny Rambo list. I'm talking like, this guy's been down in the Beats laboratory putting this thing together. It was Votan and Admech. Well, actually, it was Admech first and Votan allied in. Now, his army was actually kind of, like I said, on paper it didn't make sense. In practice, it was pretty good. So he had in his Admech side lots of cheap infantry and vehicles to what essentially was bulking out his Votan side. On his Admech side, he had about, I think it was 40 Skitarii, and he then had 4 Chicken Walkers, and he had some characters. And then on the Votan side, he had 2, I'll say again, 2 Hecaton land fortresses. Oh. Wow. I thought 1 was tough enough when I faced against, Wakatom's land fortress. I thought 1 was tough. 2 Hecatons is with beams, with all of them beams. It was gnarly. And he also had like 10 Hearthguard as well, Hearthkin. And he had the Brokia Fortmaster, which had the you don't do any damage to me ability. Now, on paper, the list looks like a bit of a random concoction, but it's actually very clever. He has the in the Votan's whole thing is firepower, right? Like, the whole thing is firepower. But the problem with Votan is that they're very expensive. So what you need is some cheap bodies to fill it out. And so what he did is he basically used his Qatari as just cheap infantry. Bear in mind, the guy had about 50, 60 infantry to go with. And backing up that 50, 60 infantry, he had 4 chicken walkers with autocannons, which helps bulk out his armor core of 2 Hecaton land fortresses. So it was like, okay, this is kind of crazy. And the Hecatons are so durable that if anyone shoots them, they're wasting their time. And so, yeah, it was actually a very smart list. And this was reflected in the fact that my opponent had fucking dunked on his first two enemies in the first 2 games. Like, I think he'd got a couple of 100 nils. It was a very, very strong performance from my opponent. And this actually was I would say was the most cerebral game I had of the day. Game number 1 had just been me, teabagging knights. No fun for anyone. And then game number 2 had been luck. And it had been luck, basically. But it had just come down to, look, I either win, I either blow you off the table in turn 2 or I lose the game. So there wasn't much thought behind it. It was very straightforward. This game was very, very thought intensive. And it was actually a really pleasant experience. Facing off a list that was different. And it wasn't just is this a good matchup? Is this a bad matchup? It was less rock, paper, scissors. So, my opponent took, for his secondaries, Eradication. He took Eradication of the Flesh. He took Hidden Archaeovault. And he took Retrieve Battlefield Data. Oh, he had 5 Sakarans as well. No, 6 Sakarans. Sakaran Rustalkers. So they got 2 wins each. That's like having another 2. It's like having 60 infantry. Bear in mind, 60 infantry is a lot for most factions. I was the only guard player running around with 90 infantry. Most guard players I saw running around with between 40 and 60. So what my opponent ended up doing was, and the mission, I should say, so you guys understand, was conversion. Mission was conversion. Now, my thought going into this game was, he actually has firepower to match me. Those chicken walkers are going to gun down infantry very easily. They've got like, I think it's 6 or 12 shots each. It's something very, very high. I think it's 6 shots. They've got the same, those chicken walkers have got the same guns as a Lemur's Exterminator, essentially. But they're much, much, much cheaper than Lemur's Exterminator. So he had the vehicles to shred my infantry, and then his Hecatons, well, they got beams for days. So my thoughts going into the game was my tanks kind of need to duel. I need to kill his infantry. He has the firepower to match me, but he does not have the infantry to match me. And if I can kill all his infantry, then he's going to struggle to do his objectives. He's going to struggle with, because one of his objectives was data. So if I can screen him out, he's going to struggle with the data there. And one of his other ones was Hidden Archaeovault, which was like if he controls an object, I pick an objective, and if he controls it, he gets 5 points a turn. Now I picked the one that was slap bang in the fucking middle, because it was an open ground. He could jump onto it from a ruin, in one movement phase, but it was slap bang in the middle, which meant if he did anything he put on there was going to die. Now, my opponent, I think he made a couple of mistakes. Firstly, I don't know if his secondary game was great, because it took Eradication of the Flesh. And Eradication of the Flesh is, did you kill more enemy units with Admech vehicles than you lost? Then Admech vehicles you lost. But if you've got no Admech vehicles, you can't do Eradication of the Flesh, is what my opponent told me. So I was like, okay, so if I blow up the chicken walkers, which aren't that durable, then you can't do that secondary. That's kind of an Achilles heel. I also think that when it came to his hidden Archaeo Vault, he needed to do that with like Skitarii infantry, but he was very worried. I think he was over worried about my engineers like dropping in and retrieving data. So he didn't actually put that much of it. He used a lot of his Skitarii to like screen me out. I wouldn't have bothered if I was him. I would have been like, if I get a bit of data, it's the end of the world. I kind of got this objective right in the front that I need to get. If I don't get it, I'm going to fucking lose the game. So I think that was kind of, my opponent made a couple of mistakes there. It's not like he was doing anything wrong on paper, but I think he was like almost over worried what I could do, and maybe he should have been a little bit more worried about what he was doing. Now my plan was essentially I wanted to create the revolving carousel of guardsmen. And what the revolving carousel of guardsmen is, basically, I don't even know if it's a particularly accurate description of the term, is where every turn there was these two ruins. There was like, again, imagine the screen, the screen is the map, boys. In the middle, I had this ruin. There's a ruin in let's say my deployment zone's over here. There's a ruin about here, and there's a ruin here, and there's an objective here. And I deployed 30 infantry in the ruin here, and every turn I moved one squad from here to here, and then I moved a squad that was here out on the objective here. So this revolving fucking this revolving
Cassican squad
like,
ready for war.
Tube of like just meat just going like just next wave. It's like that scene in Saving Private Ryan when they're trying to get guys up the beach.
Cassican squad ready
Brian,
for war.
O'Doyle, Mark, go, and there's like and there's getting like gunned down. That was basically what was happening. But it worked. Because some of you may die for the sacrifice I am willing to make. Or in a more apt description, a guardsman's life is to die. Your job as a commander is to send them where they can die best. You should never be afraid to spend the lives of your men. You should never waste them. And if you stick to that fucking rule, boys, stick to that rule, you'll find that it comes up in games a lot. You'll find that it'll help you in games a lot. So this objective basically was just getting just like one turn after another. Just I think 40 infantry ended up just going up wave after wave after wave. Sorry, this way I should say wave after wave after wave. Them just going up. It was kind of mental, but it was cool. It was very cool. So I'll go into a bit more detail about what happened on that flank there. And then I had 30 infantry in the middle. Now the annoying thing for my opponent about the 30 infantry middle is that I got first turn, and what I did is he had deployed like some AdMech infantry also on his ruin in the middle, so we could just jump them onto the middle objective for Archaeo Vault every turn. But what I did every turn is put move on a squad of infantry, again the revolving, just next wave, and I just sent 10 in. I moved onto the moved. I moved 2 extra inches forward, and then I charged him every turn, because I'm on the edge of my deployment zone. I move out 8. My opponent has crammed into the corner of his building, so I'm looking at like a 7-inch charge every turn. I'm just like 7-inch charge, 7-inch charge, 7-inch charge. So, and the reason I'm just throwing 10 guardsmen into these like 10-15 AdMech every turn, whilst shelling the shit out of them, is because it basically meant that he could never get onto the objective, because every turn I'd wrap these AdMech, and then he'd fall back and kill the guardsman. He could never fall back. So I don't even know if he got. Maybe he got Archaeo Vault like once. He got Archaeo Vault. He did, considering he started like 9 inches away from the objective that he needed to. Not even 9 inches, like 3 inches away from the objective that he needed to hold. He didn't get Archaeo Vault until turn 4 and turn 5, because turn 1 tied his infantry up, turn 2 ties infantry up, turn 3 ties infantry up. So he didn't max that. He should have maxed that out, and he didn't max that out at all. But I just want to say, before we go any further, big thank you. It's Bubble Up Boys! Boys! Big thank you to Cosmic Drew for the 20 gifted Morning Glory memberships. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire air. You kill anything with more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. I love it, man. Bro, absolutely amazing. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. That is super, super generous, man. Thank you so much. If your name is Knight, Tomo Daniel, Daniel Derig, Joseph K, Ugg, Joe Hills, Jean, Dotera, Michael, Peter, Ashler, Alessia, Mateus, Reviewed Bread, Zach, Clyde, Ali Home Edition, Kieran, Bill, Roger, and Naga, make sure you all say a big old thank you to Cosmic Drew for your gift of membership. But Cosmic Drew, thank you so much, dude. That is incredible. We're up to 77 new channel members. 77? Bonkers, boys. It's absolutely bonkers. I love it. Thank you so much, all of you guys. Your generosity is pretty fucking legit. I'm not gonna lie. I raise my glass to every single one of you. Good sirs, kind sirs. Thank you, Cosmic Drew. You're a good lad, mate. You're a good fucking lad. Cosmic Drew's he's pretty OG around these parts now. He's pretty OG. All right. So the middle, you kind of know what was happening in the middle now. Every time he moved his Skitarii infantry up,
I only have one rule.
it's popping up!
Fights.
It's popping up! Oh my god.
Don't do your
Huge
job.
thank you to Kobold for 10 Morning and Glory memberships. We're up to 80, I think 87? It's pretty big. It's pretty bad. 87 gifted Morning and Glory memberships. Oh my god. Kobold, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much for the 10 more conscripts. That is absolutely brilliant, man. That is absolutely brilliant. If your name is Biju, Rick James, Region Rat, Ymir, Rattel, Ryan, Tomball, Tomo975, Corvidai, and Lax Comics, make sure to say a big old thank you to Kobold for your chance to serve your Emperor. Yes. Amazing, man. Oh, 87. Oh, as Kobold said, let's go to 100, boys. Let's go. It's bombing up, boys. Come on, you apes. Come on, you apes. Oh, my God. Hype train, baby. Hype train. Jeez Louise. Tiki, though, coming in with 5 more gifted Morning Glory memberships with the 92 members in one stream. What the fuck are you boys doing? Thank you so much, Tiki, though. Thank you so much, Cosmic Drew. Thank you so much, God. Thank you to all of you guys for the gifted membership. Banzai! Banzai! Amazing. If your name is Gregor, Lord Commissar, Samuel Martin, Commissar Malovich, and Gunnar NWP, make sure you say a big thank you to Tiki the Hut for your gifted memberships. That's really, really generous. Boys! Amazing, man. Amazing. Thank you so much to all of you guys. You fucking crazy bastards, but I love every single one of you. Thank you, boys. It's funny, Tiki, though, because when I say serve your Emperor, it can mean 2 things, because you're a bolt action Japanese player as well, aren't you? You'd be like, it's serve the God Emperor, and also the God Emperor. Amazing. Big Man 3733. It's raining, man! Yeah, that's what the Elysians players are going to battle. All right. So, let's get into game 3. So, in the middle, like I said, it was just guardsmen piling onto, just going through the conveyor belt, locking the enemy up. On the right, on the bottom right flank, coming down here, right? You had, guardsmen just, moving from one ruin to the other, and then moving out up here. Now, the reason they were moving out up here is a lot of my opponent's infantry was up there, okay? And he had about 10 Rangers and 10 Votan. And so, as these infantry fed into the fight, I would again consistently, I was just move blocking him. So I moved into this ruin that was like down here. That was like here. And then I moved, and then I would move out, and then I would shoot the like infantry, and then I would charge them. So bear in mind, my opponent's deployment zone is like, this, because it's that mission. And he's literally deployed all his infantry in the center and on this flank here.
Kasikan squad ready for
he is
war.
basically every turn just having to deal with 10 guardsmen running in and tying him up. Every single turn. And the thing is, I have more infantry than him. So, and the thing is, I'm basically losing my infantry at a rate of 1-to-1. For every infantry model that I'm losing, I'm killing an infantry model. Because the mortars are providing fire support. Normally, you know, 10 guardsmen aren't going to kill 10 Votan. They've got void armor and everything, right? So if I kill like 3 or 4 Votan from a squad, then the Votan turn around and they kill like 5, 6, 7, 8 guardsmen, I'm losing more. But because I've got mortars just raining fucking hell down on these things, it actually means that I'm losing infantry at a 1-to-1 rate. And I have 90 infantry and my opponent basically, you know, I have 100 infantry and my opponent has 60. So I can completely, legitimately do this. This is not a problem in any way, shape or form. So that's basically what happens in the center and on the flank. Now, the top was really interesting. So on the top, he had his 2 hecatons. The problem for him was that his hecatons, you know, they only go like 10 inches a turn. And they're very chonky. Hecatons are really chonky boys. And so there's actually kind of like limited movement channels for them if they want to try and maintain some semblance of cover. Because you know, even a hecaton, as durable as it is, it doesn't want to he doesn't want to yeet a hecaton down the middle of the board for me to go, oh hello, and bring out 6 tanks and blow him up, because I'll kill him. No, I will kill him with 6. You know, hecatons are tough, but nothing in this game can survive 16 Russes if it hasn't got a phase cap. Nothing. Like, it's just not going to happen. Also, bear in mind that I outrange him. So if he just deploys out in the open, I'm going to shoot him and he's not going to shoot me. So my opponent essentially has these 2 hecatons like convoying, and they're like jumping from ruin to ruin. And as they go, they're getting like very specific but minimalist angles to shoot the infantry that I've exposed. But I'm only exposing like 20 infantry a turn, right? So it's like, okay, if a hecaton land fortress wants to blow up like 20 infantry or 10 infantry, that's fine. So I'm just feeding him a very little at a time. To be honest, guys, this was probably the game that I played most tactically. A lot of my other games just boiled down to like Lehman Russ go, you know what I mean? But this game was really tactical. I was just feeding it in, feeding him exactly what I wanted him to kill. Surprisingly, my Lehman Russes, I didn't shoot my Lehman, you know, like I'd probably say out of my 16 Russes, I probably only shot half of them on average, you know, because I did lose a couple of them over the course of the game. But I didn't, you know, even in those turns when I went all in with them, I either lost a couple or, you know, at the beginning of the game, I'd only like maybe shoot like 1 or 2 Russes. I think turn 1 and turn 2, I literally shot like out of my 6 Russes, 2 of them. Literally, maybe even like 1 turn 1. It was really just very cagey, very tactical, very strategic. And my pure focus was on his infantry. Whenever he exposed his infantry, I killed it. And whenever he tried to hide his infantry, I mortar barraged it. This game really, really, really showed how vital mortars and indirect fire is. Because if I hadn't had indirect fire, I would have lost this game. The only problem that just to go off on talk about indirect fire a little bit here. The 3 mortar teams were really good. The one thing I noticed over the last 2 events though is I have faced a lot of power armor or power armor equivalent. So last event I faced World Eaters twice. That's all marine or marine equivalent. I faced Custodes and I faced Dark Angels, and I can't remember what the other game was, but I played World Eaters, Custodes, Dark Angels. I can't remember what the other one was, but it was all power armor equivalent, okay? And then this tournament, I've faced Knights. That's all pretty tough. Not an ideal target for mortars. Custodes, not an ideal target for mortars. I'm facing fucking Votan. Now, you might think that my mortars were really, really good into AdMech, right? No, because he was like Lucius. So, like, all of his AdMech were like a 3-up save. They were like, they didn't have the toughness of Marines, but they had the armor save of Marines. So it would take like all 3 squads of mortars to like kill the majority of like a 10-man squad, or like 7 or 8 Skitarii. It was pretty difficult. And then the other games that I played, and then there's Votan, which obviously I'm no, you know, mortars don't do shit into Votan a lot of the time. But the point is that just by... So I would say, whilst the mortars were invaluable, I really need to concentrate their barrage. I definitely felt like having an Earthshaker carriage, just the one, would have been pretty clutch. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I would have swapped out for it. The Engineers were all right, but I don't think I got much use out of the Engineers. If I would probably swap out the Engineers and a Mortar Squad and instead take one Earthshaker carriage. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. To Qual, Mortar seemed great for the mirror, GSC and Ls, but struggle with everything else. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree with that. Like, I feel like the ideal, the optimum guard indirect fire now should be 2 squads of mortars and 1 squad of big boom boom. That big boom boom should be field orders batteries if you're not allowed to use or don't have access to Forge World, or it should be an Earthshaker carriage. Just the one. And then I think that gives you just a little bit of extra punch. Just a little bit of punch. You know, like that way you can yeet your your weapon, your big boom boom into like custodies, and it's like, oh, they're gonna 4-up save. Be nice. And still, you know, it just makes it a little bit better, I would say. And I found it in this game, it would have been really nice just having that extra bit of punch. Definitely. But that's my little side note on indirect fire there. Huge thank you to Matthew Thompson for becoming a channel member. Bro, thank you so much for joining the Morning 50 Rifles. Thank you for joining the channel. And to everyone else, would you like to know more? Click the join button down below and do your part for Emperor and Imperial. Remember, the Imperial Guard made me the man I am today. There we go. Thank you so much, Matthew. Really appreciate it, man. That's incredible. Alrighty, hero. So that was the general vibe for game number 3. Now, how the game progressed was for the first 4 turns of the game, for the first 3 turns of the game, I pinned my opponent into his deployment zone by just feeding him 10 guardsmen, charging him and all this kind of stuff. And I lost 20 guardsmen a turn for 3 turns. That's it. But at the same time, in the first 3 turns, I pretty much killed all of my opponent's infantry apart from 10 Scutari. Now, in turn 4, my opponent was he had this unit Scutari that had been at the back and that had been like marching forward to like try and get to Archeo Vault as I killed all the other infantry. Turn 4, they finally got Archeo Vault once and they got it twice. So we got 10 points on that. But that's all he did turn 4. And then there was another key moment. But I just stoically refused to engage him with engage his hecatons. I was like, I'm not touching the hecatons. I know that he's being caged with them. I could only ever get like the angle for like 2 Russes onto it. And I'm like, 2 Russes are never going to kill a hecaton. Never, ever, ever. So he was trying his best to like bait me with them. And I was like, I'm not touching the hecatons. I would rather my Lehman Russ didn't fire and the threat on my side remains than me drive out with 1 Russ and it fucking die. Okay. So I tried to bait him into like going after a Russ. So I like literally took one basic bitch Russ, just like drove it up the flank, shot it at some infantry. I was like, come on, fucking kill it. And he then he did kill the Russ, but he did it with like 1 hecaton coming down a flank. Interestingly enough, he didn't actually kill that Russ. He got it down to 1 wound, and it stayed on 1 wound until his turn 4 when he finally finished it off. It didn't do any damage to him. It was a 1 wound Russ. I didn't have the CP really to fuck around with Relentless, but it was just kind of funny. He kept like chucking a bit of like spare firepower, so he'd be like, oh, my Hecaton's going to shoot its autocannon into it. It just wouldn't die. So for 4 turns, for 3 turns, it was like, the Indostructo Russ, yeah! So the Indostructo tank. It was a meme, it was a dream, but it didn't win me the game. It was just kind of funny. Now, the only other thing to say is I just want to check something. That was it. So turn 3, my opponent makes a mistake, in my opinion. In turn 3, my opponent gets a little aggressive with his admech vehicles, specifically with his walkers, which are his only admech vehicle. And this was a mistake because they're the only unit that can score him one of his secondaries, Eradication of the Flesh. and he decides to put them into a ruin, touching it. And I check with him. I'm like, bro, you putting them so you can shoot out of the ruin? He's like, yes, I want to shoot out at the ruin. And I was like, because I think he could like see one of my Rust's like sponsors. He's like, I want to kill you, Rust. And I was like, okay. I said, I will be able to shoot you back. I just want to be clear, because it's like, obviously if your intention is to hide them, that's fine. But no, my intention is to shoot them. I was like, okay. And then, you know, what is it, like 24 autocannon shots? It just didn't do anything. I don't know how many times people need to shoot autocannons into Russes, and for me to be like, -1 to hit, and you know, ablative plating. But yeah, just bounced. Completely bounced. I mean, I think over the course of a couple of events I've had like 5 times people have unloaded mass autocannon shots into Lehman Russ. 5 times they've done 2 wounds at best. Yeah, autocannons just plink off Russes. And the problem with him doing this is that he bounces off my Russes, and all it takes to pick up some Admet chicken walkers, all it takes is a couple of my own Russes firing back, because I'm flat damage 3. So every wound that goes through just fucking kills one. And you know, and Gatekeeper's one of them, so that thing's firing off like 8 shots. And then I had another battle cannon Russ that fires off, you know, that got lucky and fired off like 8 shots as well, 7 or 8 shots. So and then I've got the las cannons on top of that, and I've got my heavy bolters on top of that. So I just pick up these fucking things, and that just whoosh, that cuts him out. That completely cuts him out. Completely cuts him out. And it's like, okay, suddenly my opponent is literally, even if we're going like equal on primary, suddenly my opponent is like just not getting anything from one of his secondaries. And bear in mind, this was turn 3, so he hadn't scored any points on Archaeovolt. And bear in mind that even if he scores at turn 4, turn 5, it means he can't max it. So I already know that my opponent is losing 7 points on one secondary. He's losing 5 points on another secondary. And it's turn 3, and he has no... And I've just been fanatically killing his infantry. So he gets data. I know he's not going to get data off in all 4 table quarters, which means he's only going to get data off in 3 table quarters, which means he's only going to get 8 points on it. Which means that my inflexible command, so if we compare secondary to secondaries, my inflexible command beats his Archaeovolt, because I'm going to get 15, he's only going to get 10. My boots on the ground beats his Eradication of the Flesh, because he's only got 8 points on it. Even if I sit in 2 table quarters the whole game, I get 8 points on that, and I'm going to get more than 8 points on boots on the ground. I think I ended up, because I've been going table quarters, right? So it's like, oh, I think I ended up getting, I can tell you exactly how many points I got on boots on the ground in the end, but by turn 3, I can tell you, by turn 3, I already had, going into turn 4, I got 8 points on boots to the ground. So I'm like, okay, so my boots to the ground already matches his fucking Eradication of the Flesh. I'm gonna get another 3 points on that. So, and then it's like, and I think I've taken data as well. So it's just like, oh, okay, well, you know, my data matches your data, and then my other 2 secondaries beat your other 2 secondaries. So then it comes down to primary. But bear in mind, my opponent has only scored 4 primary every single turn. And there's been a couple of times when, I mean, I've checked what my primary score is. But I've been scoring like 2 primary, so I'm like 8 basically. And there was one turn when I was able to, I had those 1 guards left, I got the 1 on the morale, and I managed to hold an actual objective. So suddenly it's like, shit, bro, I got 12 primary on turn. So I'm like, you've been consistently scoring 4 points a turn on primary. I've consistently been scoring basically 8 points on primary on average. And then so it's going to come to, I'm beating on primary. And it's like, suddenly I'm turn 3, it's like, I've got secondaries here. So I'm like, right, this game is actually really in my favor, and I need to do nothing else to basically I need to just stay the course. And so that's what I do. So it gets to turn 5. So turn 4, you know, like I said, I can't, like, even if he gets his secondaries, I know I'm all right. So turn 4, turn 4 comes around, and I just stick with the plan. And then turn 5 comes around, and I'm like, you know what, fuck it. I cannot lose the game at this point. So turn 5, I go after more of his hecatons. 4 Lehman Russes. 4 Lehman Russes fire at a hecaton, and I don't kill it. Those things are so tough. If those things were their original Codex points, they were like, can you imagine? They were like 230 fucking points in their Codex. It was just, when they released, just insane. Literally, Gatekeeper fucking, it's on a 4-up invulnerable save, guys. Gatekeeper fucking bounces. He's on a 3-up save versus battle cannons. You know, the only thing that does anything to the hecaton is the Vanquisher, because he's not able. He wasn't able to quite be in range to protect them both with the Broken Forge Master. So the only thing that did anything to the hecaton was a Vanquisher cannon that went in and did 9 wounds, and it still had 5 wounds left over. That's how little fucking damage I did to this thing with 4 Russes. If I hadn't had a Vanquisher, I would never have gotten it. If I hadn't had a Vanquisher and he hadn't, you know, not quite had his Broken Forge Master in range, insane. So, game number 3 was one of these games where it was probably one of those that it wasn't that exciting to watch, and it wasn't that exciting to talk about from a to reiterate it, because it was all just feeding guards and playing it cagey. But for me personally, it was the most satisfying game of the day because it had actually been a fucking game. Do you know what I mean? Like, it had actually been both players. My opponent was really well skilled, perfect on his angles. His game plan was solid. He made like one mistake, which was moving those Ruststalkers out when he didn't need to, and maybe, you know, he should have screened out with like a 5-man squad rather than a 10-man squad. But that was it. That was all it came down to. Apart from that, my opponent played it perfectly. And I'm not saying I didn't make mistakes. You know, there's a couple of times when I like exposed infantry I didn't need to. A couple of times when maybe like I kind of got a bit risky with the Lehman Russ here and there, and I lost 2 Lehman Russes over the course of the game, which I probably didn't need to. You know, I should have really clicked that my opponent was too smart to fall for the bait and stuff. So yeah, so it was one of those where I definitely, you know, we both players made a couple of mistakes, but it just came down to, I think, the fact, realistically, it came down to that I had more OBSEC than him. And pretty much every game that I played in this tournament, the key factor was having more OBSEC. But the big thing was that I ended up winning the game, and it wasn't a smashing. It wasn't a smashing at all. It was 88-68. That is a perfectly reasonable score. At the end of the game, my opponent still had 10 Scutari, 2 Hecatons, and he still had his, you know, all his like characters. Now, I probably barely killed. I probably killed like 1,000 points of his army. He probably killed about 1,000 points of my army. It was very equals-pequals. It was very much equals-pequals. The only funny thing was that I did the great mortar assault again, because there was just like this little fire lane that I could, like, if I moved them out, I could see some infantry. So I moved out my mortars and like fired directly at a bunch of infantry that were coming down this little, I should say it was more like coming down this little fire lane, sort of like here. So that was kind of funny. So the mortars were once again assault mortars, which is kind of cool. But yeah, it was a really satisfying game because it wasn't a smashing. I had to play. I had to turn my brain on. I had to think, and it was actually really, really fun. And it was in many ways it was the most. As much as I hadn't enjoyed the first game at all because it was too one-sided, and as much as tense as the second game had been, like, oh, I either win, I either kill him now or I've lost. The third game felt much more back and forth, much more cat and mouse. Both players actually, you know, having to like try and find the other one, and you know, and I went for that last turn, like, let's see what happens with the Russes. I am so glad I did not try and get into a straight up fight with that Hecaton, with those Hecatons. So glad. There's no fucking way. If I had gone Billy Big Bollocks and gone full aggressive with the Lehman Russes, I definitely would have lost the game. Because even if I'd gone 3 Russes into one Hecaton, 3 Russes into another, I wouldn't have pulled it off. And there's no way I was going to get the angles. 6 Russes. It takes 4 Lehman Russes or minimum to kill a Hecaton Land Fortress. minimum. So yeah, it was pretty gnarly to say the least. But it was a good game. It was a good game. But guys, end of day number 1, and I've gone undefeated. What? What? Like, let me be clear. I have never gone to a tournament, and I have never gone to a tournament and won all 3 games day 1. Never. The one time I did it was when I took double Baneblade to the RTT and I got a bye. That was the one time. So yeah, that was a really big personal best for me. And I have to be honest, guys, it completely took the stress out of the event. I was like, I don't give a fuck about day 2 because whatever happens, I'm coming home with a positive. And I always try and come home with a positive. You know, I often, you know, I tend to go, if I'm lucky, if I play my heart out, get some good matchups, I'll go 4-1. I never go 5-0. I've never been 5-0. But you know, by most tournaments I go 3-2, or I'll go 3 if I'm playing like WTC where it's like a point differential, so I have to win or lose the game by more than 5 points for it to be a win, otherwise it's a draw. I tend to get a draw. So my go-to win rate with Guard is 3-1-1 or 3-2, and a very, very, very occasionally I will go 4-1. But I was like, pressure is off, boys, and it's a good fucking job. Pressure was off because game number 4. Oh my god. Okay. Game number 4, I can only describe as the worst matchup for me, with the worst mission, with the worst table terrain. I can't, like, if I had, and my opponent agreed with me on this, and he actually said it to me, I didn't say it to him. My opponent, well, I should say I agree with my opponent, it's not my opponent agreed with me. Game number 4, if I had faced this guy with his list on any other table, I would have won the game. But I didn't. And I honestly, right, I've never been in this trifecta of terribleness before. So the trifecta of terribleness was, I was facing Votan. Not great. Not great. No, Void Armor, not ideal. I was also facing Votan that had 3 of the bike squads, which can pre-game move. I am facing Votan with bikes that can pre-game move on the mission, which is Dawn of War deployment. So you are pretty bloody close to each other and there's nowhere to hide. Right? Tide of Conviction. So if my opponent gets first turn, then his list can, all his bikes can pre-game move, then they can move, and then they can charge and wrap up all my tanks. Because the terrain is dog shit. And when I say dog shit, I mean unfathomably dog shit, okay? Each player has 1, 2, 3 ruins. 1, you know, in their deployment zone. 1, 2, 3. But only one of them is big enough to fit a tank behind without any angles being seen through it. Okay? And then there's 1 ruin just outside of your deployment zone. And then basically, and I kid you not, this is the map, boys. If I use my hand as the flat, as the as how wide it is, that is a fucking kill zone. That from end, it's Planet Bowling Ball is a kill zone, and then literally, I kid you not, the whole, where is it? The whole center, from here to here, from diagonal, open ground. So let me explain why this is so terrible. If it means that I can't hide my tanks without exposing my infantry, and if I expose my infantry, I'm facing off against Votan, which means that he'll just kill all the infantry, even without goods tokens. No spare firepower. So this puts me in the following position. Either I have my tanks exposed, either I have my infantry exposed, and my opponent gets first turn and kills all the tanks, kills all the infantry, or I try and hide on my infantry and my opponent gets first turn and traps all my tanks. That's what happens if he goes first. But if I go first, I cannot see any of his units because Votan are so well hidden. And if I go, because it's ties of conviction, if I go first, my opponent naturally goes second, which means not only can he score 12 points for primary in the last turn, because if you go second, you basically always score 12 points for primary, but also ties of conviction has two very particularly frustrating mechanics, which is it's a hold 2 mission to get any primary, but it's also a mission where if you hold, for every objective you hold in your opponent's deployment zone, you get 3 victory points for overrun. So if you go second, not only can you score more points for holding the more objectives, but if you have fast units, let's say like bikes and Sagittars and even Hecatons, which can accelerate, and all the objectives are out in the open, bar 1 on each side, it means that you can also get 9 points. So their last turn, it's not, my opponent might get 12 primary. Last turn, your opponent is almost guaranteed to get 21 victory points. So you're damned if you do, or you're damned if you don't. In this matchup, I'm damned if I do, if damned if I don't. If he goes first, he's going to wrap everything up. If he goes second, he's got 21 points, just guaranteed in the bank. Nothing I can do about it. Okay, so it's just awful. So what happens is I naturally I'm like, right, I'm gonna have to accept the fact that I'm gonna lose a lot of infantry turn 1 if he goes first. So I do all the screening and everything. But I end up getting first turn. Now my opponent had picked Lay Claim. So Lay Claim is if you hold at the end of the game for every you put down 3 actual objective markers, and at the end of the game, if the vote for each one of the objective markers the vote and holds, he gets 5 victory points. So there's like 9 objective markers on this fucking board, man. It's pretty crazy. Now, this game can actually be described very, very quickly, because essentially what happened was this game was 4 turns of me playing my little heart out and me really and my opponent said, my opponent was like, this game is, for the first 4 turns, the game was in my favor. By the end of the game, I had like, considering it's a hold 2, my opponent was only scoring like 4 on primary every turn. I was scoring 4 on primary every turn. My opponent had, we were both managing to get one of the opponent's objective returns. So we were equal on primary. Through to turn 4, we were equal on primary the whole way. Okay? And through to turn 4, on secondaries, I'll tell you what my secondaries ended up being. My secondaries, I ended up getting maximum inflexible command, and I got 13 out of 15 boots on the ground. Okay, and I also managed to retrieve battlefield data 3 times as well. So I got 8 points for that. So my secondaries, I only dropped on my secondary points. What was it? 7. I only dropped 9 secondaries. Okay. Now going into turn 4, let me explain what the game looks like. Okay. My opponent has only scored 6 for raise the banners, but he has been scoring grind them down. Okay, so he's so he's going to max grind them down. So grind them down matches my inflexible command by the end of the game. Okay, fair enough. My raising the banners though isn't doing as well against my retrieve battlefield data, because I've managed to keep my opponent basically down to like 1 to 2 banners the whole game. So my retrieve data is beating his banners handily, and if I can just and obviously my boots is doing great, 13 out of 15 points, can't complain. So it goes to turn 4. At turn 4, score was 67 to me, and my opponent was on 45 points. I'll just check. 12. Yeah, there's a couple of turns he didn't get one of my objectives. So 12, 6. So he was on 20 primary and he was on 12, 32. Turn 4, my opponent is on 38 points. At the end of his turn 4, my opponent is on 38 points. Let's say, I must be miscounting. Maybe let's say 45. 45 points. And I'm on, and at the end of the game, I end on 70 points. Okay. So I'm like, okay, he has to make up like 25 victory points. No, well, it was 38. He had to make up like 25, 30 victory points. I was like, okay, I think I might have fucking pulled this off. All right, I don't know how I've done it, but I think I might have fucking pulled this off. My opponent, and you guys are not going to fucking believe this. My opponent in his last turn scores 45, 49 victory points. He doubles his victory points in 1 turn. Yeah. And, yeah. I mean, I've had people score like 27 victory points against... That's an all-time new high. I've had people score 27 victory points in the last turn. You know, like when I played against... if you guys remember when I played against that Harlequin player, and by the end of the game, he had 3 models left on the board, but with those 2 models, he was able to somehow score like 27 victory points. Anyone that... So maybe at the beginning of 9th edition, when we hadn't figured out how terrain worked, going first was a huge advantage, but now going first is a major disadvantage. Going second is huge. Okay? And honestly, every single game of competitive 40k I've played in the last 6 months, it has been, oh man, I really hope I don't win the roll-off. You should never be playing a game and you want to lose the fucking roll-off. But every single game. And my opponent said to me, and I actually agreed with him, because I could see when he explained how his secondaries and when I realized how the mission worked, my opponent literally said to me at the beginning of the game, and he was a lovely guy, by the way. He's called Greg Chamberlain, follows the channel. I want to say, absolute gent. Could not say a negative word about this guy. And when he realized it was me who was playing, he was like, bro, I've literally followed you for years. He was like, your battle reports are like my favorite. He was like, I hate those fucking overhead ones. I love the fact you do them old school POV and all that kind of stuff. So I want to say, like, my opponent was an absolute fucking gent. Really, really top tier player. Fantastic. He ended up going 5-0. Brilliant list and everything. But my opponent said to me, and this wasn't an arrogant boast, he said to me when he said to me, if I win the roll-off, if I win the roll-off and I go second, he said, I want to go second. He said, if I go second, I've won this game. He said to me at the beginning of the game, and I looked at it and went, yep, probably. That's how massive going second was. That's how massive. Because by going second, he didn't need to expose his bikes. He didn't need. He was like, and it meant that if he goes first, it means that he can't jump on all. And I'll explain how he scored 40 odd points, right? Because if I'd gone second, it meant that I could play it super cagey, all my secondaries tick up naturally. Boots on the ground. You know, I only sacrifice a few infantry. I get my command squad near the middle of the board. It's like if I go second, inflexible command maxes out. I get the same amount of data. I get the same amount of primary. I get the same amount of boots. But my opponent, and I get the chance, and I play it super cagey like I did in the third game. And my opponent's like, he does his last game rush, but then I get the chance to counter it. That's it. But by going, my opponent getting second, let me explain what happens. By going second, by my opponent being able to keep it, I'm trying to shell his bikes all fucking game. It doesn't matter. My opponent just hides his bikes until turn 4, turn 5. Okay, so what that means is that he can just move them super fast. They're pretty fast bikes. So what happens is in turn 5, my opponent holds more primary, so he gets 12 points. My opponent is able to move and like accelerate one of his bike squads, so he can take, and I've got basically no obsec left at this point, so he can go, he can hold all 3 of my objectives as well. Gets him an extra 9 points. So my opponent gets 21 primary in the end of the game. He also manages to, because he's got obsec, he's got the last turn. Bear in mind, he moves on, he scores at the end, guys, remember? So he moves on to, even if I, like I tried to, my turn 5, I banzai rush everything onto all his laid claim, on all of the objectives, because I'm like, I need to try and stop you from getting laid claim. It's Votan, so he blows my army away in 1 turn. And he scores 15 for lay claim. So he's on 36 primary there. He also, because characters and stuff can raise banners, and he's had 2 banners up at, 2 banners up at the beginning of his turn, he's then successfully able to raise 3 more banners. So he gets 2 banners at the beginning of the turn, and he gets 5 banners at the end of the turn. So he gets 7 banners. So he's on, 21, 36, 43 points. And then he gets grind him down. So he gets 46 points. And yeah, so he gets 46 points in the final turn. That was it. 46. I knew it was between 45 and 49. And I might have even missed a couple of points off for him as well. I might have missed something. But he got 46 points in 1 turn. That was the power of banners. That was the power of going second. Yeah, honestly, I think the going second scoring end, that needs to go. Going second now encourages people to want to lose the roll off. Yeah, I think, like I said, going first is now a handicap because there's so much terrain that everyone just hides all their army. So going first is basically a waste of time. I would say in every game that I went first, it was a waste of time. I did nothing. And that's true for most tournaments that I play in now. So, yeah, I mean, just want to be clear. Really good game, really fun, but it was over from the first dice roll. I literally might as well have gone, bro, good game. So my final score was 70 points. My opponent's final score was 90. Which is pretty mad. I mean, I thought, I was like, okay, he'll get like 12 on primary and he'll get grind. So my thinking was he'll get, so bear in mind it was 70 points to like 44. So I thought, okay, he'll get 12 on primary, which 12 on primary, which gets him up to 56, and then he'll score like 3 on grind, which gets him up to like 57. He'll get like a couple on like banners, because I was like, maybe he'll get like a couple of banners, which are up to like 61. And then it basically comes down to if he can lay claim, if he can clear me off everything. Bear in mind, I dumped like 20 infantry. I'd obsec like my russes and everything. So it's like I'd put like 20 infantry and like a russ on these lay claim things, and every single one. I took more stuff. Like honestly, I must have had like across these like 3 lay claim objectives, I must have had like 60, including the mortars. I must have had like 70 infantry, including command squads, mortars, engineers, and everything. I must have had like 70 infantry, let's say 60 to be conservative, 60 infantry, and like 4 russes, like everything obsec. Just blew it all away. completely blew it away. Yeah. So for me, that kind of felt like game number 1, but on the other side, because it felt like it was, you know, it literally was just a bad matchup. But let me be clear here. If I had been facing an inexperienced opponent, if I had been facing someone who wasn't extremely well skilled, that game could have gone differently. So this was nothing, you know, bad matchup and all that. I don't want that to take anything away from my opponent. The reason I lost that game is because my opponent played it perfectly. I don't think either side made a particularly large amount of mistakes. Maybe I, you know, sacrificed a couple of units to, you know, early on, but I was trying to, you know, I sacrificed every turn. I basically sacrificed like a squad of guardsmen to get 2 victory points, which to me is, you know, that was sorry, 3 victory points because I got a boots point and an overrun point. So for me, that was worth it, you know. And also I retrieved data as well. So one turn I sacrificed 1 unit of guardsmen and scored you know, 7 victory points off them. So for me, you know, I may have sacrificed 30-40 guardsmen in the first few turns of the game, but it wasn't much. It wasn't much at all. So I would actually say it's one of the games where both players brought their A game. Both players had the night to like try and work out the matchup and the game plan. And it literally just came down to if either one of us, if Greg had made a single mistake, I probably could have capitalized on it. But he didn't make a single mistake, not one. He played it perfectly. And so he 100% deserves that win. And that's not me just like placating him and wanking him off. You know, that's genuine from the heart. And there was one really cool moment where I'd put a couple of Russes in reserve because I couldn't hide them, so I was like, fuck it, I'll put them in reserve. And what happened was his Hecaton came out and he was like, I think in his head he'd just been like, oh well, it's like it might get shot by like a Russ. But then I just brought my 2 Russes on from reserve turn 3, and the Hecaton, I had Gatekeeper. No, I had 2 battle cannons, and I had the Vanquisher go into it. And what happened was, it was so good, boys. It was like, it was so clutch. So what happened was, I in-grain positioned, and I fired everything into the Hecaton from the 2 battle cannons first. And what happened is the 2 battle cannons got the Hecaton down to 4 wounds. And he hadn't used the Brokir to blank it yet. He hadn't used the Brokir to reduce the attack to 0. And then, I think 2 battle cannons. I think 1 was Gatekeeper, 1 was a battle cannon, and then, you know, las cannons and so on and so forth. And then the Vanquisher went. And I fired the heavy bolters first. I think that took it from like 6 to 4 wounds. And then I fired the las cannon. And I fired the las cannon, and I got the hit, and I got the auto wound. And I went, and Greg was like, Greg rolled, and he failed his save, and he went, shit. And I was like, oh, because I had a CP in the bank for reroll damage. I can't reroll damage, so it didn't matter. But Greg was like, shit. And I was like, do you want to blank that? And he was like, this is really difficult. Because you've still got that Vanquisher cannon to fire, haven't you? I was like, I do. And he was like, because he has to choose to blank the attack before he knows how much damage it does. He's like, either I don't blank this and I just pray to fucking God you roll a 1 to 3, or I blank it and I pray to God you fuck up with the Vanquisher. And I was like, ooh. And he was like, okay, I'm going to blank the las cannon. And I'm like, okay. I then roll the Vanquisher, and I get a 4. I get the hit, but I don't get the auto win, but I get the hit. And I'm like, and he's like, fuck. And he's like, I'm like, all I need is a 3, right? And obviously he has a 6 of save, but it's like, and I roll the dice, and I roll a 2. And it was like, and I had a CP to, you know, re-roll You can't reroll damage or wounds against Votan. That's like their rule, right? Fucking void armor, man. So nothing I could do about it. Nothing I could do about it. And it was so sad. Because the Vanquisher, like, it had like 2 chances to fuck him, and it just couldn't quite pull it off. But he said to me, he said to me, in 21 games of competitive 40k, that's the first time anyone's got even slightly close to killing the Hecaton. He said normally no one gets even fucking close to it, and he said it was. He said honestly, that was the one time I've ever even been slightly concerned about it. So I took kind of like a moral victory away, and it probably would have made quite a big difference if I'd killed it, because obviously the Hecaton, a lot of firepower, right? And last turn he killed a lot of stuff with the Hecaton because it's got beams and everything. But yeah, it's not to be. I fucking hate Votan. Little sidebar here, boys. Little sidebar. I'm going to be honest with you. Votan have now replaced Tau as my most hated faction. I fucking hate it. Because at least Tau, all they do is kill you. Alright? Tau just kill you, and they've got overwhelming firepower, and it's like, okay, well, you know, at least it's a fucking straight up fight. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's some jump shoot jump shit, but it's a straight up fucking fight for the most part. Like, Votan, I'm like, get your hands off my fucking rules, okay? I want to be able to reroll a CP, okay? Oh my god, the members just renewed. There's a fucking shitload of them. But Votan is like, fuck off, all right? Stop fucking with my rules. I've got damage. Let me do damage to you. I mean, no army should have -1 AP, can't reroll wounds, can't reroll damage, and they have the ability to reduce the damage to 0. Right? All 4 of those. Honestly, I have never had an enjoyable game against Votan. You know, and even that, you know, that last game that the game that I played physically was Admech and Votan. That was fun because there was Admech. There was no fun. And I won that game, so you can't even be like, oh, Mordy, you sold, you lost the game. No, like, that game was less fun because of the inclusion of the Votan. Because do you know what the Votan did? The Votan basically made it so I didn't play with half of my army. Because if I played with half my army, they would all die. And in the last game, it's like, oh, yeah, likewise, if I move out against the Votan, I die. So guess what? This is a brilliant fucking game of fucking hide and seek. Brilliant game. Both players basically spent 4 turns hiding, occasionally sending a unit out, and then there was turn 5, big fucking hurrah. That was it. That was the game. 4 turns of fuck all, 1 turn of something half decent happens. That was it. I mean, it was just rubbish. And it was nothing to do with my opponent. And it's nothing to do, and it's nothing to do with anything that he did. Like I said, could not say a nicer thing about him. It's just Votan. It's just Votan. I just don't like him. I just don't like him. But there we go. Anyway, Votan, salty Votan. Salty Votan over. There we go. There wasn't too many new channel member renewals. There we go. So I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that renewed their channel membership. So big thank you to Ben Spears, Jay, Anime Raptor, Thomas, Troy, Killer Kriesman, Katie Silent Steel, Live Praxis, Neo Cosmopolis, George M, and Set01. Thank you to all of you guys for your generous support. Thank you for your super chats, boys. For your channel membership, boys. Amazing. So, and I also want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey and to Dread Clown. Thank you to both of you guys for your super chats and for your support. Absolutely fucking brilliant. We've got Ed Bailey coming in here first. Let me just make sure I've not missed anyone. No. Okay. Yeah, no, we're all good. So, Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the support, man. What peasant takes Rough Riders when you can take Strachan? And are you still trying to turn it into a Catachan? Yes! Virgin Rough Riders versus Chad Strachan. He is old Iron Chad. That's it. It's Colonel Iron Chad Strachan. That's what he's called now. That's what he's called now, bro. So Rough Riders are really, 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 really good, and I do like Rough Riders. And I definitely want to run a combat guard list. You know, a proper combat guard list where it's like Rough Riders, Bulgarins, Double Dreadnought, Strachan, the full fucking shebang. I definitely want to do that. I definitely want to try that out. I just need to get the shit together for it, man. But yeah, that's definitely on the radar, 100%. Strachan is good, but I would say that Rough Riders they're a little bit more expensive, but I think Rough Riders reliably delete stuff on the turn, where Strachan can be a bit swingy. I mean, one unit of Rough Riders with fixed bayonets and frag tips does, you know, on average, with a reroll 1 nearby, what is it like? What do they get? Like 2 attacks each, and each hit. I can't even remember what Rough Riders do. My brain hurts, Dodge. My brain hurts. Ugh. Let me look. Let me have a little look. Okay. Let me have a little look. I'm an infantry, sir. I'm an infantryman, sir, not a cavalryman. Okay, so Rough Riders, 2 attacks each, frag tip. So they get 4. They basically get 4 hits each, right? They basically get 4 hits each. So a squad of 5 is going to put out. Wait, it's going to get 20 hits with the sergeant getting an extra. So 22 hits, and then the sergeant gets a power saver. So you get like 23 attacks, right? And your strength 6 on the charge. So yeah, you're gonna wound with like frag tips are pretty good. I wonder. You kind of want the 4 rerolls to wound from the Blood Solar though, don't you? So if you're so Strachan can a unit of Rough Riders kill a unit of 8 bound in one go. So which Strachan did. Strachan killed 3 8 bound fairly reliably. The damage that he did. So 5 Rough Riders. The thing is, the Rough Riders can do it, but they need buffs to do it, right? So if you go for like the melter tips, it's like, okay, you're gonna get 5 hits. You're gonna get like 10 hits, and you are gonna be like strength 8. So you are, but they are toughness 5. So that's only gonna be like 6 wounds. But then they fail their saves. They fail half the saves. So yeah, a unit of Rough Riders can reliably kill a unit of 8 bound. Reliably. With the metal tip. Without rerolls to wound. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Yeah, Rough Riders are pretty good. But I don't think that it's a case of, oh no, which one should I have? I think it's a case of which one, you know, we include all of it. And you know, why pick? Why pick is all I'm going to say. So yeah, that's Ed Bailey. Thank you for the super chat, dude. And yes, I am absolutely looking to still go for the full-blown Katachan army and the full-blown combat guard army. 110%, man. Ed, thank you for support, man. Absolutely brilliant. We've got a couple of other things coming in. So we've got I was going to do the super chats for Dread Clown, Lord Prayer, and Ed Bailey, and then we're going to get into game number 5. And game number 5 is a strange beast. Very strange beast. So, but we'll get into that in just a moment. But I faced the dreaded Dark Angels. The dreaded Dark Angels. I did not get an easy last game.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I did not get an easy last game at all, boys. So we've got Dread Clown. We've got Dread Clown coming in here. Dread Clown, thank you for the tip, bro. Absolutely amazing. 7th in my first GT as Tau. Tau, get out of here. Get out of here, you. Fucking get out of here. Don't want no stinking thinking Tau in this channel. God, what do you think you're coming in there pretty bloody grey and good? I'm only joking, man. Dread Cloud, I mean, oh no. Oh, hide the evidence. I hide the evidence. No, you can't see the evidence. There's no Tau here. There's no Tau. No, you can still see it. There you go. I'm only kidding, Dread Cloud. Thank you for the tip, bro. 7th in my first GTS Tau. I want to relax. Well done, by the way. Well done. That's pretty impressive, dude. 7th. I think that's better than I've ever done at a GT. So, thumbs up. I want to relax. I got buckets of old Empire trying to proxy Feudal Guard using a Metacadian list, Rough Riders, Steam Tank, Russes, Kazakin Infantry, maybe with your Kachan Commandos Knights. Any interesting secondaries? Ooh. Okay, so firstly, Dread Clown, like I said, congrats on the win, even if it was with the filthy Xenos scum. Blech. But, secondly, Feudal Guard's really cool. Really cool. And I would say that I fully applaud your efforts into going for the army. 110%. Come away from the greater good. Come towards the righteous indignation of the Imperial man. It is the Giga Chad! Yes! Thank you, Frost and Fist. Thank you so much, dude. I'll get you a super chat in just a moment, man. But thank you for the Giga Chad. So, I like the idea. Yeah, infantry, all that kind of good stuff. Empire. Yeah, so my like, if you were to take a... the kind of list that you could take is definitely... great. I mean, great swords as Kazakin would be really cool. And obviously, Rough Riders, easy to do, right? And then Steam Tank. So the Steam Tank is a bit tricky. Steam Tank isn't a particularly large model, so you might struggle with that slightly. I mean, honestly, the Steam Tank probably, yeah, you're either gonna have to like 3D print one and like blow it up. But there are a lot of 3D printed feudal tanks out there, so I would recommend it. You don't need a 3D printer for. You can buy, someone's already printed them off and you can buy them. So there is, I think, if I type in feudal guard 3D print, feudal guard tank. Hey, oh yeah, this is it, boys. This is honestly, I mean, you can find someone to print these off for you. Let me put these in. This is what if you want feudal guard tanks, bro, check out these bad boys. I'll even put them on screen so you can have a little, so everyone can have a little preview of them. Let's take a little look. Look at these things, boys. How are these? Look at these for feudal guard, man. They're fucking incredible. Look at that. Proper old school, like Da Vinci style fucking tanks. Really cool. So Dreadclown, I'd highly recommend. Obviously, this is to like buy the print. You are going to need to like either know someone with a 3D printer or have a 3D printer, but you will find that people have bought the commercial license here for these things. They bought the commercial license. So if I've literally googled it very quickly, but you could definitely find someone who would print these off for you or sell them to you pre-printed, man. 100%. That's the tanks, and then you've even got like these for like the transports. Proper look at these things, man. Really cool. And there even is, if you're interested, there is even like feudal guard infantry. Like, look at this guy. You can buy him as well. There's loads of different like cool pictures for him. Proper OG. So these are like cool for you, like your chimeras and everything. Yeah, really cool. So definitely Dreadclown, definitely would say for transport stuff, this is kind of where I would go. But Empire stuff is brilliant for the infantry. And what I would just say is the cool thing about the Empire is the GW still sells their artillery. So you could buy like the rocket barrage things, what they call it, the Hellstorm rocket launchers or something. They're really cool, and I've always thought that like having like a Hellblaster volley gun, and things like the Hellblaster volley gun looks really good for like a heavy weapon. Having it as like a heavy bolt or having like a Hellblaster volley, because they're not that big, the Hellblaster volley guns. So yeah, so there's definitely ways of like mixing and matching it, but that's why that's just some heads up on some of the feudal stuff. Now, the in terms of secondaries, I mean inflexible command, right? You should never leave home without inflexible command. And if you're ever thinking like, oh, how does that represent feudal guard? I think you will find that the society and hierarchy of feudal society was very inflexible. The knights were on top and all the plebs were underneath. You know what I mean? So there's definitely inflexible command is actually probably the most appropriate one. I mean, boots on the ground, it's, you know, taking territory. You can't go wrong with boots on the ground. And you get bonus points for planting the flag in the middle of the board. You tell me if there's a more appropriate feudal one. Flags are really important. Heraldry is very, very important in feudal times. So having, you know, getting bonus points for your lord, planting, you know, having his man at arms, having his huskar, like plant the fucking like banner in the center, bro. Like loads of points there. Now the third one I think is a bit tricky, because the third one, to be competitive, I would definitely recommend like retrieve battlefield data. But I don't think a feudal guard, I don't think they're going to retrieve shit for data. Do you know what I mean? I don't think data, you know, they don't even know what computers are. Do you know what I mean? So as good as that would be, I think I'd have to recommend banners, because once again, being able to place down like little banners would be really cool. And I think what would be really good if you were to go for banners, I would model little bases with like little banners coming out and have like a different heraldry for each banner. Or if you want to have a cohesive color scheme, each banner should have the coat of arms of your regiment on it. That would be super cool. So even if like, I've kind of fallen out of love with banners because I tend to find that in a lot of games, I struggle to get get 10 points on it. I tend to find myself getting like 6 or 7 or 8 points on it at best. So it's not necessarily a competitive pick, but for a cool pick, it definitely works. And I think if you really lean into it and you have these little flags, that's pretty legit. Don't lie. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend, dude. So Dread Cloud, hopefully those models are kind of helpful, and also hopefully those secondaries are kind of, you know, fluffy and flavorful, but also relatively powerful. You know, if you play it right, you should be able. You know, if you play it right, you really work on it, you can probably get 10 banners each game. And even if you can't, it doesn't really matter so much, does it? Because it's your fun armies, your feudal guard army. It's a passion project. Don't even worry about the fucking rules, bro. It's just a passion project. So, Dreadclown, thank you for the tip, bro. Absolutely amazing, and I hope that was helpful. Lord Prayer, my boy, how are you doing, my fine, creaky fellow? My Lord General, I faced Tyrannus for the first time on Thursday. Any general advice for defeating the hive mind? Well, Tyrannus are a bit like Guard. They come in many different flavors. It can be kind of tricky to know what to do. The go-to competitive Tyrannus thing at the moment is to like ambush people with Hormagaunts. It's the general advice, according to the Imperial Infantryman's Handbook, is shoot the big ones. Kill the Synapse. Synapse is way less of a thing than it used to be. I mean, back in like 4th edition, you killed the Synapse, it was like, Tyrannus are fucked. Like literally fucking fucked. But now it doesn't mean so much. General advice in fighting Tyranids is their little infantry is no more durable than guardsmen, so it's easy to kill. And their big things, I tend to find are no more durable than, are less durable than our big things. You know, Lemus is going to batter a fucking Carnifex every day of the week. What I tend to find is Tyranids are relatively short-ranged. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, they're still going to have some guns which are long range, but I think like their Exocrine, like the big. Yeah, the big monster, like the big dick on the back of it. I think it's only got like a 24-inch range. Maybe 36. But their range tends to cap out at like 36-inch range. But a lot of their guns are like 24-inch range or worse, all right? So, you could outrange them. So I would say if you were going up against them, don't be afraid to have, you know, if most of your like Lehman Rusters are going to be like plasma tanks, don't be afraid to have like, they don't have a huge amount of invulnerable saves. They don't have a huge amount of, their armor. They don't have a huge amount of like 2-up armor saves either. So take a couple of plasma russes, but don't be afraid to have a battle cannon in there as well. So you like, I've got 72-inch range. You've got nothing that comes close to that. On the right board, that's gonna be game changing. And then you've got their indirect fires dog shit now. So a big, a mortar pit, triple mortars is really going to screw them up, because triple mortars is like, okay, I'm going to blow your infantry up. I'm going to blow their if you mortar their infantry, they're fucked basically. And once you've dealt with mortaring the infantry, it's like the mortars are still half decent into the big monsters. Any big monster's got a 3-up save. Is fair game for mortars, because you wound them on 5s, and then they can only make so many 3-ups. So yeah, Quark 007's got some good advice in here as well. Kill the entire horde unit; they will respawn their gaunts to the stratagem. This is true. They have like endless tide or something. So, and it's like brings out like 2d3 gaunts. So yeah, really, when you focus fire, when you kill a squad, make sure you wipe it out. And they are also psychic. The current 2-minute book is very, very psychic heavy. So be aware that they be putting out their mortal wounds, but most of them have to target the nearest unit. So if you just like yeet a unit of infantry up front, or like a sacrificial like sentinel or something, all their mortal wounds are gonna have to go in something that you pick, not what they pick. So that's kind of my advice there, Lord Prayer. We've got some good advice coming here from Rainbow Conect. Most of their turning regular guns cap at 24 inches. The big bugs cap at 36. There is one big bug, the Tyrann effect, which has 48. So that's like one. Turning monsters mostly have 2+ save these days. That's true. So yeah, you will need like, it's good to have a mixture. It's good to have a mixture of AP and stuff. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, if you take 90 infantry, a Kazakin bomb, if you took like 80 infantry, a Kazakin bomb, like a Lord Solar, and like 4 or 5 russes and a mortar pit, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Yeah, Tyranids aren't as scary as they were though. It depends if the thing is, if he's running the meta list, you've got mortars that really counter his Hormagaunts, and if he's not running the meta list, then your job is easier, because the other stuff has been nerfed into the fucking black hole of Calcutta. So there you go. So it's yeah, that's my advice, Lord Prayer. But yeah, bombard the little ones, and just fucking force as many wounds as possible onto the big ones with whatever you've got left. There you go. And thank you to Rainbow Khan Effects and Quark 07 for your advice as well. I appreciate that, man. You picked up a couple of things that I completely missed. So 07 boys, appreciate that. Hope that was helpful, Lord Prayer. There we go. Lord Prayer, I'm feeling little Lady Prayer whilst listening to your advice. Thanks, everyone. No worries, dude. 07. Hope Lady Prayer's doing all right, buddy. For those that don't know, Lord Prayer recently had a little youngling come into his life, which is very cute. And then we've got Ed Bailey. And I am a cavalryman, sir, not an infantryman. Ah, yes. Cavalryman. The gentleman's escape. You know what? I'm sure that the big breakthrough is going to come soon, and you cavalry will become relevant again. Infantry, cavalry just sits around. Infantry wins games. Remember, there's no saying like, oh, it always comes down to the cavalryman and his saber. It always comes down to the infantryman and his rifle, Ed Bailey. And you goddamn know. We all know cavalry is just a bunch of cowards. Do you know what cavalry used to do back in the day? Oh, the oh so noble class of warrior, the cavalry. They used to ride down fleeing soldiers. Cavalry used to be held back in reserve, and when the enemy were routed by the infantry, the cavalry would go in and just cut down a bunch of fleeing guys. Oh yeah, this is hard. So dangerous. So much. Yeah. Fuck your cavalry. I'm kidding, Ed Bailey, bro. Thank you for support, man. I'm just trolling you. I'm literally just in it to troll you. There we go. Okay, we've then got Frost and Fist. Frost and Fist, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Reporting in, sir. Our competitive scions and oops, all autocannons, the next tournament list. Frost and Fish, you're goddamn right they are. Next tournament will be in mid-April. So I've got a couple of weeks off, and then I'm going to a GT. And in that GT, I am going to be running my Scions, because it's Warhammer, and I've been to Warhammer 2 or 3 times now, and I always run Scions at Warhammer. It's just tradition. It is tradition. And then the event after that will be the Oops All Autocannons. If I can get an RTT and enough painting time in between now and then, I'll do Oops Autocannons sooner, but otherwise it'll be Oops All Autocannons. I'll probably do it April... either end of April or beginning of May. That'll be Oops All Autocannons. But I've got my tournaments pretty well, I've got my tournaments pretty well planned out. But yeah, definitely. But Frost and Fist, thank you for support, man. Those are the 2 next lists, though. Those are the 2 next lists. My Scions will be including Valkyrie. So for all of you Air Cav fans out there, it's going to be Black Hawk Down. Task Force Icarus. If you guys can see, I wonder if I can get the camera to point up there. There you go. Task Force Icarus is ready. It's Valkyries and all. I really rate Valkyries, man. I really fucking rate them. So Frost and Fist, thank you for Super Chat, bro. Absolutely cool. Thank you for the Giga Chat. And yeah, that way you guys know what is coming up next. And then we've got Nuki Brown, my boy. Nuki Brown, how you doing? Can I get a quick list review? Only looking for tweaks, not major reworks, as I am currently 6-1 with this list. You will find it in stream discussion. Nuki Brown, I am happy to do your list review, good sir, kind sir, and thank you so much for the tip. May I ask, can I cover my last game of the event, and then we can close out the video with a list review? Would that be okay? If you're short on time, Nuki Brown, I'm happy to do the list review first. But if you're going to be here till the end of the stream, then I'll do it then. Just so, because there's been a big break between game 4 and game 5, you see, so I don't want to. To leave it too long. Is that all right? If you like, if you're short on time, I'll happily do it now, man, because I'm not gonna, fuck you over in that way, dude. Nice. And then I just wait for Nuki Brown to get back to me in the chat there, boys. But Nuki Brown, whatever happens, bro, thank you for support, buddy. Absolutely incredible. Nuki Brown, I need to bounce in 50 minutes, but you can timestamp me on Discord if you wish. Oh, no, bro, if it's a quick list review, I'll just do it now, dude. It's not a problem. And then Elden TriStar, thank you for your super chat, dude. I'll get to it in just 1 second. Let's take a look now. Like I said, if you had to bounce in 15 minutes, bro, I'll do it in. I'll do a cheeky one. It'll take a minute if you're just looking for tweaks. I mean, I'm looking at it now and it looks pretty good, bro. Oh my god, it's popping up! It's popping up, boys! Elden TriStar, thank you for another super chat, dude. I will get to it as quickly as I can, man. Let's take a little look. Let's take a little look here. So we have got me doing a reaction to a list if I don't switch over. So we have got a. You've gone for a patrol. Oh, you've just got it the wrong way around. Okay, that's fine. So you're allying in a patrol of Scions. It's the full Scion Death Ball. Yeah, it's the full Scion Death Ball. What can I say? Yeah, perfect. No tweaks there. Cadian Command Squad with Dreadnought. Okay. Deathcore Marshal. Fine. Lord Solar. More than fine. Primaris Psycho. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads of Cadians. That's great. 2 squads of Kazakin. Really good. Everything's fucking bob on right now. 2 Armor Sentinels. 2 Scout Sentinels. So that's fine. That's cool. And then you've got the Rogel Dawn and the Chimera. Okay. Are you born soldiers? I'm going to take a wild fucking guess. So, I literally only have one thing to say to you, which is, well, 2 things to say to you. Firstly, this is a really good list. I'm assuming these have all got the right thing. Oh, the sergeants could do with auto guns. Yeah, give the sergeants auto guns. So, first thing I'll say to you is this list is really, 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 really strong. Really good. The only thing I feel like the list is missing is a bit more heavy armor, bro. 1 Rogel Dawn feels very sad in the armor department. Very, very sad. But wait, have you got a Lehman Russ as well? You got a tank commander? You don't even have a tank commander. Wow. Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy list. It's a distraction. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, I would go for the castigated Gatling cannon as well, just because I like the Dakka. It's an interesting list, but I definitely feel like it could do with more heavy armor. But that's just my instinct, man. I fucking love tanks. So a couple of areas where you could save points, by the way, is I have run my Dreadnoughts without Primaris Psychers now for a long time, more often than not. And I have truly found that the Primaris Psyker, you don't need it. Dreadnought tends to be tough enough without it. So you could definitely consider, it's like the Primaris Psyker is considered nice to have in my mind now. So that's one thing. Likewise, if the Dawn is a distraction, I don't really see the point of the Regimental Legends here. It really gives it a 5+ invuln, but it's a distraction. And again, you can probably just dump 3 CP into the Dawn for if you really want to. It's got a 2-up save. You know what I mean? It's got a 2-up save. Or the only thing that's really gonna damage it is gonna be the biggest of guns. And if it's attracting the biggest of guns, then it's kind of doing its job. So I don't know if the Regimental End series is so needed. Last thing to mention is the Chimera. If you've gone Born Soldiers, you're better off putting like as much Dakka on the thing as possible. So I got like a multi-laser heavy bolt or something like that, just because more Born Soldier opportunities. But that's literally it, dude. Like if you've gone 6-1 with this game, I don't think it needs much more. The only thing I would say, you may find that you somewhat lack long-range bombardment capabilities. The interesting thing about your list is that it's got a hell of a lot of firepower, but pretty much all of your firepower is tied up in, at best, a 24-inch range, at best. And a lot of your firepower is coming from the Silent Death Ball, which is extremely fragile. Silent Death Ball will move out, kill something, and then any kind of return fire will clear up. I mean, I've lost my Silent Death Ball to just fucking bolters and shit, man. So, for example, if you were playing against me and I got this matchup, I would be like, I'm just gonna fucking... I could be really brazen. I could deploy my tanks out in the fucking open. I don't give a shit. You've got one Rogue or Dawn, like... You know what I mean? So if once the Dawn is down, it is a fucking open season on my tanks. I can literally have a tank with a 72-inch range cover anywhere, and I can just be like, and you can't hide from those tanks because I'm just gonna go, you know, I'm literally just gonna go right. I'm gonna have, you know, what, you know, I'm gonna have 3 tanks going to this side of the board, 3 tanks going to this side of the board, and that's gonna cover everywhere but the fucking back corner. I'm gonna have all the angles. I'm gonna cover every objective, and if you move out onto the objectives, I'm just gonna blow you away, and you can't shoot back at me. You've got nothing that can shoot back at me outside 24-inch range. So the only thing that's why I'm suggesting you might want to consider a little bit more heavy armor, because if we get into a firefight, and you know, and let's say your Dawn rolls out, let's say your Dawn rolls out and kills a Lehman Russ, I then pick up your Dawn, and then it's an open firefight at that point. The other thing I would say is that you don't have any indirect fire, and so again, the problem with not having indirect fire is that, and I have indirect fire, and I'm only comparing it, you know, me and you fighting, because this is a good list. Do you know what I mean? And my list isn't perfect. Okay, I'll go over I'll go over where your list beats my list in a second. But by not having indirect fire, if I get turn 1, you know what I'm going to target with my mortars, bro, because I know what the Silent Death Ball does. I'm just going to, and anyone worth assault, once Kazakh can get nerfed and people start taking the Silent Death Ball, the first thing everyone's going to do with Desolated Marines, Guard, they're just going to go bombard those sounds, and you can't do anything back. So that puts a lot of pressure on you to push out with your scions. You're going to be like, well, I got to use them, but all you're doing is getting them killed quicker. Where your list has mine beat is that you've got 90 infantry and I've got 90 infantry, but your 90 infantry beat the shit out of my 90 infantry. Your 90 infantry, if I expose my infantry even mildly, your 90 infantry just fucking deletes mine. So you actually have a much stronger infantry game than me. Much, much stronger infantry game. You also have more tricks up your sleeve. So Scout Sentinels. Oh, my Scout Sentinel's going to go first. It's going to, my Scout Sentinel forward deploys. It pre-game. It doesn't pre-game move. Sorry, my Scout Sentinel forward deploys. If I get first turn, it moves and oh, your Lead aren't getting out your deployment zone. Big sad. So these give you a big advantage on like move blocking me. And naturally, you know, and the mechanized infantry Kazakin allow you. You're gonna again. You've actually got 110 infantry. You've got more infantry than me, and the Kazakin are just gonna drive. They allow you to get the drop on me, and I can't do anything about that. You know, if you choose to, those Kazakin are gonna just completely just wipe out a flank. So you've definitely got the ability to kind of like counter attack better than I do. And also you've got a Barbican's Key, so I am going to be forced to take 20 infantry and cover my flanks where you might drop in and get an angle, and that's a threat. You don't have to Barbican's Key me turn 1. So I would say your list is really, really good. It has a couple of Achilles heels. It can't get into a long range firefight, and it doesn't have an indirect fire. But it has a couple of really strong advantages over my list, which is you completely dominate the infantry game, which my mortars are going to need a few turns to put the work in, and yeah, so it's going to be tricky. So you dominate the infantry game, and that could easily give you the win. And you also have more tricksy tricks up your sleeve, which might give you a few more options than I do. So I definitely think that your list is very, very strong. I'm not surprised you've gone 6-1. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The only issue you're going to have, the big issue, so the number, I actually wouldn't change anything, dude. Like I said, I wouldn't change that much. If you could squeeze, I think you're going to have to radically alter the list too much. I think if you drop like all the Sentinels and the Engine Seer and the Primaire Psyker, I think that gets you some extra Russes, but I don't know if we're fundamentally altering the list too much at that point. You know what I mean? But dude, all I say is the list is great, the list is strong, it's got options, it's got play, I can see all the tactics behind it, there's nothing random or shitty or bullshit in there, it's all brilliant. You can't build a perfect list. Every list is going to have disadvantages and advantages. You just have to be aware of them. And I think if we got into a fight, honestly, I think it's anyone's game. I think it depends on how much work my mortars put in early game. If I get turn 1 and I can neutralize your Sign Death Bolt early, advantage starts coming over to me. I think if if my mortars fuck up, you win the infantry game. You've got more infantry, which forces me to play it cagier, which means that you can pull ahead on points. And if I don't pull it back, fucking turn, I can give up turn 1, maybe turn 2, but turn 3, if I haven't pulled it back by turn 3, you've won the game. Because you're maxing flex, I'm maxing flex, you're getting boots, I'm getting boots. You might even out boots me with the number of infantry you've got, and the fact you've got a Dreadnought, and data as well. You could potentially outdo data for me as well. So it's a really, I think your list, it's a very, very, very close game. So it's a good list. It's a very, very strong list. Not much I would recommend changing, bro. Like I said, just the only advice I have is just be aware of your disadvantages. Okay. But there we go. All right, Nuki Brown. I hope that was relatively helpful to hear. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at game number 5. Now, Elden and Trials, don't worry, I can see you've done a couple of super chats, bro. Let me just I'll just set game number 5 up, and then we'll do your super chats, okay? So game number 5 comes around. Had a hell of a journey so far. We had a turn 1 seal clubbing. We had a turn 2 squeaky bum time. We had a turn 3 cerebral match. And then we had a turn 4 smashing. And we've had our highs. We've had our heady heights. We've had our lows. Game 5 was the most difficult game. And it was the closest game. And in fact, I would say Game 5 was the one game of the whole event where it was all to play for. Absolutely all to play for. Anyone could have taken that game. And I will say in Game 5, the final points were only, I think, 3 points in it. There's only 3 points in it. Well, I think actually there was meant to be. I think I slightly put the wrong score in, but we'll get it. Not in a way that advantaged me in any way, shape, or form. There was a 7-point difference. 7-point difference at the end of the game. But yeah, pretty crazy. So the mission was tear down their icons, 5 objectives, table quarters, and I was facing against Dark Angels. Now I know immediately many of you are going, Dark Angels. Oh, how many Deathwing did he have? 4. Not 4 squads. 4 Terminators. Yeah, I think it was like 2 Deathwing Command Squad Terminators or Company Commanders or something. Company Command Squads, I don't know what they were, but there were 2 Deathwing Terminators. His list was Speeder Spam. It was a really strange list. The guy he'd gone undefeated day 1 and he'd only lost his last game like by a couple of points. So, in fact, I'm going to get my opponent's list up because I feel like I'm missing something. But his list was all speeders all the way, and it was really, really powerful. It was really, really good. Like, I thought in the first 2 turns of the game, I had no fucking chance of winning. Like, not even like close. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was so fucked the first couple of turns. And I'll explain why in a second. Let me just find my opponent's list. So my opponent had 2 Ravenwing Talon Masters. So those are land speeders that hit on 2s because of them being characters, and they have got twin heavy bolter and twin assault cannon. So each one's putting out 18 shots. That's pretty scary. He's got 2 units of 5 infiltrators. He's got company veterans, Deathwing Command Squad, a Ravenwing champion. So that's a bike guy. 3 land speeder tornadoes with multi-melter and assault cannons. 2 Ravenwing land speeder vengeances. They've got the plasma cannons and heavy bolters. And he had 3 storm speeder thunder strikes. Those have got basically like las cannons and missiles and melter missiles and all sorts of crazy shit. And then he had 2 gladiator reapers. 2 gladiators. So in total, the guy's rocking 10 speeders, 2 gladiators. So it's like, wow. Okay, it's pretty fucking, it's very armor heavy. And it's very fast. And it's all got anti-tank for days. I mean, it's horrible. All of his assault cannons are wounding me on 2s. So he shreds my infantry like there's no tomorrow. He outmaneuvers me massively. He's got fly and everything. And I'm like, his melters only wound me on fucking 4s. I can take that. No, because he's got all these fucking like speeders with like strength 9 plasma on them. So so his anti-tank is perfect against me. It wounds me on fucking 3s. Exactly what you need. It's a really hard game. So that's the matchup. Secondaries, I should say. Secondaries, I go for inflexible command, boots on the ground, and bring it down. I don't go for retrieve data. My man's so fast he can just screen me out. I'm not getting data. So I'm not ever going to. So I go for bring it down because he's got so many vehicles, right? My opponent went for... I'll just double check. Got it here. Oh, no, wrong one. Let's go over to the right one here. My opponent went for Codex Warfare, No Prisoners, and Raise the Banners. Okay. Now, some of you will be surprised he didn't go for Oath of Moment. Naturally. The problem with my opponent going for Oath of Moment is he has no Terminators worth a damn that can move into the board, center of the board, and his speeders, whilst incredibly shooty, are even more incredibly fragile. So any speeders he puts in the middle of the board just get blown off the table, right? And that's kind of the main reason, you know. And there's no guarantee he's going to kill lots of it. I mean, I've got 6 tanks, but I outrange him on pretty much everything. So there's no guarantee that he's going to kill many vehicles, right? So my opponent's like, you know, I think balance was he said at the end of the game, like, oh, I should take an Oath. I think Oath would have been awful. I think my opponent would have got 5 points on Oath, and that's like it. You know, if he that was terrible. I think that Oath is good for normal Dark Angels, not for Ravenwing. So deployment for me is pretty standard. I know he can like zoom out, and you know he's Ravenwing, right? He can go super fast. But I don't mind so much if he wants to like go for a turn 1 like blitz brigade against me, because if he does that, I'm gonna blow him off the fucking table. All right, he's on speeders. So I hide 30 infantry behind the standard deployment. 30 infantry, 30 infantry, 30 infantry. You know, just literally blah blah blah. I've got 3 ruins. I hide 30 infantry behind each one. Mortars go in my big ruin at the back, and I cram all of my tanks in the backfield, except for one that I put out as a little bit of bait. He was he didn't take the bait. So that's the setup for the game. My opponent deployed everything out of line of sight behind his ruins. He can do that very easily. He's got a very low model count. Okay, so that's the setup for the game. We're both deployed, pretty hidden. I've left a little bit of bait. There we go. He did infiltrate both of his infiltrate squads into the middle of the board. I honestly think that was kind of a mistake. I think his infiltrators... The reason I think it was a mistake for his infiltrators to do that was because I could just blow him up, and it was the mission where you do bombs, but he only had like 2 squads that were that could easily do bombs, and he just sort of threw them away at the beginning of the game, and the bombs were fucking vital. So yeah, I definitely think he threw. For those that don't know, if you plant, how it works is you plant a bomb, and at the end of the game, if your bomb is still around, your opponent hasn't defused it, then you get 4 victory points. You can only defuse a bomb, guarantee defuse it with OBSEC. If you don't have OBSEC, then it's like you can't guarantee to defuse the bomb. It's like on a 4+, so it's very, very swingy. This will become relevant later on. Now, before we go any further, I just want to say thank you to Element TriStar. Element TriStar, thank you for the 2 super chats, bro. Absolutely brilliant, man. I feel significantly more heartened donating to your channel upon learning you want to defend the dignity of the autocannon. Autocannon and grenade launcher much, bro. Bro, it's all autocannon and grenade launcher all the way. Dude, my modded Iron Guard were basically only ever fucking built fucking grenade launchers. So when I look at the number of Iron Guard, I've got 5 Iron Guard grenade launchers painted already, and I've got a couple of autocannons. Let me tell you, man, I must have 12. I must have a dozen fucking grenade launchers for my Mordian Iron Guard. A dozen. And I've probably got enough OG fucking autocannons to pull it off as well. So, I mean, I'm thinking, guys, maybe, you know, if I do the autocannon thing, maybe I do it with metal Mordians. We show them how the fucking Mordians do it, man. Or, can you imagine that? 12 squads of infantry on the board. It wouldn't be 12, because I've got to take even Russ's. 9 squads of original metal Mordians. Every single one of them equipped grenade launcher and autocannon. And then 3 Lieben Russes, all with exterminator autocannons. And 3 Hydras, all with their autocannons. And then 2 command squads with autocannons. Just autocannons for days. Autocannons for days. That is what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. All autocannon. I think you'll find my platoon command squads are equipped with autocannons and grenade launchers. Yep. Not got a flag in there. Got platoon command squad with autocannon, grenade launcher, and officer. I have to pick between a massive Vox and a flag. Oh, I think I'd have to. I think I would have to drop the grenade launcher from the command squad. I think I need the massive Vox on the flag. I mean, you can't make me pick between the Vox and the King's colours, L10. You can't. You can't, bro. You can't, man. It can't be done. It can't be done. Dude, all of it led by Strachan. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Amazing. But L10, thank you so much for the super chats, dude. Incredible. Is this 2005? It sounds like 2005 in it. You goddamn know. We're resetting the clock back to autocannon grenade launcher meta, boys. Simple as that. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of how many autocannons I can only fit in. I'm trying to think of how many autocannons I could fit in. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. It depends if I want autocannon heavy weapon teams as well. You know, I've kind of got to pick between autocannon tanks, autocannon weapon teams, and Hydras. Unless I take 3 tank commanders, but then I'm kind of fucked on HQ slots. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see indeed. But L10, thank you so much. And yes, of course, the autocannon is my favorite heavy weapon. Hands down. The grenade launcher is my favorite. You know, aesthetically, autocannon grenade launcher is my favorite by fucking miles. And I will make it great again. I will make it great again. ACGL, boys. ACGL. Back in the day of DACA forums, how many times did you see ACGL squads recommended on the army list section? All the time, boys. All the time. Thank you so much, L10, for the double super chat, bro. You fucking hero. Catharsis Chaser. Put autocannon always in the heavy bottle shadow. Only in 8th and 9th. You know what? I think the autocannon might make a comeback in 10th. If vehicles are going to start with like a minimum toughness of 10, and GW keeps the same wounding mechanic, then it means that heavy bolters start wounding vehicles on 6s. That's no good. But it means autocannons wound vehicles on 5s still. Yes! I'm calling it now, boys. The autocannon, if the wounding mechanics are the same, the autocannon will become the go-to heavy weapon. I'm calling it now. Start building. Start building. Plasma's still going to be the better option for everything else. But I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. There we go. Amazing. Oh, we got Tiki. The autocannons work for me in 7th. Yeah, I used to like my autocannon grenade launcher squads in veterans in 7th. They were cool. All right, so going back to the game. Let me check. I can see who got first turn, and I want to. Check. Oh, I didn't put it down. Bollocks. Okay. Who got first turn? I got the first turn. Okay, so I get the first turn, and I realize that if I move out with too much, my opponent is I put a Lehman Russ in strategic reserve, by the way. I put it had to be the Vanquisher. Put the Vanquisher in reserve. Then I put 2 Lehman Russes in reserve. I think I put the double battle cannon Lehman Russ squadron in reserve. So I put the Lehman Russes. I put the battle cannons in reserve, and because I couldn't hide them all, I had 6 Russes. I was like, I don't want. He could do this thing where he can move forward, shoot a unit, he can charge, and then he can move again. And what he could have done is he could have moved out, shot a Russ and killed it, and, you know, because there wasn't enough room to hide them all. Charged an infantry squad and then hidden again. And he could have kept doing that. And I didn't want him, and he had the CP to do it. I didn't want him to do that. So What I did in my turn 1 is I wanted to make sure that I would be in a position to I wanted to make sure that I'd be in a position to get 2 objectives, because I need to hold 2 objectives to get primary, right? To get 8 primary points. So what I do turn 1 is I have an infantry squad that's in a ruin, move, but only get the 2 extra inches of movement. Move out into my opponent's territory and plant a bomb, turn 1. And I plant it right on the fucking edge. I'm like, he's going to find it difficult to use that. That's 4 victory points in the bag for me. I then mortar the shit out of his one of his infiltrator squads. But I only kill like a couple of them. They're pretty durable. 3 up save. What can you do about it? I think I would have killed like 2 of them, 3 of them, but the medic saved one of the wounds, right? I go for a Billy Big Bollocks move because I want to get 8 primary, and I move 20 infantry and a commander out onto the objective that's up here. Because there's an objective here, objective here, objective here, objective here, and one in the middle. Okay, my deployment zone is this table quarter. So I go for so I expose 30 infantry, and I figured 30 infantry bubble wrapping a commander with KD stands basically means that even if he kills all my infantry, the commander's still going to be sat there on the objective, and he's going to get be the 8 primary, which is great. Or my opponent has to sacrifice something to stop me from doing that. And this is guard, so my approach to this game was I just need to go back to my roots. I just need to win the attrition. I need to win the attrition. I know my opponent's going to like move, block me and everything. I need to win the attrition because there's only like 2 ways out of my deployment zone with my tanks. So that's my turn 1. I kill a couple of infiltrators and I plant a bomb and I bum rush one of the objectives. My opponent goes over to his turn 2 and he plays it. By the way, my opponent put both Gladiator Reapers in strategic reserve. My opponent's turn 2, he plays it very cagey. And he sticks a Talon Master out up here. And he sticks his 3 land raiders with land speeders with multi-melters and assault cannons there in sort of there's a ruin here, and then he gets one of his plasma his big plasma speeders and he like turbo boosts it onto the objective. They can like still advance and shoot for some reason. I'm not saying he's done anything dodgy, it's just Raven Wing stratagems, that kind of stuff. And so what happens is he blows away all of my infantry. But then he's got a speeder on the objective. My commander does live, so the plan worked. But the speeder is then contesting the objective for... the speeder is contesting the objective for my commander. That was quite a smart play from him. Comes over to my turn 2. And so I bring in... I'm trying to think of what I do. I'm very worried about... So yes, comes over to my turn 2. And so what I do is... I bring in my... I move my Russes. So I blow away the land speeder that's up there. And I play it very cagey because he's still got a lot of firepower. And I bring my Russes in from strategic reserve. And in hindsight, I made a big mistake here. For some reason, I just thought I could only bring my Lehman Russes in on my... Bear in mind, this is my table edge. I thought I could only bring them in on my table edge, but I could have brought them in anywhere outside of his deployment zone. I honestly just made a huge mistake. And I should have just brought them in, like, fucking up here. But I brought my Lehman Russes in, but unfortunately, because the way I brought them in, because I thought I had to bring them in here, I had to shoot across some dens. So I fire a couple of Lehman Russes into these like land speeders, and I only kill like 1.5 of them, which is pretty bad considering I'm flat damage 3 and they've only got 6 wins each. And that is basically that's basically my turn 2. My opponent's turn 2, he's because he's Marines, he's sticky the middle objective with his infiltrators. And again, he plays it really cagey. Really, really cagey. I think maybe... So what he does is he takes one of his... he takes his 3 land speeders that were hiding up here in a ruin, and he shoots them over to my deployment zone, and he moves blocks my land speeders in, and at the same time he kills a bunch of infantry. So he kills like, I think he kills like 10 infantry, 10. He blows up one of my Lehman Russes, and he kills 20 infantry with the 20? No, 10 infantry with the land speeds. But the big thing he's going for is completely move blocked me. So I'm like, fuck, I'm you know, literally I'm not getting out of my deployment zone on the top. I'm having to like go like down here and round, go from this point of my deployment zone, like go along the bottom. So I'm like, okay, I'm tired. I'm struggling. And he kept using his Thunderfire cannon to. One second. One second. Okay, no, he did have it. For a horrifying second, I thought my opponent didn't have a Thunderfire. I was like, you piece of shit. So he kept using his Thunderfire cannon to suppress my infantry, so I couldn't move on to the middle objective and take it off him. So that was a bit annoying. Now, going into my turn 2, I like blow away his land speeders. And I'm like, you know what? I don't try and take that top objective back in. I'm like, you know, that is a lost cause. That's a last turn situation. But my that was his turn 2. So my turn 1 killed that. My turn 2 killed that. My turn 3, sorry. My turn 3, I blow away his land speeders, and I move a unit of infantry full distance onto an objective which he is trying to hold with 2 company veterans. And he's raised a banner with 2 company veterans in his turn 2. I basically, he tries to raise banners on this objective down here every fucking turn of the game, and he just can't, because I every time he raises it, the revolving conveyor of guardsmen, another unit of guardsmen go in, tears the banner down, and then I blow the unit away that raised the banner. He tries this like 3 times, like fucking with like an infiltrator squad and a because he infiltrates were here, he moved them back and tried to do it. An infiltrator squad, a company veteran squad, a terminator squad. It just never worked. He was too. I think he should have like really pushed out. If he was going to raise a banner and make sure he fucking held it for at least 30, he should have really pushed for it. But I think he was thinking like, oh, I'll raise that banner. How much infantry can this guy have? But I've got 90 infantry, and if I have to sacrifice 10 infantry to get a boots points and deny you a banner every single turn and deny you a primary every single turn, that is a 6-point swing, 7-point swing to deny a banner, score a boots. No, that's a 6-point swing every single turn. Would you take that deal? I take that fucking deal, right? So he should have been a lot more like, he should have just gone on to that fucking objective, man. And because I only had like 2 Russes down there that were sort of covering it. They were like my gatekeeper and a plasma Russ, but yeah. So my turn 3, I just keep denying that objective. He's not getting it, and I'm like, you know, I'm like, fuck the north of the board. That's not doing shit. I'm going all in on the fucking south, basically. What I do is I take a Lehman Russ, one of my plasma Russes, and I give it, objective secured, and I fling it into the middle of the board because I can hold the objective from the ruin. And by giving it objective secured, it means he can't just put a speeder on it to recap the objective. Bear in mind, he has lost all of objectives. He loses all of his obsec in my first 3 turns because I kill his infiltrators. And he's got like 1 land speeder that can do obsec, but it's fucking miles away. It's never going to do it. Now, yeah, I'm sacrificing a Russ, but I've torn a banner down again. He's not holding an objective again, so he's fucked on primary. So he's not doing anything. So my turn 3, so my opponent, so this might be a little bit confusing to follow so far, but basically what I'm trying to say is my opponent move blocked me for 2 turns. He played it very cagey for 2 turns, and going into my turn 3, I had lost 20 infantry in the north and 20 infantry in the south. Okay, but I placed a bomb and I had a Russ in the middle obsecking the objective, which he couldn't just move 1 unit on. He had to kill the Russ, basically. Comes up to my opponent's turn 3 and he brings in both turn 3 and my opponent goes all in. And I honestly believe this was a mistake. Okay. But my opponent was feeling very confident at this point. My boots on the ground points were deceptively low. It's like, oh, I've got like... I think I got like 6 points on boots. Not that much, turn 3, when you think about it. And, you know, flexible was ticking up. But, bring it down, I'd got like 5 points. It's like not great for turn 3. 4 points, maybe. It's not great for turn 3. Do you know what I mean? So, my opponent in his turn 3 brings his Reapers on. And he brings one in the south and one because he can deploy them any. I've screened him out a little bit. He brings one in down here. He brings one in up here, and he just uses one to help kill my and the rest of his army. That's where his Reapers go, and the rest of his army touches ruins because he's like, I need to kill that Russ in the center, and I personally think he overcommits, but he touches the ruins, which means that I can see him. Okay, now my opponent's turn. He kills the Rust in the center, and yeah, he kills Rust in the center, and he kills I'd say 10 more infantry. That's it. But bear in mind, the thing is, it's a Lehman Rust, and I'm just like -1 damage, and I haven't used many CP at this point, so I'm like -1 damage, smoke screen. And so it takes everything he's got to kill this Russ. But he's gone all in. And I've still got 4 Russes left. Killed like one. He killed like one up here. Oh, that was it. Yeah, I brought 1 Russ in up here. I brought 1 Russ up here. It was my other battle tank. He's gone all in. And he's basically killed 10. He had, I think, 20 infantry and a Russ. And I had 4 Lehman Russes left over, boys. And let me tell you, you don't bring a speeder to a tank fight. You don't bring it. You might have firepower, but you don't have as much firepower as the Imperial Armored Corps. And I blow away basically every fucking speeder in his army. Oh my god. You don't fuck with the Lehman Russ. Who do you think you are? Bringing a fucking speeder. Frankly, I find the idea of a land speeder army offensive. Oh my god. They might have guns, but they're like 10 wounds each, boys. Like, bear in mind, to give you an idea of how many speeders we're talking about here, we're talking 5 big chunky speeders. 5 big chunky speeders. And so what happens is, and 2 Gladiator Reapers. Okay, so the Lehman Russ Vanquisher set the tone. This is why you bring the Vanquisher. Okay, because my Vanquisher performed fine in every game. It fucked up one time in the Votann game, but it did fine in every game. My Vanquisher set the tone by getting the shot on getting the Vanquisher roll the Gladiator Reaper that's up here. My Vanquisher's here, it just drives up a little bit so we can see past the ruin, and it fires the Vanquisher cannon. Gets the 6, boys. Straight through, auto wound. No question about it. Just get that big old 6. My opponent's like, okay, so what's my armor save value? I'm like, well, it's AP -5. And he's like, what? He's like, okay, well, I guess how much damage do I take? I'm like, you take. And I say, you take 6. And before I can finish, he goes, so I've got 6 left. I'm like, well, you take 6, and then I do D3 more damage, and then I do D3 mortal wounds. And bear in mind, Reapers have got 12 wounds, right? So I'm like, okay, so the actual damage first. That Mordian Glory face turns up again. It's the big 3 extra damage. My person's like, right, so I'm down to 9. And I'm like, but I still got the mortal wounds. He's like, how many mortal wounds do you do? And I'm like, it's D3. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. Just, I do the, you guys know the flick. You guys know the flick. You gotta, sometimes you gotta roll those dice with flair. You know what I'm saying? Once, twice, 3 times a lady. Another Mordian face is up. And the Vanquisher just fucking puts a depleted uranium round through the fucking front and out of the back of this fucking gladiator. And in my mind, I like to think that the Gladiator Reaper does its best T-72 impression and decided to jump its turret jumped 200 fucking feet up in the air and sprinkled itself over a large area. Man, it was... I was like, this gladiator is not a real tank. It's like, this is a tank. Ah, that's not a knife. This is a knife. Just one shot, walk. So, my opponent, by the way, he apologized afterwards, but let's just say my opponent really wanted to win. Okay, he really wanted to win. Now, my opponent, so that set the tone. And I think I kind of annoyed him because I was kind of like role playing a little bit, and I was like, splash 1. so I was like, splash 1. And I was like, right, Gatekeeper into the other Gladiator Reaper. And I was like, roll the dice. And you know, I got 8. I got 8. And I put in great position on Gatekeeper. And I rolled the hits. And I rolled 8 shots. And I got 4 auto wounds, which was pretty good. And then I got 2 of the hits, and I had 2 ones. And I rerolled both of them, and both of them converted. 1 into an auto wound and 1 into a regular wound. So I got 5 auto wounds through on this thing. And then I rolled the 3 wounds. And it's strength 9, so it's like, I'm winning you on 3s. So I get 2 of those 2. So I do like 7 wounds to this gladiator. And he's like, okay, so it's a battle count, so it's -2, so I'm on a 5-up save. And I'm like, actually, it's Gatekeeper, so it's... So he knew, he was very clued up to that. He went, oh, Gatekeeper, so 6-up. He rolls, he doesn't make any 6-ups. 21 damage from Gatekeeper. Splash 2. Splash 2. Eagle 1. Fox 2. Eagle 1. Fox 3. Just like... So both gladiators fucking gone. 1 tank, 1 kill. 1 tank, 1 kill. Okay? I then take one of my Plasma Russes, and by the way, all I did with my Plasma Russes is just move them into, literally, there's like this little ruin here. I just moved them into there. And one of my Plasma Russes is like, one of his speeders only had like 4 wounds left. So I was like, fuck it. Heavy bolters and las cannon can go in against one Russ. Plasma cannons will go into the big fucking squadron of like 3 fucking speeders you've got like up here. So I roll my heavy bolters and my las cannon, and I blow away the injured speeder, and then I fucking put the other plasma cannon. I put the plasma cannon into the top speeders, and I just blow away one of those as well. And I then get my next plasma rust, and I put everything into the squadron. I think there might have been some other little bits around, but there was a bike captain movement blocking me. So I'm like, plasma rust into the squadron, everything else into the bike captain. And, you know, I killed the bike captain with everything else, because I just got the las cannon through, he fell at save, and I just got the big 6 damage and just killed him. I got 5 damage and just killed him. And then I had the plasma rust, blew away another speeder. So it's literally like turret, kill a vehicle, turret, kill a vehicle, turret, kill a vehicle, turret, kill a vehicle. I just blow. So his army loses. Oh, and spare. So I killed 3 speeders, 3 big speeders, and 2 gladiator reapers in 1 turn. Oh. But, and my opponent, like I said, he apologized afterwards. He got a little tilted. But And my opponent said something to me, which I didn't. I mean, I kind of agree with it, but I didn't necessarily agree with it. Because my opponent was like, "Oh man, you got so lucky. You got so lucky." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess." But I've played enough games with New Guard now, where it's like you don't get into a straight up firefight with them. And for me, where the game pivoted, my opponent was winning that game right up until beginning of turn 4. It's the first 3 turns of the game, my opponent was winning. Because he was playing it cagey. He wasn't letting my Russes do anything. And then turn 3, he decided to get into the big fight. But he'd only killed like 2 Russes. And this is a mistake that I think a lot of people make. Like, killing 2 Russes might seem like a lot in a normal game versus Guard. But I'm bringing 6. So if you kill 2 Russes, all you have done is kill me down to the same fucking level that most other Guard players start with. And I think that totally skews people's perceptions, because most of the time when people kill 2 Russes, they've basically made the armored section of the Guard army ineffective. But not in my case. And it's the same way I take like 90 infantry. Oh, you kill 30 infantry. For most Guard players, that's half their infantry gone. But for my list, I'm now starting with the same amount of infantry that every other Guard player does. So the whole thing of this was it's just got redundancy built in, fucking layers. So my opponent says I was kind of lucky. I don't necessarily agree. I think if my Vanquisher gets the hit, it gets the wound. I had the CP for the reroll. My Vanquisher is going to get a hit, it's going to get a wound. You don't get a save. On average, the Vanquisher is going to do 10 damage to you. And I still have firing after that 2 heavy bolters, a heavy stubber, and a las cannon. So, yeah, the Vanquisher did it in style. But I honestly believe that the Vanquisher one-on-ones any equivalent tank. Any 12 wounds, up to 8, up to 7. The Vanquisher one-on-ones it. Because it's meant to one-on-one it. You bring the Vanquisher with the tank ace for one job and one job only. You bring it to 1v1 tanks. It is the tank killer. So a Vanquisher taking out an enemy tank in on a straight up fight, not unsurprising to me in the slightest. Going over to Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper with ingrained precision, with heavy bolters, and again with heavy bolters on backup, with las cannon backup, is going to take on any other vehicle in a straight up fight. It's going to do it. Think about it. Gatekeeper on average gets 8 shots. Hitting on 3s, re-rolling, no re-roll, sorry. I didn't get re-rolls on Gatekeeper, apologies. I misspoke before. So Gatekeeper on average gets 6 hits, it gets 4 wounds. The Gladiator, if it's lucky, blocks one of them, but statistically it won't block one of them, and it dies. And again, you've got the las cannon and the heavy bolters on backup. So again, Gatekeeper statistically, in my mind, will pick up a Gladiator in a one-on-one fight. And so yeah, I got lucky on the turrets, but I don't think it alters the statistics at all. Those extra firepower that I put into the tanks was just wasted. But all they were there to do was to make sure that the end result, we got over the line one way or another, even if we're talking average luck. 2 heavy bolters, if Gatekeeper does 9 damage, the 2 heavy bolters with ingrained precision on them are likely to finish you off alone. And I've still got like scraps of like las guns and stuff as well. It's good. The point is, one-on-one Gatekeeper does it statistically anyway. So then we get over to the Plasma Russes. Now my Plasma Russes, they might have had reroll 1s to hit on them, but neither Plasma Russ, bear in mind Gatekeeper rolled average for the number of shots. Both Plasma Russes only rolled a 6 for the number of shots. That's it. I didn't roll high on the number of shots at all. True, I did convert. I did get my I did get my hits. Basically all hits with the plasma.
Reporting for duty, sir.
But again, it's not unsurprising. Okay, I'm hitting on 3s. I'm re-rolling 1s. If at most I will drop 1 hit. I'm likely to only drop 1 hit. I'm then wounding you on 3s. Statistically, I will drop 1 of those. Okay. 4 of my plasma shots are going to go through. You have a 5+ invulnerable save. You will stop 1 of them. Your speeder will take 9 damage. the heavy bolters and the las cannons once again will finish you off. So the fact that I kill, yeah, and that was, so again, maybe I got a little lucky, but personally, I killed 3 speeders with 2 plasma turrets, 2 las cannons, and 4 heavy bolters. It didn't seem lucky to me. In my experience, Russes, you don't get into a firefight with Russes. Ever. Because they win that every single time. They are the cheapest fight. They are the cheapest. The way you beat Russes is you don't engage them or you tie them up. But if you notice, every single opponent that I pretty much played this event was basically like a shooting army, apart from the Custodies. And Custodies are a combat army, but there's not very many of them, and they're not very fast. So, basically, that kind of decided the game. My turn 4. But we're not talking a turn 1 or 2 smashing. It's a turn 4. And so my opponent still has a lot of play. He still has a lot of play. Now, basically, my opponent turn 4, he's not a happy bunny at all. And I don't think my opponent kills anything turn 4, you know. My opponent kills 10 infantry turn 4. But I think, if I could be honest, I think he got voodooed. I think he was like, well, the game's fucking over. You know what I mean? But he doesn't, I think he kills like 10 infantry turn 4. And maybe like, maybe like some engineers, 15 infantry. That's kind of it. He still had 2 Talon Masters. He still had one of those big speeders. You know, he still had things, and he still had things he could do. But I don't think his heart was in it at that point. So it comes over to turn 5, and likewise, he's basically got no obsec at this point, and the number of, I still have in the bank, I still have 20 infantry, and I still have 20 infantry in the bank. So what I do is I move my infantry out onto each objective one last time, because I score at the beginning of the turn. And I also, what I do is I move my Russes. The 2 plasma Russes. I just move them onto this objective up here, turn 5, and I make them. I do the move and advance thing, so they can move, advance, and shoot. I move up. I blow away his last big speeder, and I blow away he has some Terminators that are like making a run for the objective. I blow those away as well. And really, that's kind of my turn 5. And then turn 5, my opponent's like, is there anything I can do to like get any more points? And I'm like, well, you can't raise any more banners. You know, you can't raise any more banners because I've killed all his infantry. Again, I think he threw away his banner ability pretty quickly. So what my opponent, and this is where I kind of like fuck the score. My opponent's like, well, I could move my Talon Master over there and I could defuse. So we work out the final score, and my opponent gets like, he obviously can control more objectives than me at the end of the game. Because he can control 3, he can control the 2 here and here, and he can control the 1 in the middle, right? So my opponent gets 12 points at the end of the game. But, and he's already maxed out Codex Warfare. No prisoners he ends up getting 10 points on, which is fine. Because he doesn't kill 20 of my infantry. He kills 70 he kills 80 infantry including he kills 90 infantry including the engineers, and so he gets 10 points on that in total. And then banners he only gets like 5 points on, because he just basically, his home objective had a banner on it the whole game, and that was it. Now, my opponent gets 68 points, and I get 75 because I had deployed a bomb at the first turn, and turn 3, a unit of engineers had come up in the very middle of the board, and because they're only a 5-man squad, they can hide really easy. So I hid my engineers. He couldn't do it. The only thing he could shoot them with was the Thunderfire cannon. He killed like 2 of the Thunderfire cannon. That's fine, they don't give a shit about that. And they actually, even the non-obsec unit, I managed to deploy an extra bomb. Now, so I just like to imagine my engineers like Great Escape style, like, you know, tunneling up, poking the heads out, like placing the bomb, and then basically it's like going back in the tunnel. So that was really, really cool. at the end of the day, he was like, oh, I can move a land speeder on there and I can defuse the bomb. And I was like, well, it's like a 4+ if you do it, but you know, it doesn't really, you know, it's not going to affect the outcome of the game. And he was like, oh, okay, fine, fair enough. So I'm like, just do it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect the outcome of the game. Realistically, I don't, you know, he should have rolled the dice really. And also, the land speeder that he wanted to do it with had like 4 wounds left. And in my turn 5, he'd basically been like, well, you know, I'm like, well, let me fire all my mortars at like 1 land speed with like 2 wounds left. And he's like, well, it will make a difference to the points. The problem I had with this is like, I hadn't fired my mortars and I easily could have killed a 2-wound land speeder on that, right? I rolled the number of dice out and I was like, 15 from the first squad, 14 from the third squad, 17 from the second. So 15, 14, 17. My mortar went ham on that land speed. He's like, well, let's see if it makes a difference. Like I said, he was a little bit tilted. He's like, well, let's see if it makes a difference. So I just said to him, oh yeah, move over, defuse that bomb. I still won the game 71 to 68. But the final score should have been 75-68. And I know it doesn't seem like a huge amount, but I should have actually scored 4 more victory points. And I didn't really think about this until I checked the placing at the end of the tournament. I was still very happy with my placing in the tournament, don't get me wrong. But 4 more victory points would have bumped me up 4 more places in the tournament. So I'm a little, I don't know, little fly in the ointment. I could have got 4 more places in the event, but there you go. Maybe I'm being greedy, boys. Let me know what you guys think. I kind of just, you know, my opponent was a little upset. So I didn't want to, and like I said, he apologized for it afterwards, so there's no hard feelings. But it kind of, you know, it kind of made me think like, oh yeah, sure, just defuse the bomb. It's not gonna make a difference to the end result. Do you know what I mean? Kind of wish I'd just been like, no, fuck you. Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, who gives a shit? It's plastic toy soldiers. So the end result, guys, for those of you that have survived the long exodus and the journey, the end result was I went 4-1. I went 4-1, which is pretty good, and I scored 100 points. I maxed out my points in 2 games. I got 88 points in 1 game. I think I can tell you what my final battle score was, and the final. My final placing and all that kind of jazz, because I know you guys are interested in this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm interested in this kind of stuff as well. So my final placing was, let me go down. So I dropped over the course of the event, out of 500 potential battle points I could have scored, I scored 424, which meant I dropped 76. Obviously, if I had kept those 4 points I should have kept, I actually dropped 72 victory points. That meant that I did come 33rd. I did come 33rd overall. And that was 33rd out of 258 players. Which is... Can't complain. Can't complain. If I had scored those extra 4 points, I would have gone... from 33rd, 32, 31, 30, I could have potentially gone up to 28th. So five places. So it's a little bit of a shame that you know, I didn't, but you know, it's kind of being a bit greedy there. But you know what I mean. So 33rd, 28th, 33rd in the tournament, which is pretty good. Not going to complain about that. And overall, it was a really, really good event. So in terms of like personal bests that were broken, I have never gone a first day at an event and won all my games. First day, I've never gone undefeated. I broke the game 2 curse, which was really cool. And I also have never gone 4-1 at a super major before. I've been to a lot of super majors, and I've never gone 4-1. I always go like 3-2, or 2-1-2, or like 3-1-1. So going 4-1 was pretty good. And the whole time I was actually in the top tables. I don't think I ever dropped below like at game 5, I was on like table 14. At one point, I clawed out to table 10, which I was pretty happy with. People started to recognize me at the events. They're like, Tim, what are you doing up here? You don't belong up here. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know how I made it up here. I think I snuck in. So that was pretty good. In terms of the games, obviously the last one was the closest one. And the third one, I would say, was my most enjoyable from like a tactical point of view. I would say the sort of commentary I would have on 40k right now is like 3 of my games were basically matchup dependent. I won 2 of my games because of the matchup, which was Custodies and Knights. And I lost a game thanks to matchup, which is the Votan. I only had 2 games which really felt like the decisions of the players actually mattered. That's kind of what I would say is kind of a negative of where 40k is right now. Obviously things change, like lists and stuff change, but in terms of my list, I had 3 games out of 5 where it was basically matchup. But it was really nice, that final game. It was really nice to end the event. Normally I like to end the event on quite a casual note. It was really nice to end the event on a more like, I won that game through like actually fucking trying. I won that game through player, like sort of tactics and skill and all that kind of stuff. So that was a nice note to end the event on. In terms of who won the event, another little indictment to give you guys an idea. An indictment of the event was, I think in the top, everyone who made it, every single player who made it to the final cut. So if you win 5 games, you get to play in like the top 8, and then you play in like the top, and then it's like a knockout round essentially. So the final 4, so like the quarterfinal, semi-final, like final basically, or yeah, the final 4 players all had Space Marines, and they all had Desolators. So something you guys need to be aware of is the Desolators Marines, the guys, the silly nerf guns. They're really meta and they're really powerful. And yeah, every single list, I think pretty much every list that went 5-0 had Desolators in. Pretty. Another thing that I noticed. Before I say that, Tiki though. Thank you for the gifted membership, bro. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Harvey Hume, make sure you say a big thank you to Tiki the Hut for your gifted membership. And Tiki the Hut, thank you for doing your part, man. Really appreciate it. We have got 94 new channel members. Only 6 away from that full company, boys. Only 6 away. So something that I noticed in the last 2 tournaments is I've basically only played power armor or power armor equivalent, and I've only played elite armies. So we're talking out of 10 competitive games, 100% of them have been against power armor or equivalent. So in the last event, I played World Eaters, Power Armor Elite Army. I played against Custodies, Elite Army. I played against World Eaters again, Power Armor kind of army. Played against Grey Knights with all Dread Knight stuff, so Power Armor. And then I played against 50 Deathwing Terminators, which was, you know, obviously that's, I'm saying Power Armor better, right? And that's just like, and it's like, there's a lot of Imperium there, there's a lot of power on there. Go to my next event, I face against Knights, Elite Army, Power Armor equivalent, 3-up save. I then play against Custodies, Elite again, Power Armor or better. I face off against fucking Votan and Admech, and the Admech all had a 3-up save because they were like Lucius and shit. So basically Power Armor equivalent there, and Votan. I play against Votan, which is all fucking Power Armor shit. And then I face against fucking Dark Angels. So there's a real...
Kazakan squad ready for war.
The meta is all about power armor at the moment. The meta is all about power armor. And honestly, looking around the table, there really It really showed. Looking around the gaming hall, it would just seem like there was just Marines for days, and the Marines equivalent for days, and there was weirdly, maybe it's just me, but there was like I don't count Votan as Xenos, and there was like basically no Xenos there.
Sir. Good for you.
And I
Mobile
think the
infantry
reason
made me
that
the man I am today.
I think the reason I didn't face any Xenos was because I smashed my first 2 games. And I think most of the Xenos armies were in the bottom half, you know, either won 1, lost 1 in the first 2 games, or they maybe got 2 minor wins, or maybe they lost both games. So it definitely felt like, you know, that Xenos weren't doing as well. It definitely felt like Imperium and Marines were doing much better. So there was a lot of Guard on the top tables. There was a lot of Marines on the table. There was like a little bit of GSC. There was quite a lot of GSC there. I seem to always dodge it. Maybe it's because I'm secretly in league with them. But there was like, I found the GSC were like, I don't think any of them made it to the final or close. You know what I mean? So, but I saw GSC from like a distance. But they were probably, I didn't even see that much Tau. I saw like 1 Demons player. Do you know what I mean? It was kind of, I think I dodged a lot of shit because of my first 2 games being like absolute smashings. In comparison, I'm very surprised I didn't get Guard v Guard. I was very, very surprised about that. And I think that would have been a bad matchup for me. I don't think my army does that well into Guard v Guard. And then Greg C. Hey, Greg. So it was 5 Orcs, 4 GSC, 9 Tau 52s. That was basically the Xenos and shit. That was basically the Xenos at the event. Not much. Not much at all. Yeah. So I feel like I dodged a lot of it. In comparison, Alex, who went to the event with me, he played Eldar twice. First game and last game. And he played Guard twice. And he played against Salamanders. And he, you know, lost the Guard v Guard game, which kind of gave me an idea that my list wasn't set up for Guard v Guard. And he lost against Salamanders because it was all melt with +1 to wound against tanks. Not great. But he won against Eldar twice. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. So, and that's the best he's ever done at a GT as well. First tournament Alex went to, he went 0-3. Second tournament Alex went to, I think he went 1-4. Third tournament he went to, he went 1-1-3. And then this one, he got 2 wins and 3 losses. So he's consistently getting better, which is... But yeah, so it was kind of interesting that that Alex played the stuff that I didn't play, and he beat Xenos and lost to like Imperium. So kind of interesting. But it did seem like there was a lot of the same faction on repeat. Normally, when you go to Super Mage, you get a really wide spread, but there was a lot of Guard, there was a lot of Marines, and then there was kind of a little bit of everything else. But I didn't see any Necrons. I did not see a single Necron model the whole fucking event. Maybe they were there, maybe they weren't. I don't know. I saw Tau from a distance. I only saw Eldar when Alex was playing against them. I didn't see Harlequins really. Like, yeah, it was just weird. Like, I saw a lot of World Eaters. I saw a lot of Demons. I saw a lot of GSC. I saw a lot of Votan, and everything else was I'd say like that. Maybe like a third of what I saw, and everything else was Marines, and there's like a little bit of there's like half Marine. I'd say like half. I'd say like half Marines, like a quarter Guard, and a quarter everything else, something like that. Yeah, that was kind of my sort of summary of like what I saw, and and this is not a brag, guys. Bear in mind, I spent most of my tournament in the top half of the tables. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of gnarly. Kind of an interesting observation, should we say. But I want to say, before we sign out, I want to say a huge thank you to Revenga and Tiki the Hook because they have both gifted me memberships. Revenga has gifted 5 Morning Glory memberships. Thank you so much to the Bank of Best Creation Supreme Leader for providing 5 conscripts to the Mording Glory cause. Thank you so much, good sir, kind sir. And thank you to Tegan the Hut for another gifted Mording Glory membership, because thanks to those 6 extra members, we just got 100 new members in the stream. 100 new members. A full company has been recruited. Yes. One new member for every line infantry that was in my list. Pretty cool, boys. Banzai! Yes! Yes, Tigida. Yes. Amazing. Banzai! There you go. Oh, man. Incredible. Thank you so much to everyone that's gifted memberships over the course of the stream. You guys are fucking heroes, man. You guys... Get the camera to focus. You guys are the real heroes. And that's not like Homelander saying it. That's me legitimately saying it, boys. I raise my glass to all of you. Good sirs. Kind sirs. So there you go, boys. So that was the big old summary. Naturally, there will be a full, video summarizing it with lots and lots of pictures. So even if you've seen that, you've listened to the whole thing, you'll get the pictures and everything. One thing to mention though, my final observation. Even though I did better in this event, and even though I got to spend the whole weekend with a good buddy of mine and chatting 40k and everything, I can say confidently that I actually enjoyed it more running the catachans. And even though I lost loads of games, I actually enjoyed it more using the catachans. Someone asked me before, so Mordian, what does it feel like to try hard? And it was good. And don't get me wrong, it felt great to have the power. And the reliability of the list. Oh. You know what I mean? Like, not... Like, having my list have those redundancies built in. The stress. It was a very unstressful event. Considering I had gone to try hard and I'd gone to win, it was very chill. It was no stress whatsoever. Because I won all my games day one, so I didn't care what happened day 2. And going into the game, and the game that I lost was such a bad matchup, I didn't really care about it. It was like whatever. So it was one of those where it's like this tournament was probably more satisfying because it's great running meme lists and stuff, but if you're not careful, if you meme too hard, you kind of lose sight of like actually how to play properly. So it was great to play properly, very satisfying. I enjoyed every game immensely, even the one that I got absolutely fucking beansed on by Votan. The only game I didn't enjoy was the one facing against the Knights because I just felt really bad for my opponent. It's such a terrible matchup. Even the one in the last game where my opponent got a little bit salty, I totally forgive him. We've all had those flashes of rage. It's not a problem even slightly. Like I fully sympathize with my opponent, and it was not a problem even slightly. He went away, got a drink, came back, and he apologized. So all water on the bridge as far as I'm concerned. And he ended up, having a smile, having a joke, and we chatted about the list, and he cracked a smile and all that kind of good stuff. So that was all good. But the games may have been more satisfying, and the games may have felt more like cerebral, but they were less fun. And if you notice what was kind of missing from this event, those of you that listened to the last event and the ones that listened to this event, if you notice what's missing from this event is there were no real epic moments. There was no action shots. It was kind of funny that I used my mortars to like assault things, but that was just a smart move. Like if I didn't need to do it, why would I? But in the last game, last event, I lost loads of games, but like Strachan was going around like fucking fisting 8-bound, and the Dreadnought was just tanked. The Dreadnought tanked everything, and consistently trolled my opponent. And, you know, and Angron got killed by Slime Arbo. I mean, come on. Come on. Like, those are so cool. Like, in every single game in the last event, there was an epic moment. I would say there was one epic moment in this event. Two of them. And it was down to the Vanquisher. When the Vanquisher almost got the Hecaton. That was really, really cool. And when, literally, that was the most fun part of that game for me. It didn't matter if, you know, the winning, the losing, it didn't matter. Just the Vanquisher almost pulling it off was amazing. And then in the next game, it redeeming itself and it fucking, you know, getting the one shot, one kill with the Vanquisher gun on the Gladiator Reaper. That was really, really fun. But the Vanquisher is, I consider it an author include, but many people are like, fuck the Vanquisher, it's a waste of time. The Vanquisher is the memeiest unit in my army. And the memeiest unit in my army was the most fun. So, yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to go back to using I kind of want to use the combat guard list again. But you know, I can't help but think. I can't help but think, what would have happened if I had had same list as last week, but all I'd done is taken Born Soldier. Can't help but think, boy. Can't help but think double Dreadnought and Draken. You know what? I think double Dreadnought and Strachan could have won me my game 4. Because Strachan would have gone off and just gone ape on some fucking bikes and chopped them to pieces. As we know, he deletes anything he touches. And the Dreadnoughts would have been able to... I could have been more aggressive. I lacked the... Oh, my... Yeah. Greg C, Amon and Glory. Manny ended up winning the whole thing with 20 Deathwing Terminators and 20 Desolation Marines. Yeah, those Desolation Marines are... Yeah. I don't think the Vanquisher works great in the current meta just because the Hecaton can auto 0. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of factions have got the auto 0 now. The Vanquisher is great, but... Yeah, I mean, it's cool. He won, but he helped me win my last game, which is kind of good. Greg C, did you see Komu's insane melee guard list that went 5, 0, and 1 this weekend? 50 reference. I didn't see that, man. It's cool that like Sword and Guard got into the final cut, man. That's kind of cool. That's really good. I'll have to check his list out. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. If it's got double Dreadnought in there, I'm going to be very excited. Let's have a look. Where is he? Where is he? I can't see it. Oh wait, which event was he at? Linked above. It won't have Greg C. It won't have linked because other people can't post links in the chat. YouTube's like, oh, it might be porn, and so they don't let it through. I'm trying to find his. Was it at what do you call it? Was it at Manchester? I don't know why I can't see this guy. It was at it was at all of this. That makes sense. That's why I can't see it. I'll have to find it, man. I'll have to find it. That's cool though. That's cool. I'll take a look at that at some point, man. But let's see what people are saying. Katashe said you could always slot in a couple of cheeky Rough Rider squads for some spicy counter assault. Yeah, I mean, I think I had the indirect fire. Do you know what? What we said to you in Discord? Yeah, that would be great, Greg. That would be really, really helpful. Thank you, man. I'll take a look at that. I've got about sort of five minutes left on the stream, so I'll happily take a look at that in the last sort of 5 minutes. But do you know what? I think that looking at the last week to this week, I actually think that maybe 6 Russes was too much. I actually think that dropping a single Russ and adding in some combat would have helped me immensely. It would have helped me immensely. Dropping 2 Russes? Very risky. Very, very risky. I think I could at best get away with dropping. I think 2 Russes is difficult because I often did lose 2 Russes. But then the last event I started with 4 Russes and I always ended every game with 4 Russes. So, you know, yeah, maybe 4 Russes is the sweet spot. Maybe 3 Russes and a Dawn is the sweet spot, you know. And then get a bit of combat in there. Definitely a lot to think about though. Lord Prayer, one of the problems was you didn't have enough bankers. How would you say 6 would have done? Problem with 6 bankers is I would have had to have given up Born Soldiers, make them worth a damn, and I ain't willing to do that. I'm not giving up Born Soldiers. Born Soldiers is it's an auto take. Can't not take Born Soldiers if you want to win games. In the last fucking event, if I'd had Born Soldiers, it would have been a different story. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, no. Sadly, I don't. Sadly, I think giving up elite sharpshooters is not worth. Let's have a little look. So let's have a look at the list we've got here. Okay, this is interesting. The little tank that janks version 2. Oh yeah. It's an interesting list. Let's have a little look. I kind of recognize it a little bit. Let's have a little look. So this is the list that went 5, 0, and 1 at All Is Dust. And he had a Lord Soul and a tank commander. He had the Barbican, so he had the Kazakin bomb. He had no troops, and then he had Power Saber. He had Rough Riders, Scout Sentinels, and he had 5. So he had 6 Lehman Russes. That's a weird list. Wow, that's a really expensive command squad. It's a really, really, really weird list. It's a really weird list, and it's unnecessarily. It's got rattlings. He did very well with it. Man, that seems pretty crazy. So, what I would say to this is, I mean, I guess being able to deep strike. I mean, the Astropath, I feel like does nothing. What I would do here, the only thing I would change, and the only thing I would change here is I don't think deep striking the command squad is all that helpful. So I would, what I would actually do is I would swap this over to a normal command squad, and then you've got the 2 Scion squads, but you don't need the 2 Scion squads. He's taken them as troops so he can drop in and do actions with them and guarantee that like data goes off. I get that. You know what else does that? 6 engineers, which cost 7 points less. So you take 2 squads of engineers, that saves you 14 points. You fuck off the Astropath, man. He's not doing shit for you. And then you swap this over to a Cadian command squad, which saves you another like 75 points. So you save 14, 54, 79 victory. 79 points are wasted in this list, in my opinion. But what would you do with them? That's the question. Well, 79. Yeah. Interesting, though. Bit of a crazy fucking list. It's a lot of execution, man. God, people are spamming them executioners. I tell you what, man. I saw a lot of executioners. Thank you, though, Greg, for sending the list in. That's kind of cool. Eric Dobbs, is it true that you'll only be able to take 3 Lehman Russ soon? Well, it depends on if Lehman Russes keep the squadron keyword. So we know that in 10th edition that you can only take 3 of each data sheet unless it's battle line, in which case you can take 6. So if they don't split the Leman Russes up and have like them as separate data sheets, then yeah, you could probably take like 6 because you can take like tank commanders and. But yeah, could be that you. But if Leman Russes keep squadron, we're fine. If they don't, yeah, armored companies die overnight, which is pretty bad. There's a lot of guard stuff that feels like it's going to die overnight with 10th edition. Feels like infantry guards having a bit of a pickle, and tank guard might be fucked, and mech guard might be fucked because you obviously can't take many transports and stuff. So yeah, air guard might be all right. Hopefully there won't be fly limitation anymore. Oh my god. Greg C, wait 5 years for Codex. I need to get it for 6 months. Yeah, damn right. You know what's so sad is that Alex this year was like, I'm really looking forward to getting to tournaments with the new book, and he's like, I'm only going to be able to go to one tournament with the new Codex, Manchester GT, and then because he's getting like married and stuff, he's like, I can't go anymore. 6 months for it. They should be giving refunds out, man. But on that note, we're going to wrap the video up, boys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for watching the whole thing. It was, I'd say it was a really, really fun event, and it was a really good show. I was really excited to come on stream and do the after action reports. In terms of where the next tournament is, the next one I'm going to is in mid-April. So it's going to be like 2 or 3 weeks before we get another after action report. But the plan is, guys, to like average one tournament or more, 1 to 2 tournaments every month. That's kind of the plan. So we'll have to see. The good thing is that I'm kind of already signed up for a 10th edition tournament, which is great. So that's kind of cool. And also, next stream is going to be Wednesday's stream. And Wednesday's stream will either be about, it'll probably be about like, the Steel Legion, although I'll be doing a video on that. Or it'll be about, like new channel army, which I might be getting, or it'll be about like, well, I won't give it away. There's a couple of new channel armies that need announcing, which is kind of cool. Or so that's kind of what's coming up. So this week's going to be, Wednesday is going to be probably Steel Legion, and then or army reveal. Friday will be the other one that I missed, and then Thursday. Don't forget, I announced it, but I'll be doing more comments on this. Thursday is going to be a collab stream with Cage and Sergeant Steel. So that's going to be kind of fun. All right, guys. As always, I want to go through and say a big thank you to everyone that that went the extra mile on supporting. Thank you for the 100 new members, guys. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for the 131 likes. Popping off. It's popping off. And thank you to everyone for the tips and the super chats. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'll go through and say the thank you as a tradition. So thank you to Tiki the Hut. Thank you to Revenga. Thank you to L11 TriStar for all super chats. And of course, thank you to L10 for the Death Strike chat. Absolute lad. Keeping that Death Strike streak intact. Absolute fucking hero. Massive thank you to Nuki Brown, Frost and Fist, Ed Bailey, Lord Prayer, Dread Clown. Thank you to all you guys for your super chats and your tips. Thank you to everyone that renewed their channel membership. Big thank you to Ed Bailey for super chat. Thank you to Kobold and Cosmic Drew for all of your gifted membership. Cosmic Drew gifting 20, absolute fucking hero. Kobold gifting 10, also a fucking hero. Thank you to Kobold for the super chats. Thank you to Ickbard and Kobold gifted 20 gifted memberships as well. Absolute fucking hero. 30! Kobold gifted 30. What a fucking lad. Bro, you fucking hero, man. Thank you so much. And for the super chats as well. Thank you to Revenga and the Bank of Best Career for all of the super chats and support. Thank you to Ickbard for the tip. Thank you to Sweet and Sour Ass, Euros, Ill-Tempered Fireblade, It's Me Marco, Luke and Travis and Tao Tom and Harvard Stream. Thank you to, and Cool German Dude. Thank you to all of you guys for the super chats and the tips. Thank you to Matthew Rumler for the gifted memberships. A big thank you to Next Gun First, Pope of the Tea, and Our Hearts for the member flex, the member gifted memberships, and the super chat. And a big thank you to Dominator62 for the super chat, Harford Stream for the super chat, Matthew Rumler for the super chat. Thank you to Abraham, Father Abraham, for the 5 gifted memberships, boys. Absolutely incredible. And a big thank you to Lord Prayer, Revenga CZ, Cosmic Drew, Abraham, and Kane for all of your super chats and your support, man. That's absolutely incredible. And I also want to say a big thank you to Mal the Knife for 5 gifted Morning Glory memberships. Special thank you to Keeney for the first, Kane for the first super chat of the night. And also a shout out to Dominate62 for the first Giga Chat. Yes! If you received a channel membership during the stream, then you can head on over to the Discord. And but the way you do that is you go over to the main YouTube page. You'll see a tab that says members. Click on that. There's a link to the Discord in there, and I will let you in now. If you do drop in there, make sure you say who you are from YouTube or from Patreon, and that way I will be able to tick you off the list. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching, and of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.